I request the AV team to please play the introduction of our guest. Request our own Niket Mangal, Managing Director Niket Mangal Group, to please escort our guest Acharya Manish ji on the dais. A big round of applause. May I request Sushil Dubey ji, Conclave Committee member, to present a memento to Acharya Manish ji. Sushil Dubey sir. May I request Niket Mangal to welcome the honorable guest. I now hand over to Niket Mangal for further proceedings.
सर मोस्ट वेलकम टू इंदौर मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन। सर बहुत आपके मैंने वीडियोस देखे हैं सोशल मीडिया पर, आप बहुत सारा एक्टिव भी हैं और कई हज़ारों लाखों करोड़ों लोगों की लाइफ आपने आयुर्वेदा के थ्रू चेंज की है। किस तरह से आपको ये प्रेरणा मिली कि आप आयुर्वेदा की तरफ बढ़ें और उससे आप उसका ज्ञान लें और लोगों में उसका ज्ञान फैलाएं?
नमस्कार सभी को। पहले तो भारत के सबसे ब्यूटीफुल सिटी और ब्यूटीफुल पीपल्स इंदौर, आपको थैंक यू। मेरे को आपके बहाने से सिंह साहब की वजह से 6 साल बाद इंदौर आने का मौका मिला, वरना बहाना नहीं बनता आने का। तो सर ने जो सवाल पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैं शॉर्ट में बता देता हूँ। 1987 से लेकर 1995 तक 8 साल तक मैं खुद बहुत बीमार रहा। अपना इलाज कराने के लिए मैंने कोई डॉक्टर नहीं छोड़ा, क्योंकि मेरे को तो इतना छोटा था, अकल नहीं थी इतनी। फादर मदर लेके जगह जगह गए, कभी जॉन्डिस हो जाता था, कभी लीवर वीक, कभी पेट खराब, कभी कुछ कभी कुछ। 8 साल मेरा एलोपैथी में इलाज चला और मुझे कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ। वजन घट के 39 किलो रह गया और लाइफ बिल्कुल खराब ही थी, मतलब कुछ भी लाइफ में कोई चाम था ही नहीं। तो मेरे मौसा जी आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर थे श्री गंगानगर राजस्थान में, मैं सहारनपुर का हूँ, यूपी का। तो मैं अपना इलाज कराने 1995 में उनके पास गया और 3 महीने में मेरा 12 किलो वेट बढ़ा। तब मेरे को लाइफ में फर्स्ट टाइम आयुर्वेदा की वैल्यू पता चली। और मेरा ये दूसरा जन्म था, क्योंकि उससे पहले मैं सुसाइड अटेम्प्ट भी कर चुका था। तो मुझे लगा कि ये दूसरा जन्म है तो इसको आयुर्वेद को ही समर्पित कर देना चाहिए। तो तब से मैंने लाइफ में आयुर्वेद को पकड़ लिया कि लोगों को सही खाना, सही पीना, टाइम पे सोना और अपने लिए जीना सिखाना है।
वाह सर,
इसीलिए कंपनी का नाम भी जीना सीखो रखा हुआ है हम लोगों ने। थैंक यू।
बहुत खूब। सर आप मंच पर आ सकते हैं और आप बता सकते हैं जीना सीखो किस तरह से हमें जीना चाहिए और अपनी लाइफ स्टाइल को बदलना चाहिए और सही रखना चाहिए। वेलकम।
धन्यवाद सर को और आप सबको भी, आईएमए की टीम को भी। वैसे तो आईएमए बोलते ऐसा लगता है कि कोई मेडिकल एसोसिएशन का प्रोग्राम है, लेकिन यहाँ के पता चला कि इंदौर मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन। तो बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि आईएमए से बड़ी भी एक आईएमए है। तो पहले बात तो ये कि जैसे कि नाम है जीना सीखो, हम लोग जिंदगी भर कैरियर बनाना, बिजनेस करना, काम करना के चक्कर में लगे रहते हैं। कैरियर बनाना है, यहाँ पहुंचना है, गोल क्लियर करना, क्योंकि मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर आते हैं और हमें गोल दे के चले जाते हैं। सब अपना गोल लिख भी लेते हैं और गोल अचीव करने भी चले लगता है और बिजनेस खड़ा भी कर लेते हैं हम लोग। कई बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्रियां भी खड़ी हो जाती हैं, लेकिन हम सबसे बड़ी चीज इग्नोर करते हैं, अपनी हेल्थ। और हमने कई बार सुना है, बोलते भी हैं कि हेल्थ इज रियल वेल्थ, लेकिन हम उसको फॉलो नहीं करते। क्योंकि जब हम शादियों में जाते हैं तो उस टाइम सब भूल जाते हैं। 8 बजे सूप, 8:15 भल्ले, 8:30 पापड़ी, 8:45 चाउमीन, 9:15 मंचूरियन, 9:30 बजे कोई भटूरे और कोई नान, कोई बीच में पनीर भी, बीच में दही भी। हम सब नियम भूल जाते हैं कि कौन सी चीज के साथ कौन सी चीज को खाना है, किस चीज के साथ किस चीज को नहीं खाना। क्योंकि आयुर्वेदा में बहुत सारे नियम है जो हमें पता ही नहीं। जैसे एक बेसिक सा नियम है कि आयुर्वेद कहता है दूध के साथ फल कभी नहीं खाना, दूध के साथ फल कभी नहीं खाना। और हमने जिंदगी भर मैंगो शेक और बनाना शेक पिए हैं, तो आपको हजम ही नहीं होती बात। और क्योंकि हम इन चीजों को करते हैं लेकिन हमें पता नहीं, जानने अनजाने अब अपनी लाइफ घटाते हैं। जैसे भारत की एवरेज एज आज 66 ईयर्स है, जबकि जापान की 84 है, चाइना की 79 है। जापान, कोरिया, चाइना, वियतनाम, थाईलैंड, ये 5 कंट्री वर्ल्ड के टॉप 5 कंट्रीज हैं जिनकी एज 78 प्लस है एवरेज एज, और भारत की है 66। और एक और फर्क है, भारत में 40 साल के बाद हर 3 में से एक व्यक्ति कोई ना कोई दवाई खाता है, चाहे वो डायबिटीज, चाहे ब्लड प्रेशर, चाहे थायराइड या किडनी, लीवर, हार्ट, कोई ना कोई दवाई खाता है। जबकि जापान में यही एवरेज 52 ईयर है। जापान में 52 साल के बाद हर 3 में से कोई एक दवाई खाता है, भारत में 40 साल के बाद हर 3 में से कोई एक दवाई खाता है। वजह क्यों? हम लोग लाइफस्टाइल बिगाड़ चुके हैं। तो आज हम अभी थोड़ा सा जो टाइम मुझे मिला है, मैं बाद में आपके क्वेश्चन आंसर भी लूंगा। हम बात करते हैं आयुर्वेद की कि आयुर्वेद से क्या क्या हो सकता है। क्योंकि लोगों को लगता है आयुर्वेद स्लो है, आयुर्वेद काम नहीं करता। तो मैं आपको कुछ केस स्टडीज भी 2-4 प्रेजेंट करूंगा कि आयुर्वेद ऐसे ऐसी बीमारियों में भी काम करता है जहां सबके हाथ खड़े हो जाते हैं, जहां सब जगह से जवाब मिल जाता है। और अगर आपको पता हो हमारे बारे में, तो हमारे तो हॉस्पिटल में, हमारे अभी पूरे भारत में 120 सेंटर है हमारे, 60 वेलनेस सेंटर एंड हॉस्पिटल्स हैं। और उनमें 70% पेशेंट वो आते हैं जिनके पास दुनिया में कोई इलाज ही नहीं है। और अगर आपने अभी थोड़ी देर मेरे साथ लगा ली तो आप 3D से दूर हो जाओगे। 3D, फ्रीडम फ्रॉम डिजीज, फ्रीडम फ्रॉम डॉक्टर, फ्रीडम फ्रॉम ड्रग्स। क्योंकि फ्रीडम फ्रॉम 3D है ना, डिजीज, ड्रग्स एंड डॉक्टर, इन तीनों से दूर रहो। सबसे मोटा खर्चा यही होता है, हम जितना मर्जी कमा ले, लास्ट में मोटा पैसा यही ले जाते हैं। तो मैं सबसे पहले आपको एक ओके, तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि अगर आप अपना खाना पीना थोड़ा ठीक कर लो, लाइफस्टाइल थोड़ा ठीक कर लो, तो कभी बीमारी होगी नहीं। तो पहले तो मैं आपको ये बता देता हूं बीमार पड़ते क्यों हैं, और मैं चाहूंगा ये 2 मिनट की क्लिप आप लोग रिकॉर्ड कर लो, ताकि जब भी कभी आप बीमार पड़ो तो आप ये क्लिप सुन लेना, हम बीमार पड़ते ही क्यों हैं। तो आपको इमीडिएटली एक आंसर मिल जाएगा कि मुझे क्या गलती नहीं करनी। तो आप लोग अपना अपना फोन निकाल लो, ताकि ये 2 मिनट या 3 मिनट टोटल लगेंगे मुझे, ये आपकी क्लिप आपको कभी बीमारी होगी तो सुन लेना। तो हम बीमार क्यों पड़ते हैं, आयुर्वेद क्या कहता है। आयुर्वेद का इसके बारे में कहना है, सर्वे रोगा अपि मंदागिनी ही अजीर्ण मलिने कुपित मल संचते। इसका मतलब होता है सारे के सारे रोग एक ही कारण से होते हैं, मंद अग्नि, यानी कि कमजोर पाचन, यानी कि खाना ढंग से हजम नहीं होना, यानी कि लीवर वीक, पेनक्रियाज वीक या स्प्लीन वीक, और मेटाबॉलिज्म स्लो, पेट साफ नहीं होना। अजीर्ण मलिने, इनडाइजेशन हो जाता है, अपच हो जाता है। कुपित मल संचते, जो मल है बॉडी में, टॉक्सिन्स हैं, वो जगह जगह जमा हो जाते हैं। जैसे हार्ट में जमा हो गए तो आपको डॉक्टर बोलता है हार्ट की ब्लॉकेज, लेकिन हम बोलते हैं हार्ट में कुपित मल संचय। मान लो ब्रेस्ट में गांठ है, डॉक्टर बोलता है ब्रेस्ट कैंसर, आयुर्वेद कहता है कुपित मल संचय ब्रेस्ट में। ऐसे यूट्रस में, ओवरी में, किडनी में, गॉल ब्लैडर में, हर जगह पे जो इकट्ठा होता है ना, जिसको आप कटवाते हो या ऑपरेट कराते हो या निकालते हो, वो बेसिकली कुछ भी नहीं है, आपका अधपचा भोजन है। कुछ भी नहीं है, वो आपका अधपचा भोजन है जो आपका डाइजेस्ट नहीं हुआ और आपने बिना भूख के खाया। अब इलाज क्या है, तो आयुर्वेद कहता है शुद्धो देहा मनुष्य यस्य सजीवति वर्षतम, कि देह को और मन को शुद्ध कर लो और 100 वर्ष तक स्वस्थ सुखी जियो। मतलब आपको कुछ भी हो जाए तो आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ क्या करना है, बॉडी को डिटॉक्स करना है, यानी कि बॉडी की क्लीनिंग करनी है और कुछ नहीं करना। रोग अपने आप ठीक हो जाएगा। रोग, जो बीमारी जिसको भी आप, जिसके लिए आप परेशान हो, हार्ट में ब्लॉकेज है या ब्रेस्ट में गांठ है या यूट्रस में फाइब्राइड है या ओवरी में सिस्ट है, पीसीओडी है या प्रोस्टेट की प्रॉब्लम है, सारी बीमारियों का इलाज क्या है, शुद्धो देहा मनुष्य यस्य सजीति वर्षतम, कि बस देह को और मन को क्लीन कर लो, शुद्ध कर लो, आप 100 वर्ष तक स्वस्थ सुखी जियोगे। तो आप अपनी रिकॉर्डिंग क्लोज कर सकते हो। तो आपको बीमारी से डरना नहीं है, बीमारी कोई भी हो, बड़ी से बड़ी बीमारी हो, आपको सिर्फ बॉडी को डिटॉक्स करना आना चाहिए। अच्छा, आप लोगों ने, कितने लोगों ने जानवर पाला आज तक, जानवर, किसी ने कुत्ता पाला हो, बिल्ली पाली हो, चिड़िया, कबूतर, तोता, बहुत सारे लोगों ने हाथ खड़ा किया। उधर से पूछ लेते हैं, आपने क्या पाला है, डॉग पाला है। तो जब आपका डॉग बीमार पड़ता है वो क्या करता है, हाँ जी, वो रेस्ट करता है। और क्या करता है वो, और जी इधर से बताओ कोई क्या करता है वो, हाँ जी, खाना बंद कर देता है। अच्छा मुझे बताओ, कौन से यूनिवर्सिटी में जाता है वो, कौन से स्कूल में एडमिशन कराया उसका आपने, उसको कैसे पता कि शुद्धो देहा मनुष्य यस्य सजीवति वर्षतम, आयुर्वेद का श्लोक उसने कब पढ़ लिया कि बॉडी को शुद्ध करो। तो जब भी वो बीमार पड़ता है, कोई डॉग हो या वो कैट हो या कोई भी जानवर हो दुनिया का, जब भी बीमार पड़ता है वो 2 से 3 दिन के लिए खा ना करता है। क्या करता है, खा ना। और आप लोग क्या करते हो, मम्मी मुंह ना कोड़ा हो रहा है, मम्मी हलवा बना दो, खिचड़ी खा ले, हम पेट खराब है मम्मी, खिचड़ी खा ले, दाल पाके खा ले। और नहीं खाना होता मेरी माँ, हमें आगे से ये बोलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जब हम बीमार होते हैं तो बॉडी डाइजेस्टिव मोड में, कभी भी फीवर के अंदर, फीवर में खाना नहीं खाना होता, कभी भी जॉन्डिस में, निमोनिया में, चिकनगुनिया में, मलेरिया में, डेंगू में खाना नहीं खाना होता। जैसे आप खाना खाते हो प्लेटलेट और कम हो जाते हैं और आप पहुंच जाते हो हॉस्पिटल। जब भी आप बॉडी बीमार है और खाना डालोगे तो बॉडी पे लोड पड़ेगा डाइजेशन का, और उस टाइम पे लोड नहीं डालना होता। अब आपके मन में चल रहा होगा फिर खाए क्या, क्योंकि हमें सबसे पहला सवाल यही आता है, वजन, ऐसे व्यक्ति का फोन आएगा, सवाल क्या पूछेगा, सर वजन घटाना है, हाँ जी बोलो, क्या खाएं, सवाल ही गलत है भाई, घटाना वजन है, पूछ क्या रहे हो क्या खाएं। तो पहली बात तो हमें हर जगह खाना पूछते हैं हम, जैसे व्रत शुरू हो गया अभी तो हमें फोन आएगा, सर व्रत शुरू हो रहे हैं क्या क्या खाएं, मतलब व्रत में भी क्या, जबकि व्रत का नाम क्या है, व्रत वो तो बॉडी को डिटॉक्स करने के लिए बनाया गया था, लेकिन अभी व्रत नहीं रहे, चरत हो गए हैं। अभी हम ज्यादा चरते हैं, हम लगातार चरते ही रहते हैं। तो हमेशा खाली छोड़ना बीमारियों से बचने का बहुत बड़ा सॉल्यूशन है। तो मैं आपको एक छोटा सा डाइट चार्ट, रवि एक बार एक मोदी जी वाली वीडियो प्ले करना। मैं आपको एक, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक वीडियो बनाई थी आयुर्वेद के ऊपर कि एक लाइलाज बीमारी जो दुनिया में कहीं ठीक नहीं हुई, आयुर्वेद में सिर्फ 22 डेज में, ओनली 22 डेज में ये लेडी को बेनिफिट मिला। तो वो मैं एक बार एक वीडियो प्ले करना चाहूंगा आपके सामने, ताकि आपको एक कॉन्फिडेंस आए आयुर्वेद के ऊपर। साथियों, एक ऐसा केस था जो वर्ल्ड के 5 कंट्री से रिजेक्ट होके आया था, जर्मनी, फ्रांस, कोरिया, चाइना और अमेरिका। 5 कंट्री में 1.5 साल तक रोजमेरी ट्रीटमेंट कराती रही, लेकिन आंखों की रोशनी वापस नहीं आई। इंडिया में ओनली 22 डेज में इनकी 25% आंखों की रोशनी आई। टोटल ट्रीटमेंट चला 1.25 महीने और अभी इनकी आई साइड लगभग 60% के आसपास है, और वो नॉर्मली चश्मा लगा के सब कुछ देखती है, जबकि पहले कुछ भी नहीं दिखता था। तो ये आयुर्वेद की पावर है। लेकिन हमें आयुर्वेद समझ क्यों नहीं आया, हम लोगों के लिए आयुर्वेद दूर कैसे हो गया? तो इसके लिए अंग्रेजों ने कई साल मेहनत करी और हमें आयुर्वेद से दूर कर दिया। लेकिन हम लोग लगे हुए हैं जोर लगाने में, और आयुर्वेद को कैसे वापस उसका जो स्थान है वो दिलाया जाए। तो आप में से किसी के डायबिटीज है क्या? डायबिटीज किस किस को है? डायबिटीज की गोली खाता हो जो भी, या इंसुलिन लगाता हो, है? और ब्लड प्रेशर किस किस को है? ब्लड प्रेशर की गोली कोई खाता हो तो। और मैं आपको बोलूं कि 3 से 7 दिन में डायबिटीज की और 15 से 20 दिन में ब्लड प्रेशर की गोली बंद हो जाती है, सिर्फ एक डाइट पैटर्न चेंज करने से। सिर्फ आपको 2 प्लेट्स में खाना खाना है और आपकी डायबिटीज की गोली बंद हो जाएगी। ब्लड प्रेशर की गोली 100 में से 90 लोगों की बंद हो जाएगी, डायबिटीज 100 में से 90 लोगों की रिवर्स हो जाएगी। आपको गोली नहीं खानी। तो मैं आपको डाइट पैटर्न बता रहा हूं, उससे तो आप चाहे तो रिकॉर्ड कर लो। ये वैसे डाइट पैटर्न सबके लिए है, ये इसको हम बोलते हैं प्लेट 1 प्लेट 2 डाइट। इस पे कई क्लिनिकल ट्रायल हो चुके हैं, पूरी दुनिया की वर्ल्ड वाइड एक्सेप्टेड डाइट है ये। बिल क्लिंटन हो, चाहे नरेंद्र मोदी हो, चाहे बड़े बड़े दुनिया के जितने भी नाम हो, इसी डाइट से उन्होंने अपनी बीमारियों को रिवर्स किया है। तो ये डाइट क्या है? रात को सोना है पूर्व या दक्षिण में सिर करके। रात को जब भी सोना है पूर्व में या दक्षिण में सिर करके सोना है। जब भी लेटना है बाईं करवट लेटना है, और सुबह जब आपकी नींद खुल जाए तो उठते ही बिना कुल्ला बिना ब्रश करे उठते ही आपने 1 कप गरम गरम पानी उकड़ू बैठ के, जिसको मल आसन बोलते हैं, ऐसे बैठ के पीना है। तो सबसे पहले आपका पॉटी का टाइम सेट होता है, क्योंकि अभी कईयों को 2 बजे आती है, कईयों को 5 बजे आती है, कईयों को आती नहीं है 2-2 दिन। तो ये सबसे पहले आप जब ऐसे बैठोगे 5 मिनट, तो आपको विद इन 5 मिनट्स में आने लग जाएगी और आदत पड़ जाएगी। तो आपका बॉडी का सर्केडियन रिदम सेट हो जाएगा। अब क्या करना है आपने, अगर आपको लगता है पूरी जिंदगी में कभी कैंसर नहीं चाहिए, तो एक बड़ा टुकड़ा हल्दी हफ्ते में 5 दिन। अगर आपको लगता है मुझे हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है, हार्ट अटैक नहीं चाहिए, तो एक नॉर्मल सा टुकड़ा अदरक का चबा भी सकते हो, नहीं तो इनका काढ़ा पी सकते हो, नहीं तो आंवला एलोवेरा बहुत अच्छे हैं। और अगर आपको हीमोग्लोबिन कम रहता है, बीपी की गोली खाते हो, तो 10 कड़ी पत्ते सुबह सुबह चबाने हैं खाली पेट। अब आ जाओ ब्रेकफास्ट पे। ब्रेकफास्ट में अगर आपका वजन 50 किलो से ऊपर है, 50 किलो से ऊपर है, तो 500 ग्राम फ्रूट्स पहले खाने हैं, और 50 किलो से नीचे है तो 250 ग्राम फ्रूट खाने हैं। तो ये रूल है, क्योंकि ये इतने फ्रूट दवाई बन जाएंगे। तो आपने अगर 50 किलो से ऊपर पहले फ्रूट्स खाए, और उसके ऊपर से जो दिल करे वो खाओ, चिवड़ा खाओ, इडली खाओ, ढोकला खाओ, परोठा खाओ, रोटी खाओ, परोठा, आप भटूरे खाओ, पूड़ी खाओ, जो मर्जी खाओ, में कोई मना नहीं कर रहे हम आपको। लेकिन पहले क्या करना है, फ्रूट्स की प्लेट, अगर 50 किलो से ऊपर हो तो 500 ग्राम, 50 से नीचे हो तो 250 ग्राम, और दोनों खानों में गैप नहीं होगा। अभी फ्रूट खत्म तो अभी प्लेट 2 शुरू, मतलब जो भी आप खाते हो उसका नाम प्लेट 2 कर दो, उससे पहले प्लेट 1 ऐड कर दो। अब लंच में क्या करना है, अगर आप 50 किलो से ऊपर के हो तो 250 ग्राम सैलड पहले खानी है, और 50 किलो से अगर नीचे के हो तो 150 ग्राम सैलड पहले खानी है, और उसके ऊपर से जो खाते हो वो खाओ। यानी कि जो खाते हो उसका नाम प्लेट 2, और जो नहीं खाते अभी वो प्लेट 1 उससे पहले ऐड कर दो। अच्छा, शाम को कभी सैलड नहीं खाते होते, शायद लोगों को पता है, कई लोगों को नहीं पता, शाम को सैलड कच्चा नहीं खाना होता, तो शाम को वेजिटेबल सूप पीना होता है। तो पहले वेजिटेबल सूप पियो, और उसके ऊपर से जो खाना है वो खाओ। सिंपल सी डाइट है, अगर आप ये फॉलो करोगे। और 3 चीजें छोड़नी है आपने। नंबर 1, जो भी चीज जानवर से आती है, जानवर से क्या क्या आता है, दूध, दही, पनीर, अंडा, कई बार जानवरी प्लेट में आ जाता है, तो बस एक वो छोड़ना है आपने। और उसके अलावा जो भी चीज फैक्ट्री से आती है, पैकेट में आती है, पैक्ड होती है, प्रिजर्वेटिव वाली चीजें, वो छोड़नी है। आपकी 7 से 15 दिन में डायबिटीज की गोली, और 10 से 20 दिन में बीपी की गोली आपकी, भगवान ने चाहा तो बंद हो जाएगी। आप चेक करोगे नॉर्मल आएगी। और अगर आपने गोली बंद नहीं करी और ये डाइट फॉलो करी, तो आपको हाइपो स्टेट में जाना पड़ेगा। आप कहोगे ये तो डाउन जा रही है भैया, तो आपको गोली छोड़नी ही पड़ेगी। ये डायबिटीज रिवर्सल, ब्लड प्रेशर रिवर्सल का बहुत बड़ा सूत्र है। तो आप अपनी रिकॉर्डिंग क्लोज कर लो। और रही बात, मैंने बोला दूध, आपके सेंटीमेंट हिल जाएंगे अब, सर दूध तो शक्ति, दूध तो कैल्शियम, दूध में आयरन, दूध में फॉलिक एसिड, पता नहीं क्या क्या सुन रखा है आपने। तो सबसे पहले ये बताओ, गाय हमारी अकल बड़ी के, गई भैंस, काला अक्षर, जिसकी लाठी, भैंस के आगे। पहले तो एक कहानी क्लियर करते हैं। गाय को मां कहा और भैंस पे सारी पुट्ठी सीधी कहावतें बना दी, तो हमारे पुरुष पागल थे क्या भाई? गाय को तो मां कह रहे हैं और भैंस को कह रहे हैं अकल खराब, बुद्धि, ये वो सब बोल रहे हैं। तो पहली बात तो, भैंस का दूध अगर पीना है तो कम से कम 15-20 किलोमीटर रोज सैर, रनिंग, साइकिलिंग करनी पड़ेगी, तो हजम होता है। पुराने टाइम पे भैंस का दूध जो पीते थे, वो सिर्फ वो पीते थे जो कुश्ती लड़ते थे, कबड्डी खेलते थे, बहुत ज्यादा स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटीज करते थे, या राजा के वो सैनिक जो भाले वाले चलाते थे, तलवारें चलाते थे, सिर्फ वो लोग पहले भैंस का दूध पीते थे। वरना सब लोग भारतीय गाय का, देसी गाय का दूध पिया करते थे। तो पहले तो ये क्लैरिटी करो। अच्छा, आपके दिमाग में चल रहा होगा इतनी सारी भैंसें क्यों है, साइंस क्यों है, रिसर्च इतनी हो रही है। तो पूरी दुनिया में हर कंट्री में भैंस होती है, लेकिन पूरी दुनिया में सिर्फ 3 देश हैं जो भैंस का दूध पीते हैं। सबसे बड़ा देश, सबसे उन्नत देश भारत दुनिया में अमेरिका है, कोई भैंस का दूध नहीं पीता। जापान, जर्मनी, चाइना, कोरिया, फिनलैंड, नॉर्वे, कहीं दुनिया में कोई भैंस का दूध नहीं पीता, जंगल में आवारा पशु के रूप में है। भारत में ही स्वाद चढ़ा है, गाढ़ा है, सफेद देती है, ज्यादा देती है, उस चक्कर में पिए जा रहे हैं। और रही बात गाय की, तो गाय का दूध भी पीने की 5 शर्तें हैं। अगर गाय 5 शर्तें पूरी करती है तो दूध पी सकते हो। नंबर 1 कि गाय भारतीय होनी चाहिए, यानी कि पीठ पर कुबड़ होना चाहिए, पहली शर्त। नंबर 2, रोज 3 से 5 किलोमीटर गाय जंगल में जड़ी बूटियां खाने जानी चाहिए। नंबर 3, गाय को किसी भी तरह का ग्रोथ हार्मोन, ऑक्सीटोसिन, दूध बढ़ाने का इंजेक्शन, एंटीबैक्टीरियल, एंटीवायरल, एंटी फंगल इंजेक्शन नहीं लगा होना चाहिए। नंबर 4, गाय के बच्चा नेचुरल पैदा होना चाहिए बैल के मिलन से, जबकि अभी वो आर्टिफिशियल इंसेमिनेशन और इंजेक्शन लगा के होता है। नंबर 5, गाय के चारे में कोई भी स्प्रे, कोई पेस्टिसाइड, कोई हर्बिसाइड, कोई केमिकल नहीं डला होना चाहिए। अगर 5 शर्तें पूरी करती है तो गाय का दूध अमृत है, पी सकते हैं। अब ये बताओ जंगल कौन लेके जाएगा रोज उसको? तो नहीं लेके जाओगे तो पीना छोड़ दो, क्योंकि दूध की वजह से भारत में बीमारियां बहुत ज्यादा आ रही हैं। और एज पर इंडियन गवर्नमेंट भारत में बिकने वाला 64% दूध नकली है। एज पर भारत सरकार के खुद स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने संसद में खड़े होकर बोला है, आप गूगल चेक कर लो, 2018 में जो हेल्थ मंत्री है संसद में 64% दूध नकली बता रहे हैं। और अभी आप एफएसएसआई की वेबसाइट खोल लो कि भारत में बिकने वाला 83% पनीर नकली है। अगर आपको लेना है तो भारतीय गाय का देसी घी ले सकते हो। भारतीय गाय का शुद्ध देसी घी बाजार में मिलता है तो ले सकते हो, लेकिन वो 600 रुपए किलो नहीं मिलता, वो कम से कम 1500 से ऊपर का मिलेगा तो शुद्ध है। क्योंकि गाय के दूध की कॉस्ट निकालोगे, घी बनाओगे, इससे कम में पड़ता नहीं है। हाँ, अगर कोई भी महिला पीरियड्स के 5 दिन भारतीय गाय का शुद्ध देसी घी सुबह सुबह 1 चम्मच गर्म पानी में घोल के पिए, पीरियड्स के 4 या 5 दिन, उसको कभी लाइफ में पीसीओडी नहीं हो सकता, कभी यूट्रस फाइब्रॉइड नहीं हो सकता, कभी ब्रेस्ट में गांठ नहीं बनेगी, कभी बच्चे ऑपरेशन से नहीं होंगे, कभी उनको कोई लेडीज हार्मोन रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी। तो देसी घी इतना बढ़िया है। और पुरुष हफ्ते में 3 दिन अगर सुबह सुबह 1 चुटकी हल्दी और थोड़ी सी काली मिर्च भून रखी हो हमने, उसका पाउडर देसी घी में डाल के पिए, तो वो जिंदगी भर तक बच्चे पैदा करने के लायक रह सकता है। इशारा समझ गया? तो उसको कोई वो दीवार पे जो लिखा होता है ना, कमजोर रोगी मिले, ये रोगी मिले, तो वो दिक्कत नहीं आएगी कभी। एक छोटी सी एवी है, मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, एक वीडियो है बेटा, प्ले करना गणेश जी की तरह। तो एक मैं आपको एक वीडियो दिखा रहा हूं, ये ब्लड कैंसर लास्ट स्टेज के पेशेंट थे, एक बार ये देखते हैं जरा। और इधर गाल, ये देखो पूरा चेहरा सूजा हुआ है, बाजू के नीचे गांठ है, और इधर भी गांठ है, और ये भी गांठ है,
पेट में भी गांठ
और
है।
पेट में भी गांठ है। और आपको क्या बता दिया डॉक्टरों ने?
कैंसर।
आज कितने दिन हुए अभी आए हुए आपको?
4 दिन हुए हैं।
बताओ जरा 4 दिन में क्या क्या फर्क पड़ा?
मेरे नाक में से ब्लड आता था, वो रुक गया, नाकों में से ब्लड चालू हो गया था, वो रुक गया। उसके अलावा ये गांठ कम हो गई। दूसरी बात, अब चक्कर नहीं आते, मैं आराम से घूम लेता फिर लेता हूँ।
मतलब अभी 4 ही दिन?
4 ही दिन में क्यों?
यानी कि 4 दिन में ही आयुर्वेद ने अपना जादू दिखाना शुरू कर दिया।
अब मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा, आयुर्वेद में जाओ, आयुर्वेद में आपका सबसे बेस्ट इलाज होगा, आपका स्वास्थ्य बिल्कुल फिट हो जाएगा। कुल मिला के ये शुरू से यहाँ आई थी,
पहले यहाँ,
फिर यहाँ आने के बाद फिर यहाँ आई, फिर यहाँ आई, फिर पेट में हो गई, फिर यहाँ हो गई,
फिर डॉक्टर के पास गए,
फिर डॉक्टर के पास गया,
तब उसने बोला कि आपको
ब्लड कैंसर। ब्लड कैंसर।
अब ये ब्लड कैंसर को हराएंगे आपके सामने
जी।
आज 13 मार्च 2025 है। ये बच्चा भी आया, कहाँ से आया बेटा तू? ये जो पेशेंट आप देख रहे हो, इसकी वॉल्यूम बंद करना भैया। सुभाशीष। और उम्र कितनी है तेरी? इसकी वॉल्यूम बंद करा। 14 साल। और यहाँ कितने दिन से है? ये जो ब्लड कैंसर के पेशेंट थे, जिन्होंने बोला था 13 मार्च 2025 को ये ब्लड कैंसर को हराएंगे, तो मैं आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूँ। ये है, इनको डॉक्टरों ने 15 दिन का टाइम दिया था कि 15-20 दिन में मरने वाले हो, आपकी लास्ट स्टेज ब्लड कैंसर है। जब ये हमारे पास आए थे, इनका हीमोग्लोबिन 5.5 था। व्हील चेयर पे आए थे, व्हील चेयर पे आए थे, चल भी नहीं सकते थे, खड़े होते थे चक्कर आता था, नाक से ब्लीडिंग होती थी। और आप हैरान हो जाओगे, इनके इलाज में कोई 1 रुपए की दवाई का इस्तेमाल नहीं हुआ है। कोई 1 रुपए की दवाई का इस्तेमाल इनके इलाज में नहीं हुआ है। तो मैं आपको इसलिए दिखा रहा हूं, सिर्फ डाइट ठीक करके, बॉडी को डिटॉक्स करके, जो मैंने पहले शब्द बोला था, उससे इनका इलाज हुआ है। बताना आपका 3 दिन, अभी हीमोग्लोबिन कितना है आपका?
14.5।
और कितना था पहले?
पहले 5.5।
और अभी कोई गांठ है?
नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं है, बिल्कुल ही सब बिल्कुल फिट हूँ, और कोई दवाई नहीं चल रही मेरी। जबकि डॉक्टरों ने ये कहा था, बम्बई के भी बड़ा हॉस्पिटल कैंसर का, उन्होंने भी ये कहा था, बोले 10-12 कीमो रेडिएशन लगेंगे तो आपकी लाइफ 5-6 महीने की हो जाएगी मैक्सिमम, नहीं तो 15-20 दिन के मेहमान हो, क्योंकि नाकों से ब्लड आता था, स्थिति खराब थी। फिर इनके हिम्स हॉस्पिटल डेरा बस्ती में गया मैं, जीनासिको में, वहां जाकर के गया तो वहां भी इनके डॉक्टरों ने मना कर दिया लेने से। फिर मैंने आचार्य जी से किसी का फोन करवा करके निवेदन किया, तब जाकर के इन्होंने उन डॉक्टरों को, भाई इनको ले लो एक बार, 3 दिन ऑब्जर्वेशन में रखेंगे, रख लो आप, और इन्होंने ट्रीटमेंट बताया, भाई ये ट्रीटमेंट इसको देना है।
बताता हूं हमने क्या किया। इनके नाक से ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी और हीमोग्लोबिन 5.5 था। आपने गेंदे का फूल देखा है? गेंदे के फूल की पत्तियां और जो घास जिस पर हम चलते हैं पार्क में, दूब घास, दूर्बा घास बोलते हैं ना, गणेश भगवान को अर्पित करते हैं, हमने इनको 1.5 दिन तक उस घास के और गेंदे की पत्तियों के चटनी पर रखा, कुछ नहीं दिया और खाने को। 1.5 दिन में इनके नाक का ब्लड आना बंद हो गया। उसके बाद इनको 2 दिन तक ग्रीन जूस पे रखा, अमरूद के पत्ते, बरगद के पत्ते, पीपल के पत्ते और पान के पत्ते, और साथ में हल्दी और काली मिर्च, उसके जूस पे रखा। 3 दिन तक कुछ खाने को नहीं दिया। 3 दिन में इनकी व्हील चेयर छूट गई। ये आयुर्वेद की शक्ति है, हमें पता ही नहीं है। तो वी हैव थाउजेंड ऑफ पेशेंट्स। सिर्फ मैं ये बताने के लिए आपको यहां आया हूं इतनी दूर इंदौर चल के, कि बड़ी बड़ी बीमारियां जिनके बहुत बड़े नाम होते हैं और बहुत बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल होते हैं, तो जरूरी नहीं है कि वहां इलाज हो। कई बार इलाज आपके घर के पास, आपकी रसोई में पड़ा होता है, हमें पता ही नहीं है। अब आज मान लो आपके माध्यम से आपको पता लग गया किसी को ब्लीडिंग हो और रुक ना रही हो, तो गेंदे के फूल की पत्तियां और दूर्बा घास की चटनी बनाकर खिला देनी है, तो 2-4 बार में ही, लेकिन कुछ और नहीं खाना उस टाइम। तो बॉडी अपने आप ही अपने अंदर के सिस्टम को सेटल करती है। तो थैंक यू गणेश जी, धन्यवाद। तो अभी मैं आपसे कोई सवाल जवाब किसी ने पूछना है तो पूछ लो। मेरे साथ 2 लोग और भी हैं, मैं आपका इंट्रोडक्शन देता हूं। मेरे साथ डॉक्टर ईशा, एक बार खड़े होकर हाथ हिला दो अपना, क्योंकि मेरे पास अभी 20 मिनट है। ये डॉक्टर ई शर्मा है, ये भारत सरकार के आयुर्वेदा एम्बेसडर हैं मॉरिशस में। अभी कुछ दिन पहले तक इन्होंने अभी रिटायरमेंट ले ली, और ये एमडी पीएचडी आयुर्वेदा बीएमएस डॉक्टर हैं। और इसके साथ हमारे पास एक डॉक्टर और है, डॉक्टर राजश्री। ये मैं इसलिए एक मेल फीमेल डॉक्टर को, क्योंकि मैं जब आ ही रहा था तो मुझे लगा एक कैंप लगा दूं, तो मैं आज अपने हॉस्पिटल भी जाऊंगा। रवि कहाँ पे है यहाँ पे अपना? कौन से एरिया में है? हाँ, नियर बॉम्बे हॉस्पिटल। ओके, मैं भी आज पहली बार जाऊंगा, तो आप लोगों के बहाने से आज वहां भी जाऊंगा। तो कोई सवाल है किसी का तो पूछ सकते हो आप लोग जी। पीछे लोगों ने हाथ खड़ा किया है, तो कोई माइक अगर लेके पीछे जाए। पीछे माइक भेज दो, जो भी हाथ, इधर भी भैया ने हाथ खड़ा किया हुआ है। बेटा उधर दे भैया को माइक, या पीछे दे जा, क्योंकि होता है ना मन में जब इतनी बात करो तो क्वेश्चंस आ जाते हैं, और उसका आंसर मिल जाए तो ज्यादा बढ़िया रहता है।
हेलो
जी भैया
नमस्कार आचार्य
जी, नमस्कार।
सेरिब्रल पाल्सी के बच्चों का कुछ इलाज है?
देखो, सेरिब्रल पाल्सी जेनेटिक डिजीज है और वो बच्चे के पैदा होने से आती है। अगर आप 7 मार्च को हम एक लाइव कर रहे हैं, हमने कुछ बच्चों, ऑटिस्टिक बच्चे और सेरिब्रल पाल्सी और मस्कुलर डिस्ट्रॉफी के बच्चों पे कुछ चीजें यूज की थी। नीम का इस्तेमाल किया था हमने, कुछ दिन पहले शुरू किया था। तो लगभग 10 से 15% बच्चों को 50-60% तक आराम हो गया, पूरे ठीक नहीं हो पाए। तो अगर आप 7 तारीख को, 7 मार्च को 10 बजे हमारा लाइव होगा कोरोना काल टीवी डॉट पे, मतलब कोरोना काल .tv पे, तो उस पे हम कुछ बच्चे पेश करेंगे ADHD, ऑटिज्म और सेरिब्रल पाल्सी के, जिनको बेनिफिट मिला है। लेकिन वो आपको घर पे, हमारे पास आना नहीं है ना, हमारे पास एडमिशन लेना है। हम एक प्रोटोकॉल दे देंगे, ये खाना है, ये नहीं खाना है, ये ज्यादा खाना है, ये कम खाना है, और ये घर पे करना है। वो आपको घर पे ही करना है, ठीक है?
बिल्कुल
ठीक है, थैंक यू। और कोई सवाल? बेटा माइक ले जाए, इधर भैया पूछ रहे हैं, उधर भी कई लोग पूछ रहे हैं।
जी
नमस्कार आचार्य जी।
जी नमस्कार।
आजकल देखा जा रहा है और मेरे कुछ 2-3 दोस्त भी हैं जो कि एक ऑटो इम्यून डिजीज बोल देते हैं डॉक्टर्स, स्किन रिलेटेड होता है, सेबोरिक डर्मेटाइटिस जिसको बोलते हैं, उसके लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं?
जो मैंने अभी डाइट चार्ट बताया, बस वही डाइट चार्ट विद इन 1 to 2 months में 99% पेशेंट की ऑटो इम्यून डिजीज रिवर्स हो जाती है। ऑटो इम्यून डिजीज में बहुत बड़ा रोल जो है, जो मैंने बताया क्या क्या छोड़ना है, उनका रोल है कि जानवर से, क्योंकि जानवरों को एंटीबायोटिक के इंजेक्शंस लग रहे हैं, जानवरों को ग्रोथ हार्मोन्स दिया जा रहा है, तो हमारी बॉडी ऑटो इम्यून हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से आर्थराइटिस और कई बीमारियां, स्किन डिजीज बढ़ रही हैं। तो जैसे ही आप जानवर से प्राप्त पदार्थ छोड़ते हो और इमीडिएटली आपको बेनिफिट मिलेगा। बस उनको बोलो चीनी नहीं लेनी, कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स वगैरह नहीं पीनी और ब्रेड नहीं खाना बिल्कुल भी, क्योंकि ब्रेड जो बनाने का तरीका है उसमें काफी ज्यादा केमिकल्स और कुछ ऐसे हानिकारक तत्व यूज होते हैं जो पेट के गुड बैक्टीरिया को कम कर देते हैं। और एक मैं आप सबको बोलना चाहूंगा, जैसे आप स्कूटर की सर्विस कराते हो, बाइक की कराते हो, कार की कराते हो, पिछली बार अपनी कब कराई थी? हाँ जी, स्कूटर की, बाइक की, कार की सर्विस कराते हो ना, पिछली बार अपनी खुद की कब कराई थी? हमें पता ही नहीं। बेसिकली आयुर्वेद में एक टेक्निक होती है पंचकर्म, वमन, विरेचन, बस्ती, नस्यम और रक्त मोक्षण, इसको पंचकर्म बोलते हैं। और आयुर्वेद में ये इतनी बढ़िया टेक्निक है, इससे हम बॉडी को डिटॉक्स कर लेते हैं, तो कभी जिंदगी में बीमार ही नहीं पड़ते। तो हर एक व्यक्ति को पूरे जीवन काल में हर 6 महीने में पंचकर्म कराना चाहिए। इस जन्म में कभी कैंसर नहीं आएगा, इस जन्म में कभी किडनी फेल नहीं होगी, इस जन्म में कभी लीवर फेल नहीं होगा। जितनी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां खड़ी करोगे ना, इनके मजे खुद ही ले पाओगे। वरना जब आप कंपनी खड़ी करते हो, कमाने लग जाते हो, वहां जाके कोई किडनी फेल या हार्ट अटैक या कुछ और हो जाता है, मजे कोई और लेता है। मेहनत आप करते हो।
प्रणाम आचार्य जी।
जी
मेरे को एक सवाल ये था, एक तो
जी
आजकल
बताइए।
ये जो घुटने में बहुत दर्द होता है और हाथों हाथ उसको ऑपरेशन कराने बोलता है आर्टिफिशियल ये करवाने के लिए, उसका क्या कर
10
सकते
से
हैं?
15 दिन में कैसा मर्जी घुटना हो, 10 में से 8 लोगों का बिना ऑपरेशन घुटना रिपेयर हो जाता है। मैं आपको एक लाइन बता देता हूं, हमारी बॉडी बीमार होने के लिए बनी ही नहीं है। हमारी बॉडी बीमार होने के लिए नहीं बनी, हम इसको जानबूझ के बीमार करते हैं। घुटने के दर्द के लिए एक थेरेपी होती है जिसको बोलते हैं जानू बस्ती, जानू पिच्चू और जानू लेपम। ये 3 टेक्निक से 10 में से 8 या 9 लोगों का 10 से 15 दिन में घुटना रिपेयर हो जाता है। वही घुटना जिंदगी भर काम करता है। आप एक काम करो, आज के बाद, अगर आज के बाद किसी के, आपके सामने किसी को हार्ट अटैक पड़ जाए तो क्या करोगे? आपके सामने किसी को हार्ट, आजकल पढ़ रहे हैं ना, रोज सुन रहे हैं कि बंदा घोड़ी पे जा रहा था शादी कराने, गिर के मर गया, 28 साल का लड़का। 25वीं सालगिरह पे मियां बीवी डांस कर रहे थे, पति बीवी को गोल गोल घुमा रहा था, खुद ही गोल घूम के गिर गया। अभी 7वीं क्लास की लड़की स्कूल जा रही थी, गिर के मर गई। यहीं आपके भोपाल में 28 साल का डॉक्टर हॉस्पिटल में राउंड लगा रहा था, गिर के मर गया। अखबारों में खबरें आती है ना, तो खड़े खड़े लोग मर रहे हैं। तो क्या करोगे अगर आपके सामने किसी को हार्ट अटैक पड़ जाए? तो आज के बाद क्या करोगे बताओ? किसी को आइडिया है? हाँ, वो हार्ट अटैक में नहीं देते, वो हार्ट अरेस्ट में देते हैं, कार्डियक अरेस्ट में देते हैं। हार्ट अटैक में अगर आपको, जब तक हॉस्पिटल लेके जा रहे हो, जब तक आप एम्बुलेंस नहीं आई, तब तक आपके घर में एक चीज पड़ी है जिसको बोलते हैं अदरक। अदरक पड़ी है घर में, तो आप उसको बोलो जब तक डॉक्टर आ रहा है, जब तक हॉस्पिटल जा रहे हैं, जब तक एम्बुलेंस आ रही है, आप अदरक चबाना शुरू कर दो। आपने 1998 की एक नोबेल प्राइज स्टडी है कि अगर बॉडी में नाइट्रिक ऑक्साइड का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा दिया जाए तो वैसोडाइलेशन होता है और बॉडी की एपिथेलियम लेयर नई बनने लग जाती है। तो अदरक में सबसे नाइट्रिक ऑक्साइड होता है। तो अदरक मिल जाए, अदरक खा लो, काली मिर्च चबा लो, हरी मिर्च चबा लो, लाल मिर्च चबा लो। अच्छा, आपको लग रहा है लाल मिर्च कैसे चबाएं, सी करेगा बंदा, मुंह में मिर्चें डाल दी तो क्या होगा? अरे बंदा बचाना है कि नहीं? उस टाइम लाल मिर्च देखोगे क्या हरी मिर्च देखोगे? अगर आपके सामने कोई बेहोश हो जाए, आपके सामने कोई बेहोश हो जाए तो क्या करोगे? तो काली मिर्च होती है हर घर में, काली मिर्च का थोड़ा सा पाउडर लेके एक नाक को बंद करके नाक में फूंक मार दो काली मिर्च की, नस्वार सुनते थे बचपन में? नस्वार हमारी दादी नानी लिया करती थी। आपका बंदा उठ के बैठ जाएगा। तो छोटे छोटे नुस्खे हैं, छोटे छोटे तरीके हैं। आपको पता है अंग्रेज भारत में आए थे, काली मिर्च के चक्कर में आए थे। काली मिर्च को ब्लैक गोल्ड बोला जाता है। काली मिर्च सन 1500 से पहले सोने से महंगी हुआ करती थी। सोना सस्ता था, काली मिर्च महंगी थी। काली मिर्च के बारे में क्या बोला जाता है कि अगर बचपन से ही 1-1.5 साल के बच्चे को हफ्ते में 4-5 दिन 2-4 दाने काली मिर्च की डाइट में डाल दिए जाएं, तो जब 15-20 साल खा ले वो, इस जन्म में कभी चश्मा नहीं लग सकता उसको। इस जन्म में कभी उसको अस्थमा, लंग्स की प्रॉब्लम, कोई पफ, कोई स्प्रे नहीं लेने पड़ेंगे। इस जन्म में उसको कभी हार्ट अटैक नहीं पड़ सकता। मतलब जब डेथ होगी तो नेचुरल डेथ होगी। तो काली मिर्च खाना शुरू कर दो आज से, प्लीज आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है। काली मिर्च लेकिन रोज नहीं, कुछ भी जो बोलूंगा रोज नहीं करना, हफ्ते में 4 या 5 दिन करना है, क्योंकि रोज करेंगे बॉडी को आदत पड़ जाएगी। आयुर्वेद कहता है पानी भी रोज नहीं पीना, इसीलिए निर्जला एकादशी आती है, इसीलिए करवा चौथ का व्रत आता है, इसीलिए जैन भाइयों में चलिए आते हैं, हम निर्जला व्रत रखते हैं। तो पानी भी रोज नहीं पीना, बॉडी को रोज कुछ भी दोगे आदत पड़ जाएगी। हम पहले पूरा साल गेहूं नहीं खाते थे, साल में कुछ महीने गेहूं, कुछ महीने बाजरा, कुछ महीने रागी, कभी चावल, कभी मक्की, ऐसे खाते थे। अभी 365 दिन गेहूं खाए जा रहे हैं सारे। गेहूं 365 दिन खाने की आइटम नहीं है। और जो गेहूं हम खा रहे हैं वो बर्बाद गेहूं है, वो हमें कैंसर ही देगा, किडनी फेल ही देगा, डायबिटीज देगा। क्यों? क्योंकि पुराने टाइम पे गेहूं को पहले 1 साल पुराना करते थे। जो भी लोग 45-50 साल के हैं हाथ उठाना एक बार जरा। आप याद करो, हमारे घर में गेहूं पहले ड्रम में भर के थे रखे, पहले 1 साल पुराना करते थे। गेहूं भी पुराना खाते थे, चावल भी पुराना खाते थे। और पहले 1 साल पुराना करके जब गेहूं पिसवाते थे तो 1 हफ्ते का निकालते थे, नीचे छेद होता था ड्रम में, थोड़ा सा निकालते थे 1 हफ्ते का, उसको 2 घंटे भिगो के रखते थे, फिर उसको सुखाते थे, फिर 1 हफ्ते का पिसवाते थे। अभी क्या आप बना बनाया आटा लाते हो बाजार से, जो 6-6 महीने खराब नहीं होता, क्योंकि उसमें हानिकारक केमिकल डले हुए हैं ताकि कीड़ा ना लगे। लेकिन आपके पुराने गेहूं में, आटे में कीड़ा डल जाता था तो वो अच्छा था। जो चीज कीड़े खाएं वो बढ़िया है, जो चीज कीड़े भी ना खाएं वो तुम भी मत खाओ, क्योंकि वो आपके खाने के लायक भी नहीं। आप एक काम करो, मार्केट से एक ब्रांडेड बर्गर लेके आओ और एक आप अपने घर का बर्गर बनाओ, दोनों को रख दो, देखो 1 हफ्ते के अंदर कौन खराब होता है। जो आपके घर का बना होगा वो 1 हफ्ते में उसके अंदर फंगस लग जाएगी, लेकिन जो मार्केट वाला बर्गर होगा उसमें हफ्ते बाद भी फंगस नहीं लगेगी। तो सोचो, उसको फंगी भी नहीं खा रही, उसको तुम खा रहे हो। तो सोचो तुम्हारे पेट में अल्सर, कैंसर, यही सब होगा ना। तो एक आधा सवाल और ले सकते हैं। हाँ जी,
नमस्ते सर।
जी नमस्ते।
सर अभी पिछले 4-5 सालों से बड़े डिस्कशंस है अराउंड साइड इफेक्ट्स ऑफ कोविड वैक्सीन, और जो आपने अभी बताया यंग लोगों को हार्ट अटैक्स आ रहे हैं या और डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही है, तो उसके लिए सबसे पहले क्या आपको लगता है कि वो जेन्युइन है कोविड के साइड इफेक्ट्स, या ये हमारी लाइफस्टाइल जो बदल गई है वही रीजन है? और
पहली बात तो कोविड प्लैंडेमिक था, वो पेंडेमिक नहीं था। क्या था वो?
प्लैंडेमिक।
तो सोचो फिर उसके बाद जो प्यार वाली डोज लगी वो भी क्या होगी, जब एक चीज है ही नहीं। आपको बचपन में याद होगा, आपको आंखों में फ्लू आता था, याद है? फ्लू होता था आंखों में तो मैडम बोलती थी अब 2-4 दिन स्कूल मत आना, क्योंकि तेरी वजह से दूसरों को हो जाएगा। तो कोविड भी तो यही था, एक को हो रहा है दूसरे को हो रहा है, दूसरे को हो रहा है। ये फ्लू होते हैं, हर सीजन बदलने पे आते हैं और ये कई सालों से आते हैं, लेकिन इससे कोई मरता नहीं है। हमारी गलती क्या है, हमें पता नहीं है फ्लू में करना क्या होता है। जब भी फ्लू आए, फीवर आए, 3 दिन तक खाना नहीं खाना होता, और आप लोग दूध में रस डुबो के खा रहे होते हो, ब्रेड डुबो के खा रहे होते हो, कहीं भी नहीं पंगे लेने होते भाई। और आप लोग हॉस्पिटल में 30-50 लाख के बिल बनवा के आए। आपको पता है दुनिया में आज तक पूरे वर्ल्ड में 40 साल में कॉकटेल दवाइयों के जितने भी ट्रायल हुए हैं सब फेल हुए हैं। आपको पता है कोविड में ट्रायल हुए थे कॉकटेल, पता है आपको? आइवरमेक्टिन, एजिथ्रोमाइसिन, HCQ और साथ में आपका रेमडेसिविर, इनके कॉकटेल बना के दिए गए और कितने लोग मरे? आज तक दुनिया में कॉकटेल दवाइयों के 38 से ज्यादा कंट्रीज में रिसर्च हुई है और आप हैरान होगे, हर एक रिसर्च फेल हुई है। जिसने भी कॉकटेल की दवाइयां खाई थी 6 लोगों ने, उनमें से 1 मरा। जिसने 6 से ऊपर दवाइयां एक साथ खाई थी उनमें 4 में से 1 मरा। जिसने 4 दवाइयों का कॉकटेल लिया था उनमें 4 में से 1 मरा, 6 में से 1 मरा। आप चेक कर लो, 25 अप्रैल 2020 को लेंसेट का जर्नल छपा हुआ है, चेक कर लो गूगल पे। 25 अप्रैल 2020 को लेंसेट का जर्नल है कि दुनिया में कॉकटेल की दवाइयां जब भी दी गई हैं तो लोग मरते हैं। तो ये कभी भी जब दवाइयों का कॉकटेल बनाते हो तो मत बनाया करो, ठीक है जी। तो अभी कोई छोटा मोटा
Thank
सवाल
you,
है तो
sir.
ठीक है, नहीं तो फिर इसको क्लोज करते हैं जी। देखो मैं 2 चीज बता देता हूं सारी बीमारियों के लिए। एक तो सुबह उठते ही बिना कुल्ला बिना ब्रश करे उकड़ू बैठ के गर्म पानी पियो, पहला काम। नंबर 2, जब भी खाना खाते हो वज्र आसन में बैठ के खाओ। ये 2 काम कर लो, आपकी 90% प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी। वज्र आसन में बैठ के, वज्र आसन पता है, पंजे मोड़ के एड़ी के ऊपर बैठ के वज्र आसन में खाना खा लो तो आपकी 90% प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएंगी। और थायराइड के लिए भुजंगासन करो, ठीक हो जाएगा। ठीक है जी, मेरे हिसाब से टाइम हो गया शायद। चलो पूछ लो आप
जी।
पार्किंसन 2 से 3 महीने में ठीक हो जाती है पंचकर्मा से। देखो अगर आपको कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा ना तो बस पंचकर्मा करा लो। हर 7-6 महीने बाद बॉडी को क्लीन कर लो, डिटॉक्स कर लो। स्कूटर की सर्विस पे पैसे लगाते हो, कार पे लगाते हो, अपने पे भी लगा दो थोड़े। जब मरोगे कम छोड़ जाना। कौन सा कफन में जेब है आपके, लेके जाओगे कुछ साथ में?
जी नमस्कार आचार्य जी।
जी बताइए
जी मैं जस्ट
Questions, please. I
Yes.
request because we have a tight packed
Yes.
sessions further. आचार्य मनीष सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तो थैंक यू वेरी मच, धन्यवाद सबको। और अगर किसी को ज्यादा सवाल पूछने हो तो इंदौर में हमारा क्लिनिक है, सेंटर है, वहां जाके पूछ लेना। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हेलो।
हम सभी अपने दिनचर्या में कुछ न कुछ ऐसी चीजों से जूझते हैं जिन बातों का जवाब जीना सीखो के माध्यम से आचार्य मनीष जी ने आज हम सभी के बीच में प्रस्तुत किया। आचार्य मनीष सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इट वॉज अ अमेजिंग, thoughtful, thought provoking session in early in the morning, energizing all of us with this completely theme based speech by you, स्वाभाविक, स्वनिर्मित एंड स्वनिर्मित। और इसी के साथ में मैं आप सभी का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा कि आज आप ये कॉन्क्लेव देख रहे हो, इसकी एक पूरी कमिटी है। वी ऑल नो दिस, वी आर वर्किंग, ऑल द एंटायर कमिटी मेंबर्स आर वर्किंग फ्रॉम मेनी मंथ्स। और अलग अलग प्रकार से हमारे जो प्रेसिडेंट है नवीन भैया, वो अलग अलग तरीके से पूरे तैयारी की मीटिंग करते हैं। एक ऐसी ही मीटिंग हमारी थीम पे बेस्ड हेरिटेज वॉक के रूप में गोपाल मंदिर इंदौर में की गई थी। और मैं एवी टीम से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो पूरी तैयारी की श्रृंखला आपको दिखाई जाए। एवी टीम। I request Niket Mangal to conclude.
थैंक यू सो मच प्रतीक भैया, इट वॉज सच अ लवली वीडियो। एंड इसका जो एक्सपीरियंस था, आई एम श्योर जिन लोगों ने अटेंड किया था ये वीडियो के पूरा, बहुत अच्छा था। थैंक यू सो मच मनीष सर, आचार्य जी, आपने आज सुबह सुबह सबकी नींद उड़ा दी। क्योंकि हम सब जितने यहाँ बैठे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं हमारी लाइफस्टाइल उतनी अच्छी नहीं है। हम किस समय सोते हैं, किस समय जागते हैं, जो योग हम करते थे, जो हमारी पद्धतियां थी, हम सब भूल चुके हैं। मॉडर्नाइज होने के कारण हम ये सब भूल चुके हैं। आज हम सुबह सुबह हमने वो चीज़ें सीखी है, जानी है, एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट एवरी वन, ईच वन ऑफ यू, कि हम इन सब चीज़ों का ध्यान रखें एंड लाइफ में इनको इम्प्लीमेंट करें। सर, मैं पर्सनली इन सब चीज़ों को इम्प्लीमेंट करूंगा। आई प्रॉमिस यू दिस थिंग। जब नेक्स्ट हम मिलेंगे तो मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि मैंने क्या क्या फॉलो किया। एंड एट द सेम टाइम, अगर आप मनीष आचार्य जी से और कांटेक्ट में रहना चाहते हैं या उनकी जो भी पद्धति है वो सीखना चाहते हैं, आप इंस्टा पर उनको फॉलो कर सकते हैं। ही हैज़ ऑलमोस्ट 1 मिलियन फॉलोअर्स। इतने लोग उनको फॉलो करते हैं और अपनी लाइफस्टाइल बदलते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू एवरीवन।
एक लाइन मैं बोलना चाहूंगा, मैं भूल गया, फिर बता दूंगा। आप ना एक रूल याद करो, जब प्यास लगे तभी पानी पीना है, जब भूख लगे तभी खाना खाना है, और जब थक जाओ तो सो जाना है। कोई यूट्यूब के चक्कर में नहीं पड़ना, 8 लीटर पानी पियो, 6 लीटर पानी पियो, कोई ऐसा रूल नहीं है। आयुर्वेद कहता है प्यास लगेगी तभी पानी पीना है, भूख लगेगी तभी खाना खाना है। घड़ी देख के खाना नहीं खाना, भूख है तो ही खाना खाना है, और थक जाओ तो सो जाना है। रात को रीलें नहीं देखती रहनी 11-11, 12-12, 1-1 बजे तक, वरना थोड़े दिन में कोई ना कोई बड़ी बीमारी आ जाएगी। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अ बिग राउंड ऑफ applause फॉर आचार्य मनीष जी। IMA seems like I am Ayurveda today. Thank you very much. Now may I call upon stage Mr. Ayush Dafaria, partner, Aral Industries, for the next session, MOC of the next session. Ayush.
Hi, good morning everyone. Welcome to Paise Ki Baat, Beyond Bulls and Bears session. I now request the AV team to please run the introduction.
Some leaders study the markets, the rare ones shape mindset and change how a nation invests in its future. Please welcome Mr. Rashesh Shah, Chairman of Edelweiss. He co-founded Edelweiss in 1996 and has grown it into one of India's most respected financial services groups. With 35 plus years in finance, he has been a strong voice for India's growth by channeling savings into investments and turning ambition into opportunity. Beyond business, he guides the Edelgill Foundation, supporting sports and education, and has served as FICCI president, and he is on key government committees. His contributions have earned him honors, including EY Entrepreneur of the Year Financial Services. A man known for clear thinking, calm leadership, and bold conviction. Please welcome Mr. Rashesh Shah.
Thank you. I request Mr. Manoj Jain, MD Shriram Life Insurance and IMA board member, along with Mrs. Swati Jain, the director of Arihant Capital, to escort the speaker to the stage. I request Mr. Vineet Goyal, VP Complex 1 Head, SRF Limited, for the floral welcome and memento presentation to the speaker. Thank you. I now invite Mrs. Rashisha for the talk. Sir.
So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure that we have Mr. Rashish Shah, who's the chairman and the founder for Edelweiss. And today, he's going to speak in conversation with me and Swati on how he has built up this great institution. He's a first generation entrepreneur. He is an IIM Ahmedabad alumni. And Paise ki baat, I think there's no better person than Mr. Rashish Bhai to talk on in this morning how money can work. So before he start, I request sir, if you can just share your story, because here we have a gathering, mostly students, and they will be very, very inspired to listen to your story, because everybody, as I said in the morning, everybody has to build and do their bit. So as you, sir, because the things has not come to you on the platter, you have created, and we will be very, very happy to hear that before we move on your favorite topic, Paise ki baat.
So, thanks a lot and a very good morning to all of you. ये जो event है इंदौर मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन का, यहाँ आके I am actually very grateful. I am very honored कि I got an opportunity to be here. I've heard a lot about this big event, and it's great to be in this room with the kind of energy and enthusiasm that I can experience. So thank you, Manish. Thank you, Swati. Thank you, IMA, for this opportunity and honor to me. I think जो आपने कहा, जो हमारी story है, Edelweiss की story है, ये actually India की story है. In the last about 30-40 years, India has been on a what I call consistent growth. There is a continuous consistent growth. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या है, हमें ये दिखता नहीं है ये ग्रोथ में भी थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस होता है, लेकिन ये ग्रोथ इज नॉट वेरी इजी टू सी इन एवरीडे लाइफ. So about 35 years ago, when I graduated from IIM Ahmedabad, I had joined ICICI, and my actually intention was at that time to stay in ICICI only. I wanted to be an officer. I come from an entrepreneurial family. जो मेरे uncles, मेरे father, उनका खुद का business था छोटा मोटा, जो आज हम उनको MSME बोलते हैं. एक छोटा business था. तो my intention was कि I didn't want to be an entrepreneur, do business, do the hard work, because I saw entrepreneurs actually had to work very hard. और मेरा intention था कि ऑफिस जाके एयर कंडीशन कैबिन में बैठना है, काम करना है. तो उसके लिए MBA किया, ICICI में मिल गया जॉब, and I was very happy. But unfortunately, in ICICI, I met a lot of entrepreneurs, including the founder of Infosys, Mr. Murthy, Mr. Narayan Murthy. I was the account officer for Infosys. और उस time India was opening up after the. So India की जो story है, we got our independence 75 years ago in 1947. But we got our economic independence only after the balance of payment crisis of 1991. उसके बाद India खुल गया. We got lot more opportunities. Until then, there was a different economic India, and after that, there was a new economic India. So I graduated from Ahmedabad in 89, और एक दो साल के बाद जब इंडिया की बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट क्राइसिस हुई, उसके बाद इंडिया स्टार्टेड रियली चेंजिंग. और इंडिया का जो फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर है, that underwent a big change. So आप अगर देखिए, about 35 years ago, NSE got formed, SEBI got formed, FIIs आने लगे, then we got private sector banks, then we got all the mutual funds started coming in. ये सब उसी टाइम में हुआ. तो fortunately at that time there was a lot of excitement in the financial services area. तो उस टाइम पे because of all this and because of Mr. Murthy and everybody saying इंडिया में तो अगर करना है तो entrepreneur होना है, बहुत opportunity आ रही है, India is growing, all of that. So उस टाइम पे without thinking a lot, हमने एडलवाइस स्टार्ट कर दी सेइंग फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज में कुछ हो रहा है हमें भी करना है. I wish I knew even half of what I know now, then that decision would have been very easy. But I think the enthusiasm of youth, the जो उस टाइम का इंडिया में जो हो रहे थे, you know, changes, all the global firms were coming to India, FIs आ रहे थे, म्यूचुअल फंड आ रहे थे, तो उसमें एडलवाइस स्टार्ट हो गई. बट स्टार्ट होने के बाद first 3 years everything went wrong, and actually that is also part of India's story. So अगर आप इंडिया में whatever we say, तो एक इंडिया की कहावत है कि whatever you believe of India is true and the opposite of that is also true. And इंडिया में ऑप्टिमिस्ट भी खुश होते हैं और इंडिया में पेसिमिस्ट भी खुश होते हैं. सो इंडिया का वो एक कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी है, इंडिया का एक वो है पैराडॉक्स है कि इंडिया में अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है और खिचपिच भी बहुत है. इनफैक्ट इफ यू सी ऑन द लॉन्ग टर्म बेसिस इंडिया में ग्रोथ बहुत कंसिस्टेंट है. आज आई हैव स्टडीड द इंडियन मार्केट फ्रॉम 82 ऑनवर्ड्स. आवर इकोनॉमी फ्रॉम 82 has actually doubled every 8 years in US dollar terms. So in 1982, our economy was only $100 billion. In 89, it became $200 billion. In 2000, it became $500 billion. In 2008, it became $1 trillion. In 2016, it became $2 trillion. And 2024, it became $4 trillion. तो अगर हम ये देखते हैं तो इंडिया का ग्रोथ बहुत स्टेबल दिखता है, लेकिन जो इसके बीच में जो ड्रामा होता है, जो खिचपिच होती है, जो उतार चढ़ाव आते हैं, वो उसमें काफ़ी लोग हम लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं. और ये इंडिया की स्टोरी है. इंडिया इज़ वेरी हाईली अनस्टेबल, हाईली वॉलेटाइल, लॉट ऑफ ड्रामा, और हमारे मीडिया का भी ड्रामा होता है, एवरीथिंग गेट्स एम्पलीफाइड. सो इन द शॉर्ट टर्म एवरीथिंग इज़ वेरी केओटिक, बट इन द लॉन्ग टर्म एवरीथिंग इज वेरी स्टेबल. एंड हमारा एडलवाइस का भी यही एक्सपीरियंस हुआ. आफ्टर वी स्टार्टेड फर्स्ट 3 years एशियन फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस हो गया, यू नो, वो उस टाइम MS शूज का क्राइसिस हो गया, CRB कैपिटल क्राइसिस. फर्स्ट 3 years वेरी बैड. वट एवर प्लान वी हैड, एक्चुअली एवरीथिंग हैड गॉन रॉन्ग. But in those 3 years, fortunately, we kept on investing in the business. We kept on saying कि इंडिया की स्टोरी तो आएगी, and we hired some good people. We built a good foundation. So the first 3 years were extremely bad. The next 4 years were very good. Then another 3 years also after 2001 के बाद, 2001 के बाद, 1, 2, 3 were again very bad. 3 to 8 was very good. 8 to 11 was very bad. 13, 14 was bad. Then 18 के बाद IL&FS crisis के बाद. So on 30 years, about 14, 15 years have been very good. About 14, 15 years have been very bad. And actually that is the India story. So अगर आपको इंडिया की स्टोरी एक्सपीरियंस करनी है तो you have to accept this, कि in the long term there is a lot of opportunity, in the short term there is a lot of खिचपिच. In fact, हम Edelweiss में what we also say is, in finance we look at return on equity, return on capital employed, return on assets. We also see call something called return on खिचपिच, because ROKP बोलते हैं हम उसको. Because इंडिया में entrepreneur है, investor है, जो भी businessman है, they bring खिचपिच also to the table. And वो जो खिचपिच का रिटर्न मिलता है आपको, because इंडिया में बहुत खिचपिच होती है और हर बिजनेस छोटा बड़ा खिचपिच से ही ग्रो होता है, but it grows over a long term. So to just complete the Edelweiss story, then when we started, you were asking me about the name. So उस टाइम पे concept was कि most of the financial services companies were either banks or they were started by the big corporate houses. So Birla, Tata, L&T, Mahindra, वो सब, they were all very big names. They all had finance company. We were starting small, you know, if your name is Shah, what do you call it? So हमने बहुत सोचा, and then we said, I was very inspired by Apple. So हमने बोला we will use a fruit or a flower in the name. So हमने काफ़ी fruit को study किए, काफ़ी flower को study किए, orange देखा, banana देखा, चीकू देखा. उसके बाद I think Edelweiss the flower, it's an alpine flower. For those of you who don't know, it is a very small, pure, it grows in very harsh conditions. It grows in very cold climate. in very harsh condition, up in the Alps it grows. So हमें Edelweiss का concept अच्छा लगा कि something that can blossom and that can bloom under harsh conditions, and something that is pure and white is Edelweiss. So then we started with the name Edelweiss, and it has grown for us over the years.
Thank you very much, sir. So I request Swati to have a question.
Sir, good morning, sir. So, sir, India's financial ecosystem has evolved rapidly in the past, from products to advisory-led model, from scale to, from access to inclusion and scalability. So, how have you steered across, you have seen the entire spectrum from capital to credit and everything. So, what is the leadership quality that has, helped you navigate through this uncertainty?
Yeah, so actually I will say it in two parts. ये इसमें दो अलग-अलग issues है. एक issue है कि हम जो we make it very complicated. Ultimately, finance is all about we move capital from one place to another and risk from one place to another. As a joke, we always say we are in the transportation business. हम कैपिटल को इधर से इधर मूव करते हैं, रिस्क को इधर से इधर मूव करते हैं, and you do it along with advice. You sometimes do it as a principal, sometimes you do it as an advisor, sometimes as an asset manager, as all of that. So I think ultimately the basis of finance is to understand कहाँ capital है और कहाँ capital use हो सकता है, और वो capital use होने में risk का क्या exchange होता है. Whether आप credit की बात करते हैं, इंश्योरेंस की बात करते हैं, एसेट मैनेजमेंट की बात करते हैं. सो अंडरस्टैंडिंग द फंडामेंटल्स ऑफ कैपिटल रिस्क एंड हाउ इज वैल्यू गेटिंग क्रिएटेड is where everything in finance is actually resting upon. There are quite a few students out here, and I always advise students कि अगर if you can understand where capital is coming from, where capital is getting used, what are the issues on risk and what are the issues around value creation, then you can be a good businessman, you can be a good investor, you can be a good finance professional also. Now, along with that, as you said, over the years, the one big structural change in India, जो last around 30 years में हुआ है, I've always believed that India, we save quite a bit of money. India is a country of savers. But until 30 years ago, we were not a country of investors. So entrepreneurs थे, लेकिन entrepreneur activity was also at a low key. Because हमको आता था how to save money. Because uncertainty है, future में illness हो सकती है, retirement है, घर खरीदना है, college भेजना है अपने kids को. तो we always knew how to save money. But उसका जो अलग angle है, after saving comes investment. वो I think last 30 years में India has learned how to invest also, not just how to save money. And in this investing, I think all these new verticals in finance have come about: asset management, wealth management, insurance, banking, NBFC, all that has come. But the fundamental in this has been India is moving from saving to investing. India has become very comfortable investing. हम जो बात करते हैं SIP की, SIP is ultimately systematic investment plan. और वो जो इनिशियली इन्वेस्टमेंट होते थे उसमें इमोशंस आते थे, ग्रीड, फियर, ऑल दोस वर देयर. वो अभी भी है, लेकिन स्लोली एंड स्टेडीली आई थिंक इंडिया इज लर्निंग टू इन्वेस्ट स्मार्टली, इन्वेस्ट वाइजली, इन्वेस्ट कंसिस्टेंटली. एंड उसमें आई थिंक दिस एडवाइजरी बेस्ड मॉडल्स, एसेट मैनेजमेंट, AIFs, इनविट्स, रीट्स, ये सब आए हैं. So ultimately, ये जो एक road है इंडिया की financial system is actually moving capital from one end to another and risk from the other end to this end. और वो जो road है वो expand हो रहा है. वो एक ही पहले था road 30 years ago was called banks. It was the only place where anybody who has extra capital, anybody who is saving money would go to the bank and keep the money and the bank would give it to industry. But अभी वो bank के बाद अभी NBFC हो गए हैं, बॉन्ड मार्केट आया है, इक्विटी मार्केट आया है, इंश्योरेंस आया है, AIFs आए हैं, इनविट आया है, रीट आया है, तो दैट रोड इज गेटिंग एक्सपांडेड. सो थिंक अबाउट इट, जहाँ पे 1 लेन का रोड था वहाँ पे अभी 8 लेन हो गए हैं. एंड एक्चुअली दैट इज हाउ फाइनेंस हैज इवॉल्व, एंड फाइनेंस विल कंटिन्यू टू इवॉल्व, बिकॉज जो इंडिया का ग्रोथ है एट अ $4 trillion इकोनॉमी, we don't need only 8 roads, we need another 8 roads also. So और भी आएंगे new products, new areas where a lot of nuance will come about, so that this conversion from saving to investment becomes smarter and smarter. और जो investor को जो risk चाहिए, जो return चाहिए, जो liquidity चाहिए, उसके हिसाब से उनको product are available to them.
So, sir, the next obvious question when you're here, and the audience will also be keen, how a common man can create wealth and a value? If you can just throw some light in a very simple word, and especially the students, how they can have a saving habits which can create a value and a wealth in the long term.
So actually I'll start with, again, going back to the India story which I said. Over last 30 years, one of the things I'm still grappling with is this complexity of India between short-term volatility and the long-term stability, जो इंडिया की कोर स्टोरी है. एंड इसमें हम लोग काफ़ी उलझ जाते हैं, बिकॉज जो शॉर्ट टर्म वॉलेटिलिटी है वो भी रियल है, और जो लॉन्ग टर्म अपॉर्चुनिटी है वो भी रियल है. सो द फर्स्ट इज, आई ऑल्सो गो बैक टू द एडलवाइज स्टोरी. सो व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड एडलवाइज, हमने एक अच्छा सा बिजनेस प्लान क्रिएट किया. एज गुड MBA स्टूडेंट्स हमको वो तो आता है, एक्सेल शीट में हाउ टू मेक अ गुड बिजनेस प्लान. सो आवर एक्सपेक्टेशन एट दैट टाइम वाज, फर्स्ट ईयर वी विल अर्न अबाउट 30 लाख रुपीस, अगले साल 30 विल गो टू 50 लाख, फिर 1 करोड़ होगा, फोर्थ ईयर विल बी 1.5 करोड़, फिफ्थ ईयर विल बी 2 करोड़, राइट? ऐसा होता है एक्सेल में प्लान, विच इज लाइक अ स्ट्रेट ग्रोथ जो ऊपर जाता है. एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, फर्स्ट ईयर वी एक्चुअली डिड एग्जैक्टली 30 lakhs एज पर द प्लान. जो भी प्लान था वो हो गया एग्जीक्यूट. सेकेंड ईयर वो 30 का 28 हो गया, थर्ड ईयर उसका 18 हो गया. एंड हियर इज वेर यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि एक्चुअली जो प्लान होता है और जो एक्चुअल रियलिटी होती है वो अलग होते हैं. यू स्टिल हैव टू प्लान, बिकॉज यू हैव टू हैव एन आइडिया ऑफ हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू डू, व्हाट यू आर गोइंग टू डू, बट यू शुड नॉट एक्सपेक्ट के थिंग्स विल गो एज पर प्लान. सो इन द थर्ड ईयर वो एक्चुअली 18 हो गया, जहाँ 1 करोड़ होने वाला था. फोर्थ ईयर वी हिट 1 करोड़ रुपीज. फिफ्थ ईयर we hit 11 crores. And here भी वो था कि in the short term things will not go as you want, in the long term they will go even higher than what you expect. And वो इंडिया में बहुत है, काफ़ी स्टोरीज है, काफ़ी बिजनेस की ये स्टोरी है, that India will surprise you in the long term, but it will truly harass you in the short term. And you should be prepared for that. So that is the first thing, you should get used to it. In the last 30 years, I have seen so many crises in India. Every 3 years, every 2 years, there is some crisis. I started my career in 89. उस time पे हो रहा था, the entire VP Singh and the Mandal Commission. I think there are quite a few people in this room who were not even born then, but we had the VP Singh Mandal Commission issues. Then we had the India balance of payment crisis. Then we had Harsha Mehta scam. Then we had the Babri Masjid and all that, all the India, all the issues that happened after that. Then we had all this, the stock market, MS Shoes ka scam, and the NBFC crisis us time ki. Then we had Asian financial crisis. Then we had internet bubble burst. Then we had 2001-2 where India-Pak was almost at a war. Then 2008 ki global financial crisis. Then 2013 टेपर टेंट्रम हुआ था इंडिया के बारे में. 2018 ILFS के बाद क्राइसिस, फिर कोविड हुआ, अभी जो AI का हो रहा है. there is a volatility every 3-4 years, and ये volatility real है, artificial नहीं है. You can't close your eyes to that. You have to accept it, but you have to go through it to find that big opportunity that is awaiting India, and that will continue to be there. And the last thing I would say is, I think ये जो stock market, there are quite a few stock market investors out here. स्टॉक मार्केट में एक होता है SIP की जो फिलोसॉफी है, which is consistent regular investing unemotionally, is actually a very good way to conduct your investment, to conduct your business, to conduct anything in India. That is the other way to really find the opportunity to create value, to create real wealth in India. And the other thing I've seen in the last 30 years, I've seen a lot of businesses get destroyed. A lot of entrepreneurs, very bright, very smart, a lot of very high IQ people have also struggled in India. Because India में IQ भी चाहिए, लेकिन EQ भी होनी चाहिए. So IQ and EQ have to be mixed to create wealth, to build business. And EQ may, discipline, long-term, patience, all those play also a very big role. And isme I've seen 4-5 things which have destroyed wealth and value, which also to all the people who want to be entrepreneurs or even investors, I would say you can try and avoid if it is possible. One is when you borrow a lot. Too much borrowing has destroyed more businesses than created businesses in India. So I always advise, whether आप entrepreneur हो, investor हो, be careful about borrowing. You should borrow money, but you should be very careful about borrowing. How much you are borrowing, how you are going to repay, कहाँ से cash flow आने वाला है. वो जो optimism पे borrow है कि आज कर दो borrow, market ऊपर जाएगा, that has destroyed a lot of people. And every day in the newspaper we hear stories of ये कंपनी bankrupt हो गई, ये हो गई, इसका बैंकों में घोटाला हुआ है. The root cause of that is too much borrowing. The other one I have seen is there is a lot of FOMO on which businesses or investing also happens. Everybody is buying AI, I should also do AI. Everybody is starting an NBFC, I should start an NBFC. Everybody is starting an insurance company, I should also start an insurance company. और इंडिया में वो बहुत होता है, दिखावा बहुत है कि if everybody else is doing and he is making good money out of it, I should also do it. So that has also destroyed a lot of business. जो आपको वो करना है जहाँ आपका firm belief है, आपकी कुछ काबिलियत है और आपका consistency, you are clear कि I will stay in this for the long term. So avoiding FOMO is also a good thing. Whether you are investor or entrepreneur, it is also very helpful. And the third thing is lot of complexity. तो क्या होता है, लोग जो बहुत इंटेलिजेंट लोग हैं वो हर चीज को बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स कर देते हैं. And in Edelweiss we have a saying that it should be simple, it should not be easy. अगर easy है तो कुछ प्रॉब्लम है. लाइफ में बिजनेस बनाना है, इन्वेस्ट करना है तो easy नहीं है. हार्ड वर्क है, स्किल सेट है रिक्वायर्ड है, हार्ड वर्क रिक्वायर्ड है, डिसिप्लिन रिक्वायर्ड है. आई थिंक अभी हमने आचार्य जी को जो सुना, a lot of things that he was saying are very simple about eating, about sleeping, about taking care of your body. But they are not easy. If they were easy, we will not have all the illnesses that we have. The same thing goes in investing and building a business, that it should be simple but not easy. So जहाँ complexity बहुत आ जाती है, वहाँ पे भी कुछ न कुछ accident हो जाता है. So avoid all of this and enjoy the India story is my advice to all the entrepreneurs and investors.
Sir, you have been a leader of reinvention, whether it be capital markets, credit, and now alternates that you are coming up with. कैसे आप handle करते हैं सारे conflicts, change in business model, change in mindset, and with the how to build a team around it? कैसे do you handle it?
So I think the other thing that India has always rewarded, not just us, but everybody that I have seen who have done well, is you have to be very agile. And there are a lot of stories in India. We have seen Reliance, a company, how it has evolved from, from selling fabric and making yarn to petrochemical to, now into telecom and retailing and all that. So you have to be very agile. And Edelweiss, what we have found is the way to be agile is to have a culture with the right kind of people. So I always say people and culture have to be aligned for agility. And you have to be an organization that constantly is able to learn. And what we do a lot, and I think it's the best thing, is you can learn a lot from your customers, from your clients. So we take every opportunity to meet with our customers, to meet with our clients and find out what their needs are. Because I think gone is the time in India that I make a product and I give it to the customer. It's the other way. The customer has a need and then I have to make a product. We have seen that kabhi in, like, you know, in garment manufacturing, if you are making polyester shirts, but the customers want cotton shirts, we will keep on trying कि मैं और एक polyester shirt बनाता हूँ, मैं एक extra collar दे देता हूँ, एक extra pocket दे देता हूँ, but you keep on making polyester shirts when the customers want cotton shirt, you will fail. So you have to keep abreast with the customer needs, the market need क्या है, and उसके लिए agility है, but वो भी hard work है. As I said, it's not easy, and nothing is easy. Like, you know, even taking care of your health and exercising is not easy. Though it is very simple. Go for a walk, you know, go for a swim, run, jog. जो भी करो वो easy, वो actually simple है, लेकिन वो easy नहीं है. अगर easy होता था तो it would have been very, very easy to execute. It's like the other example I gave about investing and business is like it is equal to losing weight, right? Is it easy to lose weight? No, I think all of us struggle with it. But is it simple? It is very simple. There are only two rules for losing weight. खाना कम खाओ और exercise थोड़ा ज़्यादा करो. It's an easy one, but it's not. It is not. I mean, it is extremely simple, easy to understand, hard to execute. Business भी ऐसा ही है. How to make a good business, how to evolve, how to be agile. They are very simple. Listen to your employees, listen to the customers, experiment with them, come out with products, see what is working, take the feedback, see how, you know, the needs of the market are evolving. But it needs constant work. You have to be constantly agile. You can't become very static. कि अभी मैंने सब कर दिया है, अभी मैं आराम से you know खटिए पे बैठ के मेरा business stable है. Everything changes every 2-3 years. And in India, we have to stay abreast of that.
So one last question. One simple advice for all young Indians here that they should follow in both financially and personally.
So I think first of all, I would say all the people who are starting their career now or are in the early part of their career, I envy you. I envy all of you. I think this is one of the best times to be starting a career, starting your business, starting your investing journey, whatever is it that you are doing. This is one of the golden ages of India. We have all experienced it, as I said, last 40 years, but that was on a very small base. लेकिन आज जो growth हो रहा है, जो अभी और भी होने वाला है, ये जो इंडिया की story है of doubling every 8 years, that will go on. It is not stopping. So आप लोग जो आने वाले 20-25 साल में experience करने वाले हो, it is going to be phenomenal. So first is, as I said, India needs both optimism and pessimism, but don't have it in equal measures. अगर आधा optimism है, आधा pessimism है, they will offset each other and you will get confused. आपका analysis paralysis हो जाएगा. We always recommend 70% optimism, 30% skepticism, pessimism in India. तो थोड़ा careful रहो, थोड़ा break को भी keep on pressing the brake, but only 30% of the time, 70% of the time, keep on pressing the accelerator. Only then car will go आगे. तो one is believe the India story, believe the opportunity, believe that over a long term there is payoff, that there is reward in India. The other is this SIP की जो हमने अभी बात की. I think SIP is not just an investing philosophy. It's a philosophy of doing things regularly, consistently. And I always advise people to take SIP from SIP as only creating wealth. SIP is the best way to create wealth. I think even in business, SIP works because you make small continuous investment all the time. It should not be कि आज अच्छा market है तो मैं बहुत invest करता हूँ. I see it in our industry all the time. जब भी market अच्छा है, everybody wants to start asset management, wealth management. एक दो साल market खराब हो जाता है, everybody wants to exit that. So that is not the way to build a good business or a portfolio. Consistently invest कीजिए. I also say that SIP should go also beyond building wealth. And जो आज का theme है, beyond, I think it is also about health. So I also say SIP in health is very important. Every day आप 5 मिनट 10 मिनट आपके health में invest कीजिए. Even when you are young, आप अगर 20 साल के हैं, 25 साल के हैं, 30 साल के हैं, cultivate this habit of SIP on your wealth side, but also do SIP on your health side. So thoda exercise, thoda meditation, the human, I think humans are very strange. Our body wants to be still. It wants to be idle, and we have to work hard to make it move. But our minds, they want to constantly move, and you have to work hard to keep it still. So a little bit of exercise physically and a little bit of meditation mentally, कि आपके बॉडी को एक्टिव कीजिए, आपके माइंड को इनएक्टिव कीजिए, उससे भी बहुत फायदा होगा. तो स्मॉल SIP इन हेल्थ इज ऑल्सो अ वेरी गुड आइडिया. स्मॉल SIP इन रिलेशनशिप्स इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. छोटा मोटा दोस्तों के साथ, बिकॉज बिजनेस तो बिजनेस है, but relationships are also important. So always say SIP in health, SIP in wealth, SIP in relationships. If you follow that, you will not only create wealth, you will be a great entrepreneur, but you will also enjoy the journey, because the idea is also to enjoy the next 20-30 years as India creates wealth, as India grows, as all of you do that. Also enjoy it in the journey. And if you have all three, in the stock market, I have seen a lot of people create a lot of wealth. But either health के issues है, relationship के issue है, father is fighting with son, brother is fighting with brother. तो relationships को भी don't take it for granted, health को भी don't take it for granted, and obviously all of you will create wealth. So
wonderful insight, sir. Thanks a lot.
So just to close, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rashish Shah, for your candid and insightful conversation. What we have heard today is not just about market and money, but it's about mindset. The bull and the bear, as Mr. Shah reminded, are not just in the market, they are in the real life also. 2-3 things which he said is, IQ is important, but EQ is important, but IQ is also equally important. For the entrepreneurs, don't be in the debt trap, and don't have that FOMO, fear of missing out. I think thank you very much, sir, for taking your time and blessing us here by your candid conversation to the Indore Management Association and to everyone. And on behalf of the Management Association, once again, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for this honor.
Thank you. I request everyone to please complete your passport activities and take your chances to win the laptop and other exciting prizes today. Thank you, sir. Your conversation definitely make us financially smarter today and will definitely give our investments a smarter look. I now request Mrs. Pavitra Sumaya, the founder of Panchnama, for the next session.
Thank you. I really
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now pleased to welcome our guest, Mr. Ganesh Natarajan, Independent Director and Non-Executive Chairman of Honeywell Automation India Limited. And I would now meanwhile request the team to please play the AV introduction for our guest.
Big ideas need bold thinkers. Meet Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, Executive Chairman and co-promoter of GTT Data Solutions, and a respected voice on the boards of several leading companies. A PhD from IIT Bombay with advanced programs at Harvard Business School, he has been recognized by EY and the Asia Pacific HR Forum for his leadership and impact. But titles are only part of the story. He is also the author of 14 books and a sought-after speaker at global forums, championing a powerful belief that skills, employment and entrepreneurship are the true engines of India's future. A thinker who challenges ideas, a speaker who inspires action, a writer who shapes perspective. Please welcome Dr. Ganesh Natarajan.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for our guest today? I would now like to request Mr. Rishikesh Nandedkar, Managing Director, Fusion Global Industries, India, to kindly escort our guest. I would now like to cordially invite Mr. Debashish Chakrabarti, Executive Vice President and Board Member, Pirmal Pharma, to give a floral welcome to our guest.
Is it done? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It gives me immense pleasure to now invite Mr. Navi Ramawat, Director, Indira Securities, to present a memento to our special guest today. I'm sorry, it is Mr. Navi Ramawat. Thank you so much. It gives me immense pleasure to now invite our special guest to say a few words in front of the audience, Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, sir. Please.
Still good morning, so good morning to everybody, and thank you for inviting me. Indore is for me a very special place because my wife was born in Madhya Pradesh, and I still remember 20 years back when I came to Indore, and the then Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhanji. So I was talking to him and I told him about this story. So in his opening address, he started by addressing me ki Madhya Pradesh ke Damad Sri Ganesh Natarajan. So I said, this is like unbelievable back home feeling. So I try and come here every year at least once. So thank you, IMA. I was telling many of the office bearers that IMA is recognized in the National Council of All India Management Association as one of the top 3 local management associations. And looking at this audience, I have no doubt it is worthwhile. So thank you for being here. You've had 2 very serious sessions, so if you don't mind, let me have some fun. Because too much of serious talk and you'll all be looking at your phones, and the TV camera will catch all of you looking at your phones, so it's not a good idea. You by all means look at your phone, but not right now, for heaven's sake. I have this completely crazy title of my session, I've forgotten it also. It says punch card to AI code, aisa kuch. I'm not that old, okay? Because when I started my career, the punch card system had kind of gone out. So I still remember I wrote one computer program in a very old language called COBOL, and I actually had to punch cards for it. And of course, in the compilation, it came back with lots of errors. So after that, I never tried punch cards again. So then I switched to other simpler languages. So what I thought I'll do is, I'll talk. How much time do I have, boss? 15 minutes, 20 minutes? What? Yeah, take your. No, I don't want to overshoot. I'm sure everybody is wondering when will he finish. So let me take about 15, say 18 minutes, and then of course, if you have time, I always love to answer questions, but I'm sure he will answer questions. So just to give you a little background, I grew up in Eastern India with a name like Ganesh Natarajan. You would expect Kerala, Tamil Nadu, nothing like that. But I was born in Calcutta, grew up in a little village outside Ranchi in Jharkhand, and my entire life has been about getting out of that rut. Seriously. I remember doing my first TED talk 15 years ago on a topic called Fantush and the Beanstalk. Why Fantush and the Beanstalk? Because my best friend growing up in the villages of Jharkhand was a little boy called Fantush. To this date, I promise you, I don't know what his real name is, because nobody can have a real name called Fantush, but he was called Fantush. And why did I talk about Fantush and the Beanstalk? Because for all of us in this room, many of the students sitting at the back, I think our best beanstalk has been education. So clearly the education you get in the IPS Academy, many of the students I met this morning, or any other college for that matter, is what, if you take it seriously, will take you to success. So my beanstalk very much was education. Because when I finished my school in a literal missionary school just outside Ranchi, I was not really capable of getting into IIT at that point of time because they didn't really teach enough physics, chemistry, maths. And I remember going and talking to my principal. His name was Fitzgerald, so we called him Fitzy. So I told him, Fitzy, if I don't get into IIT, what will happen to my life? He says, you don't worry. We have taught you good English speaking skills and you will succeed in your life. So when I look back, at maybe 40 years of my career, it's true that at the end of the day, what most Indians do not like to do is communicate. I don't know why. Young students are very happy to just sit in a corner and read a book or maybe do their WhatsApp nowadays or post on LinkedIn. But we don't spend enough time in talking to people. And I completely agree with what Mr. Shah said. Building relationships, communicating, I think that's very, very important. So that's something that's kind of taken me through my life. So after school, I went to Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra, which was the closest engineering college my mother could find to send me. And after that, it's been a crazy educational career. As you heard, I went to NITI, which is now called IIM Mumbai. Then after 10 years of becoming a CEO, I went to IIT Bombay, not full-time, part-time, to do my PhD in knowledge management. And again, after another 5 years, went to Harvard Business School, 10-week sabbatical to do my AMP. So my life has been 3 tracks. One is, of course, corporate, which I have some level of success, and I'll talk about that. The second is social work, because I do tremendous amounts of work, because that's the way I was brought up in Jharkhand, really caring for people outside. And the third, of course, is education. I love to learn. The reason for being here is to learn from many of you, and I've already learned in the last 4 hours, such amazing work people are doing, and to go on from there. So I will talk a little bit about episodes in my career that shaped my thinking. And from there, I will draw this conclusion on what does innovation mean. The title of this theme is, innovating India with all the SWAs. What does it really mean for us in this extremely important time? I was just telling somebody that 3 days back, I was at the NASSCOM technology conference, and 11 o'clock at night, I forgot to switch off my phone. And I get this urgent call. I thought, my God, who's going to call me at 11 o'clock? And it was the anchor from CNBC Awaz. He's saying, sir, सुनने में आया है कि क्लॉड ने कोई ऐसा एक टेक्नोलॉजी बनाया है जो कोबॉल कोड को इंस्टेंटली कन्वर्ट कर देगा. So I said, okay, I'm just waking up, okay. Then he says, ये भी सुनने में आया है कि 95% of computer code in the world is made of COBOL. I said, okay. Third, he said that, look, so does that mean, look at the arithmetic, 95% of Indian employees in IT, matlab 60 lakhs में से 95% will all lose their jobs tomorrow morning. Then I woke up. I said, yaar, kya bol rahe ho tum? Such things don't happen. But the stock markets are such finicky things that, they crash the minute Claude says something. There was a wonderful WhatsApp joke, I don't know how many of you saw it, saying that all that Claude has to do, it doesn't need to raise money. It's just to short IT stocks and then make an announcement. So next morning it can make tons of money. So that's the vagaries of the stock market. And I will tell you a few stories which say that, look, these things are not going to happen in as bad a fashion as we worry they will. At the same time, we have to take innovation seriously. Otherwise, in any case, we're all dead. Forward to, I started my career in manufacturing, then moved to run a company called Aptech. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But forward to 2001. 2001, I moved to the city of Pune to take over a little 30 crore software business called Zensar Technologies. And I still remember 2001, if any of you in IT will remember, was the worst year of the IT industry. Because this whole .com fever had busted. You know, what was called B2B commerce and B2C commerce was hilariously known as back to Bangalore, back to Chennai, because all the people were coming back. And at the same time, the big opportunity that the IT industry got, which was the Y2K problem, you know, fixing the date change, was also over on 1st of January 2000. So we were sitting in I still remember joining this company in February and figuring out that out of 400 people, 200 were on the bench and doing nothing. And the balance 200, 150 were on what is famously called body shopping, assignments where they were being paid because they were in US, but they were Zensar employees. And I took this great decision saying that, look, we should shut down this body shopping business and become a serious projects company. And my board, we were already a listed company at that time, said, Bhaiya, jo 30 crore revenue hai, wo bhi 20 crore mein jayega, 15 crore. I said, don't worry. Give me 3-4 months and we'll fix it. And I remember calling my team together, and this is my first lesson in innovation, saying, boss, what do we do? I mean, Infosys is already such a big company, and Mr. Narayan Murthy was my mentor even then. And Mr. Murthy said, are you mad taking on a 30 crore company? TCS was already started in way back in the 80s by Mr. F.C. Kohli. And one of the young people who was working for me, he came and said, boss, let's do something innovative. I said, yeah, I've heard the word innovation for too long. Ye karna kya hai? So he said, look, let us say that we are the world's first programmerless programming company. Today, of course, with AI, everybody is a programmerless programmer because AI does all the programming, but this is today. I'm talking about 2001. I said, what does that mean? He said, no, there is a company in California which is going bust because of .com, but they have this tool which automatically converts what we call use cases, which is, I mean, if you give a concept saying I want to do this for my hospitality business, it'll automatically create computer programming in Java or .NET, the languages of those days. It sounds incredible, but let's say it. So I said, where is this software? He said, software, I just have the idea. We can make it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the software. It's a question of what do we tell the marketplace. So I remember we sat down and wrote 500 letters or emails to 500 CIOs and CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies, because we wanted to only work for the big companies. So when you send 500 mails in 2001, how many responses do you think you get? Anybody? 100? 5 is not bad. We got 3 responses, okay? 2 of the responses were, don't waste our time with crap. Okay, we've heard this before, nothing like this works. One person, interestingly, and this one person from a very big company called Marks & Spencer, all of you have heard of Marks & Spencer. I still remember his name, Mr. Stewart Senior. So I got a mail from Mr. Stewart Senior saying that it's a very interesting idea, and whenever you're in London next time, come and have a cup of tea and we can discuss your technology. So we are sales guys. So I wrote back to him immediately saying, Mr. Senior, it's so surprising. Day after tomorrow at 4 o'clock, I'm in London. So by the way, it just happens by sheer coincidence. And can we meet? So he didn't believe me and I didn't believe him. But he said, okay, drop it. So me and this guy, Dilip, who was my ideas guy. So we went. Dilip made a fantastic presentation as though we had complete Claude code and everything ready to do all the conversion. And I remember we were so impressed with ourselves. And Mr. Senior is looking out of the window in London and saying, I hear you, and pigs will fly one day. What is this sarcasm? Yeah, pigs will fly one day. So we went back, very disappointed. 2 weeks later, Mr. Senior called me and said, you know, you came up with this fantastic idea. I'll give you a challenge. We are already giving one assignment to Capgemini and Wipro, who are their big partners. We'll give it to you also. You show me that you can do this. So I told Dilip, abhi to mar gaye, because we have nothing. We only gave an idea to somebody. He said, don't worry, boss. We will hire them. Pune was very cheap in those days. So we hired 30 programmers, made them work round the clock for 4 weeks, and we delivered. And we told Mr. Senior, everything has been delivered by automation technology. We don't employ any programmers, etc., etc. And he actually became a $15 million business for us over the next 5 years. And I won't bore you with that, but I'm saying if you look at the history of Zensar, and there are lots of case studies written about it, we grew from 30 crores to 3,500 crores in 15 years. The first 7 years was using this innovation. Because obviously we then went out and built the technology. We created a product called solution blueprinting, which is what I call product innovation. Created a service around that, which was actually automated migration. So both the product and service were very different in those days from what a TCS or an Infosys or a Wipro was offering. Then around 2008, when we had become about 1700 crores, so then again, if you remember, any of you remember the stock markets, the subprime crisis happened in 2008. And at that time, I remember I was chairman of NASSCOM, the industry body. And I remember talking in Wall Street in New York, and people said, you know, now the industry has been growing at 15% a year. Will you guys degrow this year? I said, nothing doing. We'll grow at 5% this year also. And by the way, we grew at 5.3% that year, so I was just lucky. Like even now when NASSCOM is saying industry is growing at 6.9% and will grow, I mean, we are hoping it will grow. We are hoping innovation will happen and somebody will make it grow in spite of all the problems that we see there. So after the subprime crisis, we had to change tack, and then we chose digital as our main agenda, and digital innovation became our mantra, and we got many new clients because of that, and which is why we grew from the next 1,500 crores another 2,000 crores. So very successful story. And if I think about it and I put a label on it, it was purely product and service innovation. Without that, we would be non-existent as a company. So if any of you are young people building a new software company, that's my advice to you. Innovate, innovate, innovate. Move backwards 10 years. I was 32 years old when I was headhunted to become the CEO of this company called Aptech. Today, most people have heard of Aptech. Aptech was, along with NIIT, was one of the big computer majors. But when I was headhunted, I had no idea what was computer education. And like a young person who didn't have enough knowledge of the market, my first CEO job, so I remember asking the founder, saying that, look, what is the revenue of this company? And he said, we do about 4 crores. We have 7 computer training centers. And NIIT was doing 72 crores at that time. So we were 1/18th the size of the largest player in the industry. But I was young and I said, it doesn't matter. It is only after I joined that I found that on 4 crore revenue, we were making a 10 crore loss. Now that is something. First takes caliber to make 10 crores loss on 4 crore revenue, but we were doing it. So then I said, look, I mean, I've left a good job and I've come and joined. What do I do? So same thing, we got our team together and we started asking the fundamental question, saying, how do we change this loss-making situation? Because if I give you the statistic, we were running 7 computer education centers, mainly in Bombay and Pune and etc., etc. And we had 2 franchise centers, one in Jamshedpur and one in Calcutta. And we were so scared of the franchisee, you know, we are making losses, how do we expect him to make profits, that we used to avoid meeting them. I remember my first day as CEO, I was told, ki, boss, you please sit in this room, because in the other room we are talking to the franchisee, so I don't want him to see you. We started worrying, saying that, look, how can we run a business when our business partner is not expected to do well? So my first thing there was to say that, look, let us change this model here. We must stop running our own centers and we must work for the franchisee. And again, to cut a long story short, 2001 when I left Aptech, we were 1,400 computer education centers, 42 countries, 24 we were market leaders, including in China, where we ran 200 centers. Not one single owned center we added. Everything was franchise. Indore was very much a franchise, successful franchise. So that's how we made it. So what's the innovation here? The innovation is business model. That don't think that you are the boss and your business partner or your network or your dealer or your franchisee or whoever is somebody who has to listen to you. But I used to be what I call the first servant leader. So if I went to the city of Delhi where we had 14 centers, I would go with the marketing campaign and I would present the marketing campaign. I said, Bhaiya, tum log ka paisa hai, you decide. If you like what I'm telling you, collaboratively let's advertise, otherwise we'll not do it. And this model is a very tiring model. Because every day you're waking up saying, I have to sell to somebody. But like we sold to Stuart Senior and Marks and Spencer later, I said, let's try and make this happen. And Aptech was a great success story. I mean, it was fantastic. It was listed on the London Stock Exchange, etc. And I moved from computer training to software purely because we felt that there was a difference. Last story I'll tell you. This is the entity that we then started. When I left Zensar in 2016, I said, let's do something different. And my wife had started this small company called Global Talent Track. GTT was an interesting company. It was started off like Aptech and NIIT in computer training. But we quickly found out that the market had completely changed. Like today, the software market has completely changed. So how had the market changed? The market had changed because students did not pay money anymore to get an education, not a computer training at least. They said, show me the job and then I'll pay you the money. So we said, let's reverse our entire model. Okay, so we went to many of our friends who were in the industry. I mean, obviously having been chairman of NASSCOM, I pretty much know and knew every CEO in the industry. And we said, let us be your resourcing partner. You figure out, I mean, what is, and those days were the days of 20%, 25% growth. I'm talking about 2016. So at that time, he said, look, you go hire from any college that you normally hire, whether it's IIT or Anna University or wherever. But throughout the year, your requirements, let us meet. And not only let us meet by getting people from second tier cities. I mean, not just Indore, but the Jabalpurs of the world, and make that happen. They said, no, second tier cities don't have good communication skills. We only want, no, leave it to us. We will teach them good communications, we will teach them good technology, and we make it happen. So we built an entire business in the next 10 years on what we call hire, train, and deploy model, which means that we first tied up the demand and then started supply. Exactly opposite to what we did in Aptech, where we created massive supply and then we placed people. So this was again a very different kind of model of innovation. Last but not the least, today, of course, I'm very proud of an entity we run called Lighthouse Communities, which is today in 5 states, 15 cities. There, what do? We work primarily with slum youth and ensure that, we create an aspiration in them, like I was when I was in Tata Silva and Ranchi, to actually succeed. Because the biggest problem of skills in this country, I'm sure you would have noticed, is right from 2014 when Prime Minister Modi talked about the Skills India mission, National Skills Development Corporation. Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, a lot of people set up skilling companies without asking the young person, do you really want to learn what I'm teaching you? And I have actually spent 2 days in Dharavi 10 years back and talked to a young person. I said, kya kar rahe ho bhaiya? He's saying, I'm doing this skills course in this center. What will you do next? I'll do another skills course in another center. Kyun? Ghar mein sab puchte hain ki kya kar rahe ho? So I just say, I'm doing skilling. I get free food, I get everything. So he had no aspiration to do a job. So what we do in Lighthouse is we don't talk about skills at all. We first spend 6 weeks with them, getting the fear out of their mind. I mean, slum youth are not exactly very happy people. Create some sense of happiness, sense of agency, which is a social sector word, which means aspiration. And then ask them, what skill do you want to learn? How do you want to do? And irrespective of somebody wants to be a gym instructor, a guitar instructor, or a software programmer, we'll give them the skills to make that happen. So just to conclude, there are only 2 or 3 ways of building large companies out of small companies. I mean, one is you inherit your father's company, it's already 5,000 crores, and it's very easy to make that 15,000 crores. But for many of us who start small companies, who have to innovate, 3 models of innovation I talked about. One is product and service innovation. The second is what we call input process innovation, which is what we have done in GTT, which is now listed on the Bombay Stock Exchange. And the third is what I told you about Aptech, which is business model innovation. So in this context, where are we today? I mentioned it earlier that look, AI is threatening, if you believe it, to transform everything that we ever know about civilization. Will it happen? It can happen. I mean, there is a cliche which says that fundamental change never happens as fast as you think it will happen. But fundamental change can transform much more than you think it can happen. So really, if you look at it, in the next 6 months, things are not going to be that bad. But in the next 6 years, will fundamentally change. Because AI, today when you look at AI is potentially capable of doing any job that any human being does today, including financial analysis and investing and everything else. So there's so much of data that's available in the world that all it needs is good analytics, good predictive and good prescriptive analytics, and that'll happen. So don't believe that, oh, AI is a small thing, it'll go away. Potentially, if AI takes away every job, question is, morning I was exchanging a WhatsApp message with somebody and we were actually discussing this. What will human beings do in 2035? We'll be sending WhatsApp messages to each other because AI is doing all the work. Then the question came up was, who's going to pay us for sending WhatsApp messages? Now that we will not answer. So if somebody fools you and says that, look, the world is bright, don't worry about it, don't believe it just like that, because you have to prepare to innovate in your own lives. So let me close by saying, I think the journey from the punch card in the information technology revolution to what is today AI coding and AI future. AI is going to go from what is today artificial intelligence to what they call AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which is when human beings are really not required for most processes, to artificial super intelligence, which my guru Yuval Noah Harari, who wrote these wonderful books from Sapiens to Homo Deus to Nexus, he argues that if you're not careful, we will completely let AI take over the world. It will completely govern the way wars are fought, already happening by the way, govern the way football is played. For instance, I was talking to the National Basketball Association in New York just about 1 year back. And I said, what's new and cool in basketball? He showed me the technology they're building. If all, I mean, any of you watch American basketball, you know that, people like LeBron James, 7 foot 5 inches, when they charge down the basketball court to shoot a basket, it takes 3.5 seconds for LeBron James to cross the entire court. Now, what they're building is technology by which when LeBron is charging down, let's say there are 4 defenders in front of him, and it's up to him now whether he shoots the basket, he goes left, goes right. He says, we are doing a quick, literally microsecond analysis of the blocking patterns of each of those 4 people. And instantaneously we can tell LeBron James, your best strategy is to turn left 2 steps, go forward 1 step and shoot the basket. So I said, if that happens, you don't need any brains. They say, no, it's not legal yet. Because what they would have to do is plant something in a neural network in his head, and artificial intelligence is telling his legs where to move. But he says, we have the technology. The question is whether government will allow us to do it at any point of time, and is it legal? So the point I'm making is, that's going to happen. What does it mean for people running companies today? I believe yesterday I was told that IMA launched the Center for AI, for businesses to learn how to use AI. The only suggestion I can give you is, do not put AI into your existing company. Reimagine the company. That if AI has all these capabilities, like the ones I was explaining to you, what can my business do in future? Is reimagining the business, then come down and say, what processes do I need to service the supplier and the partner and the employee and the customer, and then redesign the process, and then saying, how will my network evolve? Who do I need as partners? So it's a completely different way of thinking. And people who are willing to do that today, to my mind, will be the success stories of tomorrow. And similarly, as individuals, I mean, irrespective of how young we are or how old we are, I think the time has come when we have to re-examine and saying, this is all available out in the universe. I want to be successful. I want to be Mr. Shah of Edelweiss, or I want to be Amitabh Bachchan. But what do I do to make that happen? So thank you very much. I just thought I'd give you some room for thought, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words were truly enlightening and enriching for all of us. May I now request Mr. Rishikesh Nandetkar, Managing Director, Fusion Global Solutions India, to kindly brief the entire session.
Thank you, Dr. Natarajan. What a phenomenal story and what a phenomenal journey. Talking through the episodes of your life, going through the 3 phases, and there's so much that everybody can take away from what we have heard in last 25 minutes or so. I have taken some notes as we go along, and I do have a question at the end as well as we go through it. But talking about the episodes of life and the Zensa story, the Aptic story, what a phenomenal story, taking from 7 centers to 1,400 centers across 42 countries. And the 3 innovation models, the innovations around product and services, the input professional innovation, and the business model innovation, for everybody to think about. And the things that you are doing around global talent and the Lighthouse project as well. This is extremely critical as we look into everything that is coming down the line, and thank you for the nudge towards reimagining the whole thing, because if we start to build a bolt-on on an existing legacy technology, we would be doing a disservice to all the opportunities that we have with the AI. Your story around LeBron James and basketball reminds me of another WhatsApp that somebody sent me saying that the organizations of future would be run by a man and a dog. The man will be there to feed the dog, and the dog will be there to make sure the man does not touch anything. But you know, all the jokes apart, we are moving towards that future, but there is a lot that we can do around reimagining the business. The story from punch cards, and that is a long time ago in the technology evolution, to where we are today, to where we are going tomorrow, and the fact that things will be fundamentally different, not necessarily in 6 months, but in 6 years, is a huge thing to for everybody to remember. Before we let you go, sir, I know you talk about culture of love, and we wouldn't let you go without getting a response on that one. For all the entrepreneurs, for all the people who are looking towards empathy, how do we conclude towards, how do we balance the emerging leaders towards EBIT and empathy?
No, thank you for asking that question, because, I mean, where he's coming from is I was doing a podcast before this, and in the Lighthouse communities, which is our social venture, we have 500 young people who are passionate about social work. But we encourage each person to think a little, maybe take 6 months, but finally come up with a statement on what you stand for as a human being. And after a lot of thinking, especially including the stories I told you, I decided that for the rest of my life, I'm going to stand for love, inclusion, and happiness for myself and for others. Now, this sounds very trite, okay, but it means that every time you have an interaction with a human being, you can't be impatient. You have to listen carefully, you have to be able to respond, and it's very easy to brush away somebody like an Elon Musk could do, but we have to be genuine to our own intent. And if you look back over companies like, for instance, Zensar Technologies, we had an attrition of less than 8% in an industry where 18, 20, 20% was a norm. But that was purely by making everybody feel that it is your company, your idea, and you're going to make it happen. Because today the times have gone when dictatorial CEOs like Jack Welch could actually build large organizations. Today it's people with passion, people who can share passion, that makes that happen. So I think that's a quick answer to your question, saying that, look, you can no longer build organizations by a dictator. It has to be done by a community impact. And if you can make the community resonate with your thinking and take that forward, that's true magic as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you so much, sir. And we have a huge round of applause. I am now pleased to invite...
I must say thank you to Ananya for doing these wonderful doodles. And Ananya, don't forget wherever you are that you promised to give me that paper you didn't.
Thank you. I am now pleased to invite Mr. Tanuj Mishra, founder and director, Sanaj Facades, to please continue with the next session.
Thank you, Pavitra. Thank you, sir, for the very enlightening session. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now moving towards our 4th session of the day, Earth to Orbit, a journey that represents ambitions grounded on Earth and innovations that reaches beyond boundaries. Before we invite our distinguished speaker on stage, let us witness their journeys over the AV. I request our AV team to play the introduction AVs for our speakers.
Some people dream under the night sky. Today's speaker builds what goes into it. Mr. Tushar Jadhav, co-founder and CEO of Manastu Space and an IIT Bombay alumnus, rose from a humble background to become a DRDO scientist before stepping out to build for the nation. With co-founder Ashtesh Kumar, he launched Manastu Space to make space safer and greener. Their breakthrough propulsion system, Vyom 2U, tested on ISRO's POEM-4, delivers 60% cost savings using non-toxic, sustainable fuel. Under his leadership, Manastu has grown into a global platform, advancing in-orbit servicing technologies across the US, Europe, and Asia. The mission is set, the engines are ready, and the countdown begins now. Please welcome Mr. Tushar Jadhav.
Huge round of applause for this.
Behind every powerful technology is powerful thinking. Let us welcome Mr. Rajiv Singh, Managing Director of BenQ India and South Asia, leading one of the world's foremost technology and consumer electronics companies. With over 30 years of experience, he has played a pivotal role in scaling global technology brands and strengthening BenQ's presence across India, driving growth across multiple product categories in a fast-moving market. An alumnus of Harvard Business School, he blends global insight with sharp execution. A technology enthusiast at heart and a passionate traveler by spirit, always exploring what's next. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Rajiv Singh.
May I request Mr. Vishnu Jaju, our very own Joint Managing Director, Shriji Polymers Private Limited, to please escort our speakers to for the session, Mr. Tushar Jadhav, Co-founder and CEO, Manastu Space Technology Private Limited, and Mr. Rajiv Singh, Managing Director, BenQ India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Mr. Anant Agarwal, CEO, Abestro, for a floral welcome of Mr. Tushar Jadhav. I request Mr. Mohit Nagori, Director, Oswal Infosystems, for presenting a memento to Tushar Jadhav, sir. I request Abhilash Pillai, sir, CEO, Apollo Hospital, to do a floral welcome, Mr. Rajiv Singh. I also request Mr. R.S. Patil, MD Deccan Group, to give a memento to Mr. Rajiv Singh. उद्यमेन ही सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथे. Success comes through efforts, not mere intentions. From Earth to orbit, India's space ambitions are being powered by vision and innovation. Innovation is also about building intellectual ecosystems on Earth. Both the speakers on the stage will take us towards this very own journey of Earth to orbit. I hand over my mic to Vishnu Jaju sir for taking the session further.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So following the today's theme, power in India, from Earth to orbit, captures the extraordinary journey our nation is undertaking. Power is no longer just about electricity or fuel. It is about technological capability, innovation, leadership, and the ability to shape the future, both on the ground and beyond our atmosphere. And so let us begin looking upward first. So India's space ambitions are accelerating at an unprecedented pace, powered by deep tech innovation, startup energy, and strong collaboration between the academia and national agencies like Indian Space Research Organization. Representing the new age ecosystem is Mr. Tushar Jadhav, co-founder of Manutsu Space. His work in green propulsion system reflects a powerful shift towards sustainable, cost-effective, and global competitive space technologies, helping propel India confidently into orbit. And as we bring our gaze back to Earth, we see another revolution underway. India is witnessing a digital transformation at unprecedented scale, from smart classrooms to impressive gaming, from AI-driven professional displays to advanced visualization system. Technology is redefining how to learn, how to work, and experience the world. Leading this transformation in the display and projection system is Mr. Rajiv Singh, Managing Director of BenQ India and South Asia. With over more than 3 decades of experience at helm, he's positioned BenQ as a market leader in projectors, gaming monitors, and professional display. Together, our speakers represent 2 dimensions of power: the power that propels India into orbit and the power that transforms lives on Earth. Let us explore how innovation, sustainability, AI, and deep tech entrepreneurship are shaping India's rise from ground to sky. In this, I request Mr. Tushar Jadhav to please address us on your work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, exactly. So, when I was invited for the IMA, and by the way, amazing work, बहुत सुंदर लगा. I didn't expect, frankly speaking, the event will be such a success, such a grand event, and such a intellectual discussion, starting from yesterday's session by Firodia sir, and the history lessons were so interesting to empower us ki what is possible, because we lost that glory, and how can we regain those strength and realize our potential to the real cutting edge technology of a space that we are discussing. So whoever had the agenda, whoever called the people, so hats off to you. And I'm so wonderful for all the interesting session. So जब मैं आ रहा था तो मैं सोच रहा था कि क्या ऐसा बताओ, मैं इंदौर में बैठ के लोग सुनने के लिए बुला रहे हैं मुझे, तो जो भी टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हैं, और मैं 2 दिन स्पेंड कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, तो ऐसी क्या चीज़ बोलूँ जिससे एटलीस्ट 1 या 2 लोगों को सोचने के लिए मजबूर कर देगा, एंड दैट विल बी गुड इनफ फॉर मी टू कम हियर एंड स्पेंड दिस टाइम. तो वो सोचते सोचते मैंने सोचा कि ऐसा क्या है जो इंदौर के लोगों के लिए और मेरे लिए एक्सपीरियंस सेम है. तो जब हम गाड़ी से आ रहे थे, स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर, सो बाय द वे, हैट्स ऑफ टू द स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर, दे डन सम अमेजिंग वर्क. सो थैंक यू फॉर देम आल्सो फॉर ऑल द अरेंजमेंट. सो बिकॉज we'll appreciate all the organizers in terms of EC committee and everything, but the unsung hero remains the students and student volunteers. So thank you to them. तो वो वॉलंटियर ने पूछा कि सर मैं ऐसा क्या, आप कुछ मुझे एडवाइस दो, मैं क्या सीख सकते हो. उनको बोला कि एक ही एडवाइस लो कि किसी से एडवाइस मत लो, बट कुछ तो सीखने के लिए है हर एक के पास, तभी तो किसी ने उन सबको बुलाया है। तो मैंने सोचा कि उनको बुला कि आप उनसे अपना एक्सपीरियंस पूछो और अपना लर्निंग पूछो। तो मैंने सोचा ऐसा मैं अपना लर्निंग क्या बता सकता हूँ, एक्सपीरियंस क्या बता सकता हूँ जहाँ से एक दो लोगों को तो एटलीस्ट फायदा हो। तो मैंने सोचा अपनी स्टोरी में ऐसा क्या कॉमन है, और वो है कि जैसे इंदौर है यहाँ पे, तो मैं आता हूँ नासिक से, एंड ये स्टोरी है जब 2005-6 साल 2005-6 जब मैं 10वीं पास किया, मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं था आईआईटी बॉम्बे क्या होता है और आईआईटी जैसी कोई चीज़ होती है। 10वीं पास होने के बाद तक मुझे नहीं पता था कि आईआईटी बॉम्बे नाम की कोई चीज़ होती है, आईआईटी नाम की कोई चीज़ होती है जहाँ पे कुछ ऐसे कोई एग्ज़ाम होती है, उसकी एग्ज़ाम के लिए पढ़ना होता है और फिर आपको एक डिसेंट सा कॉलेज में आपको एडमिशन मिल जाता है। ऐसा कोई पता नहीं था। मेरी बहनें पढ़ी थी तो उनको वो थोड़ा बहुत पता था। मेरी मम्मी 7वीं पास है, पापा 11वीं फेल है, तो वो आईटीआई हुए है, तो आईटीआई पता था, आईआईटी तो बिल्कुल नहीं पता था। तो 10वीं होने के बाद क्या करना है सोच रहे थे। फिजिक्स के साइंस तो ऑलरेडी पसंद था, तो घर में बैठे थे इंडियन अपनी फैमिली खाना खाते, तो सब लोग तीन बहनें मम्मी पापा मैं बैठ के खाना खा रहे थे। तो दीदी ने बोला कि इसको आईआईटी में भेजते। सब लोग ऐसे एक दूसरे से देखे और हंसने लग गए, ये क्या होता है और इसको कैसे भेजेंगे, क्योंकि ये तो खेलने के लिए माहिर है सिर्फ। तो लड़की देन एक सवाल आया कि ऐसा कुछ है, थोड़ा बहुत देखा, देन एक क्वेश्चन आया। तो उसी टाइम पे एक नासिक में पहली बार एक कोचिंग आया था, विजन कोटा करके, कोटा से आया था क्योंकि कोटा में तो ये पूरा फैक्ट्री चलता था, नासिक तो बहुत दूर था उन सारी चीजों से। तो मैंने सोचा देखते चलो कुछ होता है, आईआईटी नाम का कुछ फैड है, कुछ देखते जाके। तो कोचिंग अटेंड किया, उसका सेशन अटेंड किया वो कोचिंग का कि ऐसा ऐसा है। उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसे 7 आईआईटी होती है, उनकी एग्जाम होती है, जो दुनिया में इंडिया में बस 2-3 हज़ार लोग ही जाते हैं। ठीक है, तो अपने लिए नहीं होगा। लेकिन थोड़ा देर सोचने के बाद, और जो मेरे कहने का पॉइंट है कि जब मेरे लिए लर्निंग रहा है तो एक क्वेश्चन कि व्हाई नॉट। तो क्वेश्चन है कि क्यों नहीं ट्राई करें, क्या होगा ट्राई करेंगे तो फेल होंगे, ठीक है कहीं और चले जाएंगे, कुछ तो और कर ही लेंगे ना। ऐसा क्योंकि बहुत तो उम्मीद थी नहीं लाइफ से, क्योंकि मिडिल क्लास है तो चल रहा था, चलने दे रहे थे ना। पेरेंट्स का कुछ आदत थी, गलत आदत है मत लगाओ, अच्छे लोगों के साथ रहो और अपना जिंदगी के साथ जो अच्छा लग रहा है वो कर लो। ऐसा ऐसे बहुत कुछ, पेरेंट्स का कोई पुश नहीं था ना किसी पर्सनली ऐसा कुछ था। तो बस एक क्वेश्चन कि व्हाई नॉट, एंड देन वन थिंग लेड टू अनदर थिंग, पढ़ाई करने चालू किया और फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री मैथ्स में बड़ा मजा आने लगा। कि सोते जागते वो एक चीज थी जिससे got addicted to that, solving the maths and physics problem. I could enjoy, मतलब I could solve the problems in the sleep also. पहले वो नहीं आता था, जब धीरे धीरे करने लगा कि वो मजा आने लगा. Then it was never about the race. So a lot of parents will talk about, because your kids are here, so a lot of parents will talk about, of course I know the topic is from the earth to space, so we'll come to there. But before we start talking about it, let's talk about our mind first and our people and our expectation first. We talked about a lot of other characteristics of leadership. So one more thing that I wanted to add was inverting any situation and questioning, rather than everyone is telling why we should do it. My question is, let's start asking question, why not? Why not? Why can't India grow? Why can't we do what needs to be do? Why can't we build a very great companies from India? So that's the question. And the whole first question for me was, why can't I get into IIT? And then I focused on the basic things कि मैथ्स करते हैं अच्छे से, फिजिक्स करते हैं, केमिस्ट्री करते हैं, उसमें मजा आने लग गया. एग्जाम दिया, पहली बार में नहीं हुआ, कुछ 6000 रैंक आया, ढंग का कुछ नहीं मिल रहा था. देन द अनदर क्वेश्चन इज, व्हाई कांट आई गेट इनटू आईआईटी बॉम्बे? क्योंकि वो तो एक सपना था. देन अगेन स्टडीड, सैट एट होम, स्पेंट 1 ईयर, घर पे बैठ के पढ़ाई किया, बस दिन भर रात भर पढ़ाई करते थे क्योंकि वो मजा आने लगा था. इट इज नेवर अबाउट द कॉम्पिटिशन, इट इज नेवर अबाउट कि क्या टॉप कॉलेजेस में जाना. इट वाज जस्ट अबाउट कि आई कुड एंजॉय द प्रोसेस. Once you start the enjoying process, then the journey becomes a lot more interesting. So in the process of building even the startup, studying and everything, or even building a business, if you are enjoying the process, then you will not worry about the outcome. Outcome is not in your hand because. So पढ़ाई करते करते किया. So second attempt में इतना कुछ आया कि IIT बॉम्बे में barely admission लिया. एंड गॉट इनटू द एरोस्पेस, क्योंकि मेरे पापा HL में थे, तो बचपन से एयरप्लेन, फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट, हेलीकॉप्टर की बात चलती थी, तो वो पता था बैक ऑफ द माइंड। तो जब ऑप्शन मिला तो लगा कि यहाँ करते हैं एरोस्पेस। तो जब IIT में गए तो पहली बार देखा कि IIT बॉम्बे में स्टूडेंट्स है, जो मेरी सीनियर है, वो सैटेलाइट बना रहा है। ये 2008 की बात है, 7-8 की बात है। तो लगा उस टाइम पे स्पेसएक्स, इसरो बहुत बड़ा नाम नहीं था, स्पेसएक्स का नाम तो कहीं नहीं था यार। लोगों ने रोबोट बनाते सुना है, लाइन फॉलोअर रोबोट्स वगैरह सब बनाते सुना है, लेकिन ये सैटेलाइट बड़ी अच्छी चीज है। चलो इसमें काम क्यों नहीं कर सकते हम, चलो करके देखते हैं। एक चीज, one thing led to another thing. I got into the team, and then after in my 3rd year I was leading it with a simple attitude of a service. One of the important point that yesterday's sessions was talking about ki service. What can I do for the project? What can I do for the country? What can I do for my team? Just one simple question. And that if you start asking that question, you will do whatever needs to be done. मतलब labs, office साफ करने से लेके, कस्टमर से बात करने से लेके, प्राइम मिनिस्टर से बात करने से लेके तक सबकी चीज है। Then you will not question कि अरे ये मेरा काम नहीं है, ये उसका काम नहीं है। Coming to the story, so got into that and like कि सैटेलाइट कुछ मजा आएगा, कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है, वो बना के देखते हैं। तो became a project manager। प्रोजेक्ट बहुत बार बंद होने आया, बहुत बार रिवाइव किया, एंड इस लेवल पे किया कि 2016 में इसरो को हम कन्विंस कर पाए एज अ स्टूडेंट टू पुट आवर सैटेलाइट ऑन टॉप ऑफ इसरो PSLV रॉकेट एंड सेंड इट इनटू द स्पेस विदाउट अ पेइंग। चैलेंज वॉज नॉट दैट, चैलेंज वॉज ये कि मैं वो स्टूडेंट्स को ना सैलरी दे रहा था, ना ग्रेड दे रहा था, कुछ भी नहीं दे रहा था, और उनके दिन भर के जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स है, सारे एग्जाम्स, एक्टिविटीज और ये सब करके 3-4 साल तक आपको IIT के 4-5 सालों में से 4 साल तक आपको वो प्रोजेक्ट पे काम करना टू द लेवल दैट इसरो विल अलाउ टू पुट द सैटेलाइट ऑन टॉप ऑफ द PSLV रॉकेट। वो सिंपल था, विथ अ पैशन, विथ अ ड्रीम एंड विथ अ स्ट्रॉन्ग बॉन्डिंग। बिकॉज जब आपके लिए पास देने के लिए कुछ नहीं होता, पैसा ना ग्रेड होती है, क्योंकि हर जगह पे हम प्रमोशन वगैरह की बात करें, क्या क्या प्रमोट करूं मैं किसी को, स्टूडेंट्स है, पैसा नहीं है किसी का। सो दिस नॉन tangible factors became lot more important aspect of our leadership that time, and we could learn those things very hard way. वो करते करते सैटेलाइट लॉन्च हो गया, सपना था एक पूरा हो गया। एक IIT बॉम्बे के बहुत पुराने सीनियर थे, 60s 70s बैच के, रिटायर हो चुके थे। उन्होंने ईमेल भेजा IIT बॉम्बे एलुमनाई एसोसिएशन के थ्रू कि ये देखो बच्चों ने ऐसा कुछ सैटेलाइट बना है IIT बॉम्बे में, एक बार देखो क्या है क्या नहीं है, और एक बार मुझे स्टोरी बताओ उनकी क्या है क्या नहीं है। तो हमने उनको 2 पन्ने का स्टोरी लिख के भेजा कि क्या प्रोसेस था, क्या बनाया हमने, क्यों बनाया, क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव था, एंड देन वी सेंड इट हिम। तो मैंने पर्सनली ईमेल किया था उनको। उनका रिप्लाई आता कि सन यू आर वेरी यंग, just you are finished the IIT Bombay, mind you, you guys have did something that many people even from IIT Bombay after retirement in their whole life will not be able to do those things that you guys have did into just IIT Bombay, something fabulous. But that's not the kicker part of it, because we knew it, because we didn't want to get it into the head of us. So the second part was most powerful. But he said, son, ensure that this is not the best thing that you will do in your life. And that led to the question कि why not? क्योंकि क्या चल रहा था, जब हम IIT में पढ़ भी रहे थे, प्लेसमेंट का समय आया, हर कोई देख रहा था कि कहाँ जा सकते, और सबका एक पार्ट टाइम बन गया था कि इंडियन इंडस्ट्री को गाली दे कि भाई हमारी इंडस्ट्री ने एरोस्पेस R&D में क्यों इन्वेस्ट नहीं किया, हम इंडिया में R&D क्यों नहीं बनाते, हम इंडिया में अपने प्रोडक्ट्स क्यों नहीं बनाते, हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर लेते बट डेवलपमेंट नहीं करते, रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट नहीं करते। वो फैशन बन गया था, और उसका आंसर एक ही था, जाओ अमेरिका में जॉब करो। आई वाज लाइक कि अगेन देन द सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ द स्टोरी इज लाइक व्हाई नॉट। मतलब कितने दिन हम गाली देंगे इंडिया को, इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज को, उन्होंने अब तक नहीं किया। And agar as a students of IIT Bombay, where we have built those capabilities, भगवान की कृपा से हमें थोड़ा सा दिमाग भी दिया है, अगर हम अच्छे काम के लिए यूज नहीं करेंगे तो कौन करेगा? अगेन द सेम क्वेश्चन, व्हाई नॉट? दैट लेड टू द थिंकिंग कि कैन वी बिल्ड, everyone wants to get into say US में Lockheed Martin, NASA, can we build an organization of those calibers in terms of R&D and technology development in India? And this is what I'm talking about 2012, 13, 14, 15, when there was no one talking about the deep tech, no hardware, nothing. It was still edtech and fintech was very hot. That time we realized, not because of we could see कि हाँ आज ये है कल ये होगा, not we were not even planning anything, just because of a raw passion and raw interest. Why can't we build a space company or aerospace company which has a cutting edge development building in India for a global market? And thankfully ISRO has demonstrated those capabilities. So we have a lot less explanation to do that these things can be built in India. Only question is why not me, and why not we as an Indian people? We can build it in India. And that comes to the story that why can't a person from small town like Nasik can come and build a world-class company? And that's why I thought that it is very relevant for a person sitting in Indore to start thinking कि वो क्या कर सकता है और क्या वो क्या क्यों नहीं सकता वो सारी चीजें. If you start flipping your question why not, then you will get a lot of very simple sincere answer, and then everything else कैसे करना है क्या करना है 2 दिन से हम सुन ही रहे हैं कि क्या कर सकते, AI का क्या कर सकते, स्वाभाविक लीडरशिप क्या होता है, that is a very fundamental part of it. So coming to now the space part of it. So why space and why in India and why deep tech? You believe it or not, space is touching your life in a way that you may or may not realize. कैसे? घर से आप यहाँ आए, GPS यूज किया, मैप यूज किया, ये तो सबको पता है, टीवी पे पता है, बहुत सारे इंश्योरेंस वाले लोग, आपका फ्लड हुआ, इंश्योरेंस आपका सैटेलाइट से रियल टाइम इंश्योरेंस क्या आपका अप्रूव हो सकता है कि आपका फ्लड से डैमेज हुआ है? आप रीजन बताओ, एरिया बताओ, मैं आई कैन टेल यू कि how the space is touching in that area. It's like an infrastructure, it's like an internet layer, it's like an infrastructure, like it is its ability to see, ability to do things from the space, and it has a potential, it is already doing it to touch almost every life in a better way. And so many development that has happened in a space has translated into the defense and then to the industrial application, and now the vice versa is also happening. A lot of like consumer electronics is going into the space electronics and disrupting the whole system. And some of the factors that is leading the change within the country, obviously the Prime Minister is very fascinating about what is happening in the space, what role India can play in the global market, and its real implication for a common person. So it's not just the fantasy, it's not just the science fiction, it's affecting our life day to day, and potentially a lot more in coming days. Because of the things people are talking about data centers in space, because of availability of almost free power through solar panels, through satellite, and different aspects of it. Will it be feasible or not? Let the people figure it out. We can also figure it out. But the idea is a lot of things interesting that is potentially can touch our life is happening through space. Then why should we build in India, and why now? For a simple reason, we have been building it for so many years through ISRO, and just now time to do the startups to do those things. We have because of how the geopolitics is changing, we have a perfect time to build these deep tech technologies, space kind of technologies, and start thinking about the global markets. In last 1.5 years, we have signed some close to 12 to 15 FTAs, and it's a groundwork for a strategic collaborations. And the space is one of that junction of a strategic collaboration with the multiple countries. What do we need to do? The most important, one of the important aspects needed is the government will for any kind of these sectors. The space is at the money. Government has allocated 1 lakh crore under the IDI fund, Research Development Innovation Fund, and to take technology from TRL 4 to TRL 9. Government is setting up a lot of incubation centers in spaces there to support the startups. We startups are now very open to support any startup who is interested to come and work with us use our facility, incubate us, because we know it's an ecosystem that will thrive. So this isolation approach is not going to work for India, because we are not competing within the Indian companies. We are working with the global companies, competing with the global companies. And that's why very different model, like we talked about yesterday, talked about the Jalandhar model of a bicycle. I was fascinated with that. I mean, that is like, oh, mind blowing. I mean, that should be us taught in our MBA schools. The Jalandhar model, the Amul model, the Lizzat Papal models. Can we not have similar models for the space? Like every component supplier, every small manufacturer working together in India, serving the global market. What stops us? Nothing, just the will. And question is, why not? And that's where I'm coming to. Once we start thinking, the potential and the opportunity, everyone is talking about India opportunity. I'm saying India opportunity in the global market is unprecedented. We're just talking about India opportunity. Why can't we say Indian opportunity in the global market? And that's where we personally spend a sleepless night to figure it out, how quickly and how fast we can go there. Another aspect of that is also there in deep tech. I don't advise us founder to do the deep tech startup unless you really want to do it, and as bad as you want to do it as like a breathing, then do that. And anyone, any needs is needed, we as an ecosystem are there to help. And the point of telling is that deep tech is one area that is going to solve the critical problems of the world going forward. With the AI, though that process is going to accelerate. Can we build a material better for the battery storage? Can we build a better material for the heating and cooling applications? Can we build a better medicines for cancer discovery? Can we build access to the space much faster? Can we solve the air pollution with a deep tech technical solution? And the next century, you see how I have a minute just to give you how the maturity of a startup ecosystem has gone. So 2008, 2009, we had a Flipkarts of the world. 2015, 16, we have the Byju's, fintechs, and of those worlds thriving. Cut to 2025. You see, the initial was services based, then there was a technology product based, and now it's a deep tech product based. Has the industry matured? Absolutely. Are the investors maturing? Absolutely. Is there work needs to be done? Huge amount of work needs to be done. Is there opportunity? Probably never in last 50 years for a PhD person to be a startup founder or someone running masters or anything. Just someone who can ask a right question is the only basic necessary skill that you need right now. Everything else can be taught. You have AI, you have advisor, you have ecosystem. So it's time for India. If we don't do this, I think we will be the last we'll lose the opportunity of next 50 years, and we are there to capitalize on it. Whoever is ready, we are there to help also whoever is interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Tusharji, for your great words. I would now request Mr. Rajiv Singh to please take us to your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So first of all, one fact about me which was not shared earlier, and I think I should share here, that I belong to Madhya Pradesh very much. I am from Bhopal, and I have done my engineering from NIT Bhopal, which is MNIT. That was the beginning of my, professional career, so to say. I would be talking to you about the theme of the today, which is Swadeshi, Swabhavik and Swanirmit. Now the question is that for a company like BenQ, how is it relevant? Because we are a high-tech electronics company. And so for a high-tech electronics company, product selling in India is like, you sell what you have. It's very difficult for these kind of high-tech companies to change from a situation where what you sell to the consumers and the businesses in India to evolve into a company which starts understanding about what Indian consumers really need, what Indian businesses and institutions really need, and how do we then use our technology to give those things to the customer. And then how do we change from there to a totally different situation where we start working on things that we develop in India and then we start exporting that across the world, and that becomes a success. So that's what I'm going to be sharing with you about. So So my agenda is to first of all talk about that what is our vision for innovating India, and then our Taiwanese roots. BenQ is a Taiwanese brand, and you know Taiwan is synonymous with high-tech electronics. And then how we have aligned with our growth story in India, and the Make in India leadership, and the product design for India, the export journey that we have recently started, and the scaling manufacturing with India as a hub, and the next step about our R&D, etc. in India, and our vision for next 5 years. So first of all, for us, Swadeshi is what proudly made in India. We are very much there into this. Swabhavik is something that naturally tailored for Indian realities. So, you know, India is a very different kind of environment, and I'll share more about how naturally we looked at this, that what India is and what kind of products and technologies we should have for India, looking at relevance of this in India. And the Swanirmit is, of course, self-reliant and making things for India, and then being able to use it across the world and export everywhere. So first of all, what is BenQ? So BenQ we are a company which is only and only into display technology. And we all see that displays have, like we are talking about AI, and AI taking over our lives in next 6 months or next 6 years, but definitely it will take over our lives. Displays have done that already. So from a situation about 10 years back when displays used to be very limited, today we are surrounded by displays. Everything that we do, we are having one or the other display in place. Whether you talk about a mobile phone, you talk about a tablet, you talk about a laptop, you talk about a television, you talk about a LED display like this, we are surrounded by displays everywhere. This was not the situation, say 5 to 10 years back. Things were very different. So this is one revolution which is pretty much in the happening stage. Of course, we still have a way to go, but we are very much into the middle of it. We are not beginning of it. So that's the company we are. We have about 1 lakh employees across the world. We are a company which is very highly focused in R&D. Almost 33% of our R&D resources, 33% of the manpower of the company is into R&D. And we, like a typical MNC, we operate across more than 130 countries across the world, and we have more than 20 plus R&D centers across the world. So what we do is, first of all, our group is about panel manufacturing. So display primarily means panel. It's the LCD panel which goes into any device that you have, a mobile phone, television, laptop, all these devices, they are using primarily LCD panel. We are the third largest LCD panel manufacturer in the world. And we are a company which is based on technology. We hold a very high number of patents into the display technology. Product line that we have is monitors, and monitors for all different kind of applications. So you will see monitors which are not like a general purpose monitor. Monitor for what you actually are using the monitor for. The monitors are designed for those kind of an application. Similarly, projectors. Projectors, again, a device which was earlier there mainly into the offices and classroom. Now it is becoming very exciting in the home front. So we have multiple kind of projectors for that. And the interactive flat panel. Interactive flat panel is something which is taking over all the conference room and classrooms now, because it's like a huge big tablet which connects to all your devices, and any kind of presentation that you want to do or collaboration you want to do, These are the devices that actually you use it for doing that. So who are we? So we are number one DLP projector brand in the world as well as India. We are the number one 4K projector brand in India as well as in the world. And we are also the number one large size monitor brand in India. So that's where the market is going to. Now to talk to you about our growth story in India. So we basically, let's talk about the year 2010 to 2021. This has been one phase of our journey where we started innovating for India. So actually I joined this company in the year 2010. Till that point of time, we used to sell pretty much the products that we used to have in our global portfolio in India. And we were not doing anything specific to the India market. 2010 was the year when we started doing it. And then we started, 2021 was a year when we started manufacturing in India, make in India. And for our kind of product line, which is a high-tech product line, we were the first company which went into this kind of a make in India initiative, much before anybody else into this particular field. So, so looking at this, our proud journey, if I share, so we are the first brand which is doing all our product range into India. Not every model, but the majority of the model which we make, which we move in volumes, they are manufactured in India. Then talking to you about first thing which is designed for India and engineered for the world. This is a very good case story that we have had for BenQ in India, that we developed our first monitor for programmers and coders. Now we talked about programming and coding in so many ways in this meeting earlier. So we are the company which invented programming monitors first time, and it was purely an India-based initiative. It was not done like in US and then we launched this product in India. It happened reverse. Something that we developed in India and then now we sell this product across India, across the world. So here for us, like the current IT pool in India, for example, the business size is almost like 282 billion. IT is one of the biggest exports that India is doing. And also we see the top companies in India, they all have a big presence, they have a big R&D centers, thousands of employees working in India. And India is also the country with second largest number of programmers. It's second only to China in terms of the number of programmers and coders. And we all know that how much this particular sector has contributed towards the advancement of our country and also the affluency of our country in the last 20 years time frame. So we did a lot of market research in India about what the programmers and coders would really like to have in a monitor, which was not available till that point of time. So coders, they work on monitors for a very long time, 10 to 12 and even 14 hours a day. So they had a requirement of different kind of requirement for monitors, which I'll talk to you later. So we did a study in the major software hubs. So we did it in Gurugram, Mumbai, Hyderabad and Bangalore. We did deep study about what these programmers and coders would really like to have in monitor, which is not there from any of the brand right now. And doing that, we evolved a series of monitors where we found the issues that these people are working in front of monitor for a large amount of time. They have a lot of eye issues. They see the monitor form factor is not ideal for coding. A different kind of form factor could be far more efficient. Monitors need to have height adjustment kind of thing. These people work a lot in the night. So monitors should have something because of which the overall environment can be enhanced. So looking at these factors, we developed monitors which were very different from the current monitors. They had a different kind of aspect ratio. Normal monitors have an aspect ratio of 16:9, which is made for what? Video. Videos have 16:9 form factor, but coding is nothing to do with video. So we came out with monitors for having 3:2, 3:2 form factor, much more real estate to do programming. Then along with that eye care and these kind of technologies we put inside the monitors, and then we launched this series of monitors. Today, these monitors are sold across the world. And this is an initiative which happened in the last 3 years. So we launched the monitors about 2.5 years back in India, and within this time frame that we have started selling it across the world, and it has become one of the main product line for our monitor business. Then another thing for India was designed for India but engineered for the world. This story goes back. This story goes back to the year 2010. At that point of time, the classrooms in India, there was no technology deployment into the classroom. And Indian classrooms used to look very different from the Western classrooms and also had a different challenge. So what kind of challenges we faced? That first of all, in the classroom, Indian classrooms are not air conditioned. During the summer time, the temperature in the classroom goes up to 50 degrees centigrade. And the normal electronic products cannot really withstand that kind of a temperature. Typically, the products that all of us make, for them the operating temperature should not be more than 40 degrees centigrades. Then it's a highly dusty environment. Dust is everywhere, you cannot avoid. And high-tech electronics fails into this kind of environment. And also, electricity used to be extremely irregular at that point of time. That means it will put a lot of pressure if you put any kind of high-tech electronic device in the classrooms, etc. So at that point of time, we developed, while the overall classrooms abroad were very different. They were mainly air-conditioned, much less dust, etc. So the products were designed for them, not for Indian kind of condition. So when we started deploying these products in Indian classrooms, we realized that the failure rate is very high. Schools were very skeptical about using these technology in the classroom. Then what we did was, looking at all these problems, we used our technology to change a lot of things into our projectors to make it suitable for the Indian classroom. So we did a lot of innovation to put a dust guard filter inside the projector. We put a capacitor to take care of the sudden power surges and power failures. Because what happens is that in case of a projector, if this kind of power discontinuation happens, then your lamp fails, projector lamp fails. And also the main board can get burnt off. All those issues got resolved. And then also we choose high tech components to make sure that we can work in high ambient temperature, like 50 degree and all. So a totally different design of product, purely looking at India market. Still not made in India at that point of time because there was no manufacturing in India for this, but designed for India. And that changed. Today, when you look at the classrooms in India, you see almost every classroom in the private segment has got a smart class. Either they have a projector or they have an interactive flat panel. So how we evolved so fast? Well, this was one of the main reasons because of which the market evolved in this particular manner. So, So we use our engineering to do a lot of things to make this happen. And here are some of the steps that were involved into this. And what this actually resulted into, what this has resulted into was a range of projectors which were then can be put in any classroom in India. It's not about metro, it's not about B or C class cities. Even in the rural areas, the projectors were able to work properly. And today, I am proud to say that we have our projectors and interactive flat panels in the more than 4 lakh classrooms working at this point of time. And the total number of classrooms in India where the smart class has come is about close to 6.5 lakhs. That means almost 2/3 of this population is done by BenQ. But reason is not the price. Reason is the innovation that we did to make our product suitable for Indian market, which is very different from the other markets across the world. Then from here to global standard that we started sending these. So India was, of course, not the only market where this innovation worked. All our neighboring countries, they had a similar kind of problem. So we could, even Indonesia kind of a market was very similar, and we started deploying these products over there. So they became a big plus for many of the big markets. Then using India as a manufacturing hub, so now we already have our manufacturing happening in 3 locations in India. It's in Tirupati, in Andhra Pradesh, where we make our monitors. Then we have in Mumbai, where we make our part of interactive flat panels and a short form factor computers. And also we have our projectors, which are manufactured in Kutch in Gujarat. So we have 3 manufacturing hubs to make our products in India already. And these products are exported from here to our neighboring countries as of now. So this process has also recently started. So we are now exporting products from here to Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives. These are the countries that we are doing it for. Then India as a manufacturing hub, what we are looking at is that it will become a regional powerhouse. Apart from exporting to the neighboring countries, we want to start exporting to the Southeast Asian countries, which are the other countries, and also the Gulf countries. That's our immediate plan. And for this, what we are looking at now is that using this facility, now we would like to have a complete new product range. So we are into monitor, we are into projector, we are into interactive flat panel. Right now we are working on developing new product line which will be primarily designed for India market, and it's not a part of our worldwide portfolio. And this will become a business line that we will design in India, will make in India, and then will export to India, which will be exactly reverse of how we started, where we had everything global and we were just selling in India what we had. So I think it's going to be a very big transformation for a company like us, and especially in the high-tech electronics, because in this particular field, the local value addition is extremely, extremely low. So in that situation, doing something like this for India, yeah, that really talks about how we have understood this market and how we are using this for the benefit of customers in India as well as for the overall business for the company worldwide. So this is in short that what we are looking at in the next 5 years, which will be a very big transition even from this stage. So that was a short sharing from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very insightful session, sir. I will request Tushar sir, Rajiv sir, and Vishnu sir to please stay on the stage. We will be having a prize distribution ceremony right now. I request... okay, I'm so sorry, because some students are not still arrived, so we are proceeding for the next session. I request Vishnu Jaju sir to please summarize the session.
A fantastic session by both the speakers here. Really very inspiring journey, Mr. Tushar, yours, and we have actually, so we also come, all students sitting here, including the entrepreneurs here, have been sitting from tier 2 city or the tier 3 cities coming in, and the way you have come from Nasik and gone into something which is a very, very different industry per se, given a good insight on deep tech entrepreneurship. I'm sure that will be very, very helpful for all the entrepreneurs sitting here who can look at deep tech technologies. Thank you, sir, Rajiv sir, for your insight on BenQ for India, which is really very, very inspiring, and giving us an explanation that yes, India can be a manufacturing hub for multinationals like yours, and such kind of a model can be replicated in all other industries also. When it comes to something which is highly technical, coming in from the display technology coming in from Taiwan, and it has been a fantastic session with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. From Earth to orbit, India is not just participating in the future, India is engineering it. Thank you so much. I want everyone should have a big round of applause for thanking the speakers. I invite Mrs. Rachita Kasliwal, co-founder Mediseva, for taking the session further.
Namaste, hello, and a very good afternoon to all of you. What a wonderful session that was. After all that talk about technology, it is now time to shift gears and look inwards. Welcome to Fit at 50, Sharp at 70, a session on rewriting India's health story. We see a large shift in society today. Health and wellness is no longer optional, it is essential. As little kids, did you ever hear your parents discuss protein intake or workout schedules? Did they read food labels or invest in skincare? Yet today, these are part of dinner table conversations. Our guests for this session are going to shed more light on this reform in the society. AV team, can we please have the videos on the screen, please?
Some brands grow, a few rise like the Himalayas. Meet Miss Padma Bhatt, the creative force leading innovation and design across all business verticals at Himalaya. A graduate of MICA, she began her career in advertising, shaping Indian and global brands before bringing her strategic vision to Himalaya. Over 2 decades, she has been central to the brand's evolution, from the iconic Neem face wash campaign to building distinct identities across categories, all rooted in Himalaya's core values. For Padma, branding isn't just about design, it's about purpose. A people-first leader, she believes enduring brands are built by strong teams and bold ideas. Creativity with clarity, innovation with impact. Let's build it up for Miss Padma Bhatt. Good health doesn't happen by accident. It happens by understanding. And today, we welcome someone who has dedicated himself to exactly that, Mr. Prashant Desai. A passionate health educator, he has studied at Harvard Medical School and the Stanford School of Medicine and learned from leading preventive health experts like Dr. Andy Galpin and Dr. Lane Norton. His focus areas include nutrition science, exercise physiology, gut health, and the microbiome. And he actively shares science-backed insights through social media and global conferences on nutrition, exercise, and sleep. And here's the fun twist. He's also a CA and CMA with over 30 years in financial markets, bringing analytical precision into the world of health. Insightful, disciplined, science-driven. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Prashant Desai.
The chairperson for our next session is Ms. Saloni Garg, Director of Branding at Medicaps University. I request Ms. Saloni to kindly escort to the stage Mr. Prashant Desai, MD, Everstone Group and an Indian health educator, and Ms. Padma Bhatt, Head of Innovation and Design at Himalaya Wellness Company. We are delighted to have you with us today, sir and ma'am. Thank you. I now request Mr. Vivek Kushwa, Director, IBMR IPS, to kindly welcome Mr. Prashant with a floral bouquet. I would also like to call Dr. Suyash Chavar, Principal of IMR, to welcome Mr. Prashant with a memento for our deep appreciation. I invite Dr. Pallavi Joshi Kapuria, Head of Industry Interface Cell at Prestige deemed to be a university, to present Ms. Padma with flowers. I also request Mr. Ravinder Bhandari, Manufacturing Engineering Head of John Deere India Private Limited, to present our memento to Ms. Padma. Thank you, sirs and ma'am.
Thank you, Rachita, for the introduction. I now request Prashant sir to please go ahead and, and charm all of us with your presentation.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. We've been given a tough task, Padma. Everybody's waiting for lunch and we are delaying that. So we'll try and ensure that we finish fast. Some help with the AV. I can't seem to get my presentation here. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Yes. So this is who I am. This is what you see on the screen. But this is not who I was close to about 12 years back. 12 years back, my belief was very different. I believed we have one life. And like a lot of us, I used to think live life king size. What that did to me was that I made two big goals 12 years back. Goal number one, make a lot more money at all costs. And goal number two, eat as much as I can. I come from Bombay. ऐसी कोई सड़क नहीं थी जहां से ये प्रशांत देसाई गुजरता था और उसने एक वड़ा पाव, सेव पूरी, कांदा भजिया, कोक, कुछ ना कुछ तो मैं खाता था और पीता था. The result was very interesting. 12 years back, I used to weigh 100 kgs. I was severely diabetic, so obese, diabetic. My blood pressure was like Abhishek Sharma's sixes, and my lipid profile was all over the place, the way Pakistan is playing their cricket. The result of that was I was a living time bomb, and something needed to change in my life, and something did change. "12 years and 1 day back, I lost my brother, my closest friend. He was just 35. His daughter, just 2 years old. And I guess I needed that jerk, that trigger to realize that now I have to live for both our daughters. 12 years, 1 day back, a lot of things changed. And that's the story I will present to you today. I realized I need to live for both our daughters, but I did not know how to live longer. And that's where my journey of discovery began. From books, it took me to the US, meet up with a lot of gerontologists, the leading scientists. It took me to Stanford, it took me to Harvard. I did my courses from there. Also did a lot of training sessions with some of the best minds in the world, Dr. Peter Attia, Lane Norton, Andy Galpin. From all of that, what I gathered was something very, very interesting and something very, very beautiful. And to that, I want to pay tribute to this wonderful city of Indore. Today, Indore is the most cleanest city in India, and not by fluke. It's remained the cleanest city in India for the last 7 years. But reflect back 7, 8, 10 years back, what did Indore do? If it had to remain the cleanest city, it had to do two things. First, it had to ensure that whatever dirt, garbage was there, it had to get rid of that. And second thing it had to do was to ensure that it didn't put more garbage on its street. My health learnings from all these people was identical. If I had to live longer for both our daughters, I had to first clean all the junk I had fed my body for the last 42 years. And second thing I had to ensure was that I don't put more junk into my body. A lot of that led to one more change. 12 years back, I used to think we have one body, one life, sorry. Today I say we have one body. That one change in belief from we have one life, live life king size, to I have one body, protect it like a temple. The moment my belief changed, my behavior also changed. But something very interesting also happened over the last 12 years. I used to tell people, and I also started like this, right? That I want to live longer for both my daughters or for both our daughters. The belief change that has happened now over the last 12 years is, I now want to live longer with both my daughters. Because when I look at my last 12 years, some of the most happiest moment for me have been the time that I have spent with my daughters. It's great when you create memories, then when you be part of memories. Both are two different things. And that is the big change that happened in my life. My objective defined that I want to live longer with my daughters and also want to live healthiest. The question then came, how? My strategy was very simple. That if I have to live longer, I have to ensure only one thing, that I don't die early. Being an equity research analyst at some point of time in my life, I started thinking and started looking at data. And the first data that I looked at is, if I don't want to die early, how are we Indians dying today? And that led me to a very, very phenomenal discovery. I want to do one exercise with you, either to your left or to your right or in your front or behind you. Just count the fourth person that your eyes go to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just look at that person. That person is going to die of heart attack or stroke. 1 in 4 Indians die of heart attack or stroke. Just look at the person next to him or her. That person will die of an organ failure. 20% Indians die because of that. Just look at the person next to him or her. That person most likely will die of cancer. One more person to the left, very high chances the person will die of either Alzheimer's or of a fall. That is how we Indians are dying. These are your top 4 killers: heart attack and stroke, organ failure, cancer, Alzheimer's, fall. When I did this exercise myself, I realized something very interesting. That very, very high chances I am going to die of heart attack. I lost my father when I was 7 to a disease of heart. I lost my brother at 35 to a disease of heart. A very simple exercise of taking family history of both my parents and both my dada, dadi, nana, nani, how they died, gave me that data. Now that I know that I am very likely to die of a heart attack or stroke, it's a magic weapon that I have. Now I will do everything possible within me to ensure that I can delay that. This table exactly demonstrates that. But this table also demonstrates one more thing, which is very important. What do you see in this table? With age, your risk of dying goes up. And that is something we all have to recognize. somebody over here in their 20s and somebody over here in their 60s, the risk of dying early, who will die early? The guy who's in 60. Hence, who needs to be more careful today if you want to live longer? The guy who's on his 60. So realize this, that when it comes to living longer and healthier, age is the biggest non-modifiable risk factor. You can't do anything about it. Then what can you do? There are 4 modifiable factors. Things that we Indians think is a condition. These are not conditions, these are diseases. India today has 46 crore pre and diabetics. 46 crore, that's 1.5 times the population of US. We have 60 crore overweight and obese people. 2 times the size of US. 70% of India has hypertension. And almost 60% of India's lipid profile is like mine. These are all accelerators. If you look at the average life expectancy in India, it's 70 years. And yet each one of us will know someone who's currently 80. We'll also know of someone who's died at 50. What is the difference between somebody living till 80, 85 and somebody dying early? It is these 4 parameters. If you are a diabetic, you have a 200% higher risk of heart attack and stroke. If you are obese, today obesity is the second cause for cancer, number 1 being smoking. Obesity is linked to 13 different types of cancer. So if you are obese, you will not only die early, but your quality of life will also be very, very bad. 1 extra kg of weight that you put on your body, when you walk, puts 4 kg extra pressure on your knees. When you run, it puts 8 kg extra. When I was 100 kgs, I was 30 kg overweight. Every step I took was 120 kgs of pressure on my knees. Great thing about these 4 things are they are on a spectrum. It's like a line. If you would have seen that serial, Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. It's like that. क्योंकि डायबिटिक भी पहले कभी प्री डायबिटिक था और कभी प्री डायबिटिक भी पहले नॉर्मल था. We are not born fat, we get fat. It's a spectrum, which means if you can understand what that spectrum is, what that trend is, you can figure out what you can do. A lot of people ask me, how do I define health? At a philosophical level, 3 things: physical health, cognitive health, and of course, emotional health. But if I put it in numbers, these are 5 things that should be on everybody's dashboard. Your fasting blood glucose, which is an indicative on a spectrum of how soon will you get pre-diabetic or diabetic. Your waist circumference. When you measure your waist, measure from the belly. Measure. For women, if it is more than 34, you have a problem. For men, if it is more than 36, there's an error here, you have a problem. One other easy way to do, when you get up from this session, just look down straight. If you can see your entire feet, you are in good. If you can't, you have a problem. Third, blood pressure. High blood pressure is a silent killer because it has no symptoms. 70% people sitting on this hall have hypertension, but they don't know. If you have low blood pressure, you will know. High, you don't. High blood pressure is the pressure with which the blood is pouring through your blood vessels, making your endothelial weak. If your endothelial weak, the process of atherosclerosis accelerates. The same thing happens when you smoke. Fourth, higher triglycerides. Triglycerides is a science way of saying higher fats. This is higher fat circulating in your blood vessel. Where did this extra fat come from? You put on so much of weight that the body now does not have a place to store the fat. So it is releasing it in your blood vessels. And last, your HDL cholesterol. HDL cholesterol cleans up all the higher LDL cholesterol. So if you continuously measure every 6 months these 5 parameters, like a stock market, you will see a trend. If it is going up, unlike the stock market, you don't want that. If it is going down, again, unlike the stock market, you want that. So in that spectrum, if you realize, then do something about it. But what can you do about it? I have my genes framework. We will now move to tactics. The first thing all of you need to do is this. It's free. Just sleep for 7 to 9 hours. That's all. I'm not asking for more. You don't have to make any effort. Because when you undersleep, every part of your body deteriorates. When you are sleeping, we sleep in cycles. The first phase we have light and deep sleep, where all your memory consolidation happens. This is also the time when the cleaning of your brain happens. Your immunity gets a complete reset when you are in the first phase of sleep. Your entire metabolic health gets a overall. Dalai Lama has said, sleep is the best meditation. Your blood pressure comes down. Your heart is beating like this because when you are awake, it's beating like this. Every single parameter gets a massive boost. And when you undersleep, every single parameter will get worsen off. An experiment was done at Stanford by Dr. Matt Walker. He made 2 groups of people. One, he made them sleep for 8 hours, one for 4.5 hours. Only for 2 weeks. Those that slept for 5.5 hours for 2 weeks, these were 20-year-old young individuals in prime of their health. From normal became pre-diabetic in 2 weeks' time. That's the impact sleep does. How many of you think you sleep well here? No, we don't. Because science's definition of sleep is different than your and mine. Good sleep consists of 4 things. First, quantity of sleep. If you are not sleeping for 7 to 9 hours, you are not sleeping. It's not good sleep. Second, consistency. You think Monday to Friday I will not sleep, Saturday, Sunday I will sleep more. There is only one debt that you cannot repay, that is your sleep debt. So even if you are sleeping one of days for 8 hours, doesn't mean anything. Consistently are you sleeping? 3, quality of sleep. How much NREM sleep, how much REM sleep? How much deep sleep, the first phase, how much second? And how are you sleeping? Are you sleeping as per your chronotype? Lot of people are morning people, they need to sleep between 8 and 10. Lot of people are evening people, they need to sleep between 12 and 2. And lot of people are in between. How do you know? Google meq.com, 19 questions, answer the questions, you will know what chronotype you are. You get your sleep chronotype from your parents. There are 9 genes that tell you when to sleep. And you can't change it. But if you know this is your chronotype, you can at least make some modification. How do you land your sleep plane safely? I'll give you, there are a lot of things to talk about, 20 minutes I can't. I will give you 4 things. Sleep dark. Your room needs to be dark. Sleep cold. 18 to 20 degrees temperature, because when you sleep, your body temperature needs to come down. In a cold room, your body core temperature will come down. Sleep hungry. Eat your dinner 2 to 3 hours before your sleep. And sleep thirsty. Don't drink too much water between your dinner and your sleep, because otherwise you'll have to go to urinate. There are a lot of other things you can do to sleep. Next, we will all need to move. This is one of the most phenomenal paper that I read, JAMA 2018 paper, where for the first time they demonstrate why sitting is the new smoking. Look at the first one, smoking. You see something called as the hazard ratio 41, 1.41 means. Compared to a non-smoker, a smoker has a 41% risk of dying in the next 12 months from any cause. When you go down below and you see somebody who is completely sedentary, who is never moved in his life, completely couch potato. Compare him to somebody who just moves for 30 minutes a day, who exercises 30 minutes a day. The hazard ratio is 95. Means from somebody who is just little bit active, 30 minutes a day, to somebody who is completely inactive, his risk of dying can reduce by 50% by just giving 30 minutes of exercise. Very important chart for people who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s. After 30, you cannot build muscle. There will be decline. Your muscle mass declines by 1% every year. Your muscle strength declines 3 times faster. And your muscle power declines 8 times faster. All you can do is slow down the decline. For women, even more important. For women, this decline is even more faster because they hit something called as menopause. Why do arthritis and osteoporosis impact 70% in women? Because the moment you hit menopause, your estrogen, your progesterone are zero. You are running a car with zero petrol. It will impact your bone mineral density. What can you do? Please lift heavy. Please go to the gym. That's the only insurance you can buy to slow down this decline. Otherwise, you will have a challenge. Nutrition, I can do a 8-hour session on nutrition. But be all and end all of nutrition, if there is one thing, that song in Pyasa, lakh dukho ki ek dawa hai, kyun na ajmaye. Only one medicine, eat less. From whatever you are eating, start eating 10 to 20% less from tomorrow. Why? Law of thermodynamics. In food, we have chemical energy. When we eat, it gets converted into electrical energy. Energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. All that excess calories will get converted into your body as fat. Can't help it. All the 4 accelerators we spoke, all get further accelerated when you eat more. Which is why in our Vedas it is written, the definition of an intelligent person is one who knows when to stop eating. That's the definition. My time is up. I'll take 30 more seconds. Measure yourself. Again, you will know where you are on the spectrum. Week after week, if you are gaining weight, start eating even lesser. I also wanted to talk about stress. Big picture on stress part about it, because you must be hearing, fit tha, gym gaya, collapse ho gaya suddenly, 40-year-old, 50-year-old. Stress plays a very important role. Only one statistics I will say, whenever you experience stress, the burden of that stress goes to your heart. Your heart takes all the damage when you are under stress. In olden times, stress was physical. You are in front of a tiger, you need to run. Today, that physical stress has become physiological and psychological. But your mechanism is still evolutionary. All the heavy lifting will shift to the heart. It will need to pump more blood. More blood will enter the heart in a very forceful manner. Your body will shut down every other thing that it needs to do, including reproduction. People who have stress going forward will have a very pathetic sex life. They will have premature ejaculation problem, erectile dysfunction. Women will also have a similar problem, all because of stress. But most importantly, every time your heart is taking extra pressure, you know what is happening. Very easy way to deal with stress. Just read this slide. It's not worth it. Just tell yourself that. In all the tactics that I discussed, nothing more important than this. This is the foundation. Sorry, I was told to compress 12 years in 20 minutes. That's the best I can do. Sorry, I took a minute more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. May I now please request Padma ma'am to share her core and belief about a legacy brand and how she's managed to do that through these years.
Prashant, there's only one thing I'm really happy about. When I spoke to a lot of people and I said I'm traveling to Indore, They said, you must go to Sarafa, you must eat at Chapan. I landed late last night. I'm so happy I did not. I had a healthy meal. I slept 7 hours. I woke up in the morning and went to the gym, and I'm very glad I did that. Respected delegates, leaders of the IMA board, members of the IMA committee, respected ladies and gentlemen, and my dearest students, namaste, and wish you all a very warm good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me to the 33rd IMA Conclave. It's indeed an honor and a privilege for me to be here today. I must thank the IMA committee and board for your hospitality. It's been overwhelming. Thank you. It's also very humbling today to be here and tell a story that I'm most passionate about, and to represent Himalaya Wellness Company and brand Himalaya. India is indeed poised for greatness, stepping into its next. According to the latest IMF outlook, in 2026, India is going to be the 4th largest economy in the world, surpassing Japan. In 2028, we'll rise to position 3 ahead of Germany. And in 2048, ladies and gentlemen, our India is going to become the 2nd largest economy in the world, surpassing China. So, next slide. Okay, I have it here. So when we talk about innovating India, our strength lies not in having to choose between ancient wisdom and modern science, but having the courage to bring them together with purpose and with responsibility. Fusion is the future. It is going to be the future. It is about creating a harmonious blend between ancient Ayurvedic wisdom and modern science. It's about embracing hybrid and integrative processes. We're already leading the shift. India has the knowledge, we have the biodiversity, we have the scientific capability and the cultural confidence to lead this new model of innovation. Vastu Shastra. This was a science that was earlier used only for the building of temples and sacred places. Most people dismissed it as a superstitious belief. Today, you see architects, engineers, designers who are trying to study this science and apply it to modern environments. These principles, one moment. Now, why are they doing this? They're doing it for better lighting. They're doing it for spatial harmony, because it's these places like corporate offices, museums, hospitals, schools, where innovation is born. Another very powerful example of fusion is the coming together of the Vedas with modern sustainability. The Vedas have always taught us to respect nature, to be mindful about consumption, and to keep in mind the ecological balance. A beautiful illustration of this is a Dravya Sangrahana, which is on the slide, which talks about responsible sourcing, what to harvest, when to harvest, and most importantly, to ensure that nature is never depleted. Today, these very principles are actually being adopted by organizations like the United Nations. Concepts like sustainability, ethical sourcing, circularity are now global priorities. For me, one of the most exciting forms of innovation is coming together of ancient wisdom and advanced scientific technology. With advances in genomics, data analytics, and digital health, we now are able to measure with precision and take Ayurveda to the next level. And this makes our products globally credible. Himalaya is rooted in Swadeshi. We're an Indian multinational that is present across 100 countries. Ever since our inception in 1930, we've strived to bring and incorporate the wisdom of Ayurveda, scientifically validating it to create contemporary products, reimagining wellness for people, for pets, and for animals in the world that we live in today, with purpose and with responsibility. We have a very noble purpose, and that is a promise of spreading wellness in every home, happiness in every heart. It's not a modern concept. It's deep-rooted in the ancient Shanti mantra, which reflects well-being, harmony, and collective prosperity. Let's take a look at the Himalaya journey. Video, please.
Mr. M. Manal saw a man feeding some agitated elephants the roots of an herb, which calmed them down. He became curious, and after scientific evaluation, discovered that the herb, Rauwolfia serpentina, possessed anti-hypertensive properties. We opened our first establishment in Dehradun, at the foothills of the Himalayas. Determined to bring nature's healing power to people, Mr. Manal tirelessly spent nights punching tablets on his hand-cranked tableting machine. His mother pawned her gold bangles to help establish the business, leading to the launch of Serpina, the world's first natural anti-hypertensive drug. In 1943, we launched a breakthrough product, Cystone, for managing kidney stones. Less than a decade later, in 1955, we introduced Live 52, a hepatoprotective, which went on to become our flagship brand. As we grew, we didn't focus on just adding new products to the shelves. Instead, we strengthened our foothold in R&D as an evidence-based herbal brand. A decade later, we scaled up our capabilities by partially shifting our manufacturing operations to Markali, near Bengaluru. With a dedicated and growing team of over 275 research scientists, we've stayed true to our commitment to research. In the early 1990s, we stepped up our research-based efforts by setting up a world-class R&D center in Bengaluru. Our success in healthcare witnessed a new horizon as our first international office opened in Houston, Texas in 1996. The same year, we opened our first exclusive retail store, Store One, in Cayman Islands to provide effective wellness solutions. In 1998, we introduced a range of products to help farmers improve the health of their animals. We've always focused on listening to and fulfilling our customers' needs. Which is why, when customers walked into Store One in Cayman looking for lotions and shampoos, we introduced personal care products We also brought the best of nature to pets with the launch of our companion care range. The turn of the century marked the beginning of a rapid transformation and bigger milestones. We set up our Dubai office and became the first Indian pharmaceutical company to be registered with the UAE's Ministry of Health. Over the next decade, we established our presence across geographies and product categories, in addition to strengthening our research foothold. We introduced Purifying Neem Face Wash, the go-to skincare companion for teens and adults alike. We took strides towards growth, evolving into a wellness brand with single herb formulations called Pure Herbs. In 2004, we introduced our baby care products, offering gentle and safe care for babies. 2009 was a significant year for us. We introduced 2 different product categories in the United States: Botanic, an assortment of oral and personal care products, and a supplement range. In 2021, we celebrated 25 years in Cayman by opening Himalaya House, home to our parent Himalaya Global Holdings Limited and our largest retail store. 2022 marked a year of new beginnings for us. We set up a brand new manufacturing facility in Tumkuru, 75 kilometers outside Bengaluru. The same year, we established the Himalaya Global Research Center facility at Dubai Science Park. Throughout our journey, we've been committed to fulfilling our mission of bringing wellness in every home and happiness in every heart. With initiatives like Kisan Mitra or Farmer's Friend, which celebrates Himalaya's connection with farmers, conservation of diversity, and our reliance on sustainable energy sources, we've reduced our carbon footprint one step at a time. From the forests surrounding Dehradun to serving people in over 100 countries, we've come a long way. We're continuing to realize our aim of making wellness a part of every home and happiness a part of every heart. As we inch closer to a century of delivering on our promise, we'll continue fulfilling our vision of bringing wellness and joy to every home through herbal solutions based on science.
Driven by Swabhavik, our products and our packaging is a reflection of our true nature and our values. Our packaging is the visual soul of Himalaya. Natural, authentic, and credible. Let me just walk you through 3 examples on what goes behind the designing of a pack. So we launched Neem Face Wash in 2001. And ever since the launch, Himalaya Purifying Neem Face Wash is the go-to face wash for consumers for pimple solutions. Over the years, the pimple consumer has constantly evolved. And with her, so has her neem pack. So if you look at the slide, I've placed all the packs right from the launch of Neem Face Wash in 2001 to the latest pack that we have launched in 2025. We've approximately restaged it every 5 years. But there's one thing in common. Every restage elevates our story of purity and naturalness. And that's at the core. So it's important to go to consumers and ask them what they think about us, right? And these are the 6 key attributes that they played up. That they trust the brand, it's efficacious, it cares for their skin, it's honest and transparent. Now, when we probed, we understood that we're one of the few neem face washes that actually has a transparent window through which you can see the product. And they decoded that as honesty and transparency, safety and protection. And this is the art of, storytelling, right? Every element on the pack must play a crucial role in adding up to the overall brand story. So as India's #1 face wash, which is trusted by 3 million consumers, Himalaya uses the pack for 3 things largely. It's establishing category leadership, credibility, and authenticity. There are approximately 200 odd neem face wash brands in the market, right? And it was important for us to have a distinct identity for Himalaya. And we looked at this not merely as design, but as a strategic brand asset. Now you see the neem leaf on the pack? It's not a stock image. It's not a vector. It's an actual leaf that is plucked from the neem tree. I've shot it on my phone and we've enhanced it on Photoshop, which means that nobody can look like us. And this reinforces authenticity while elevating the visual appeal. So when we redesign, and especially for a legacy brand like Neem Face Wash, it's important to stay true to your core and consolidate the assets, right? Taking a higher ground on natural, blending it with clinical validation, and have sharper claims and a greater authority and expertise on pimple claims. What we've also done is not looked at it merely as a functional product. At the end of the day, this is part of the consumer's beauty regimen. So we've tried to enforce a little bit of beauty codes. We've used gold to give it the iconic status as a #1 product. And overall, we've elevated the pack. The back of pack story largely talks about sustainability, ethical sourcing, and brand love. We have about 30 tests done on this product for purity and safety. We use DNA barcoded actives, renewable plant parts so that there's nothing wasted. Our formulation is completely soap-free, made with natural cleansers, and therefore it is safe for her skin, and that's why she loves the product. So, but this story is seldom never told, and we said that let's bring about the purity, care, and conscious story on the back of pack. So it's important for consumers to get an overall picture of the philosophy of the brand, and please keep that in mind when you design packaging. This particularly goes out to all the dear students sitting here. It's important that we keep, the absolute details in mind that add up to the larger story. We've extended these principles to a larger range of products. We're talking to the Gen Z consumer who's now looking at neem sticks and neem patches and serums. So we've applied these very principles and looked at a larger range that they can buy from. Yeah. Premium Ayurveda. It's becoming a rage, right, across the world. It's a significant trend, and consumers are looking for more holistic products, clean beauty. So our design architecture here seamlessly reflects our rich legacy. So we've looked at more regal colors, and that is a reflection of the luxurious products and formulation. The rare and exclusive ingredients are placed in antique bowls and platters, which were normally used in ancient days. So we're reinforcing the Ayurveda authenticity here. The gold foil talks about the premium oils that we use in our products. So it's a thoughtfully created design, and with a compelling story on the pack, we propose and aim to pitch this as the gold standard of Ayurveda. Shilajit resin. Now Shilajit is a revered ingredient in Ayurveda. It's a secret of strength, resilience, and vitality. And Himalaya is not just a source, but a symbol of purity, power, and timeless wisdom. So the design language, I'll just walk you through this very quickly. Every element on the pack, the cameo focuses on the source, which is 100% pure. Yeah. We talk about the branding of Himalaya, which takes center stage. But the rugged mountain surface that talks about resilience, power, and longevity, and resonates and mirrors the benefits, which is stamina, energy, and power. I'll just walk you through this, given the paucity of time, because I have two lovely films to show you. But overall, I think the emphasis that I'm trying to make is God is in the details, and you have to tell that story visually. It's important. Powered by Swarnirmit, built with purpose and driven by values. It's not just about the numbers and the number one status, but it is about ensuring that we care about our environment, care about our people, and care about the communities that we live in. So these are our ESG goals, which are on the website, and you can look it up. But I'd like to take you to two films. And this is the number one brand in baby care. The purpose is very noble. It is every mother should be able to access, afford, and use baby care products for her baby. We've set up baby feeding rooms and pods because every mother deserves dignity while feeding her baby. So from 90 feeding rooms, we've gone up to 700 plus feeding rooms in railway stations, airports, and government hospitals. Can I have the film, please?
नहीं रोते बच्चा, बस 5 मिनट और। हाँ,
घर से दूर जब बच्चा भूखा होता है, क्या आपने भी माँ की आवाज में घबराहट सुनी है? इस घबराहट को हमने सुकून में बदलने की कोशिश की है। पिछले 13 सालों में रेलवे स्टेशंस, हॉस्पिटल्स, एयरपोर्ट्स और कई जगहों पर 500 से ज्यादा सेफ और साफ फीडिंग रूम्स बनाकर, जहां करोड़ों माँओं ने बेझिझक अपने बच्चों की भूख को सुकून से मिटाया है। हर कदम हर माँ के साथ हिमालय बेबी केयर, विशिंग एवरी मदर अ हैप्पी ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग वीक।
Our number one lip care brand, every time you purchase a lip balm from Himalaya, 5 rupees goes towards cleft surgeries. Now this is a defect that babies have when they're born. So what Himalaya is trying to do is create more awareness about cleft and provide free surgeries for children. And aptly, the campaign is called Muskan, because we wish to bring a smile on every child's face that has cleft. The film, please.
हे तुन 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 एरी मुन मुन अरे आजा सुन सुन हे तुन 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 एरी मुन मुन हवा के जैसी चुलबुली है उड़ती फिरती बुलबुली है ये ना रुकती बहती कल कल सबसे आगे सबसे अव्वल अरे आती जाती गाती गुन गुन तुन 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 तुन
बच्चों, इस जोड़ का उत्तर कौन लिख करके देगा?
सर मैं।
घर मोहल्ले टोले टप्पर देखते हैं ठहर ठहर कर, जैसे कि ये कोई बाहुबली हो, सब उठाने पर तुली हो।
मुनमुन 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 उठ जा। चल जल्दी से बाहर आ जा। हाँ
जैसी चुलबुली है, उड़ती फिरती बुलबुली है, ये ना रुकती बहती कल कल, सबसे आगे सबसे अव्वल। अरे आती जाती गाती गुनगुन तुम 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 तुम
Munmun is the first child where we performed this surgery, and the whole film is based on her. I just want to say and end with saying that the most meaningful innovation, it's not the loudest. It is one that earns trust generation after generation. सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा, और मेरे ख्याल में हिमालय सबसे अच्छा. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we end this session, I would just quickly like to ask each one of you a question. Prashant sir, obviously we couldn't touch upon how we manage stress, right? And I think stress is one of the biggest factor to somebody's deteriorating health today. So would you like to please share with us in a short time, if possible, how you manage stress?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. So I think you have to understand the pathophysiology of stress, which essentially, whenever you are in a period of stress, your sympathetic nervous system gets an activation, which is your fear and fight response. So body thinks that I am in danger, adrenaline gets produced, cortisol gets produced, which signals the heart, give me all the energy you can. The manifestation of which each one of us can know is whenever you are under stress, you will see your heart rate going up. So whenever you see or you want to know whether you are under stress or not, just focus 10-15 seconds on your heart rate. If your heart rate is very elevated, means you are in stress. Now what can you do to bring the heart rate down, which is how you are dealing with stress? I think the easiest thing to do is whenever you are in stress, heart rate is increasing, just sit down, don't stand. Because even when you are standing, your heart rate will be elevated. So just sit down, be quiet. Second thing, drink a tall glass of water. You don't need to do anything complicated, and just breathe normally. Whenever we breathe normally, it's a signal for the parasympathetic nervous system to take over, which is rest and repeat, the calm part of it. That's immediately what you can do. If you are in a chronic stress where you go through periods of stress, then it's horses for courses. For some people, breathwork works. For some people, meditation works. For some people, listening to music works. For me, talking to my daughters when I laugh with them hilariously kind of works. Gossiping for women. Pick up the phone and start gossiping. The moment you start gossiping, what are you doing? You are laughing. The moment you laugh more, you will see stress coming down. Walk in the nature, even opening your windows and just looking at trees. Or I live in Bombay, close to a sea, just going there. So I think multiple ways to do that. Whatever works for you, works for you. The only thing I would recommend people not to do is stress eating, because that accelerates the stress. Because when you eat, your heart has to now do even more work. Your heart rate will even more elevate.
Those are some really easy insights that I hope each one of us can follow. Just a follow up to that, I'm sorry. Obviously you shared a pretty sad tragedy of what happened, and that's what put you on a health journey. And each one of us, I'm sure we all have homes, we have parents who we are telling every day to be healthy, right? So what is it that we can tell them or do for them so that they don't have to face this tragedy, but they get on this path of a healthier life?
Yeah, my ex-boss Rakesh Junjunwala used to say when it came to wealth that creating wealth is simple, not easy. It's the same with health. It's simple, not easy. Second, like wealth, health is personal. Neither you nor I have the right to tell anybody to get healthy. It's their choice. What we can do, obviously, is show them the trade-offs. My sense is if you give enough right inputs to them, they will change. We want to change their belief. My sense is that all behavior is belief driven. If you change their belief, their behaviors will change. But the best thing that I do, and that comes to next generation, is my daughters, I don't preach, I practice. Gandhi ji had said, be the change you wish to see. If you become healthier and follow a healthier lifestyle, whether it is a generation above you or below you, subconsciously you are inspiring them. So rather than telling, I would say do.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, Padma ma'am, you took us through the journey of how Himalaya innovated for the customers, right? But it's a large organization. There are people at multiple stakeholders at all levels. How do you ensure that this core, this philosophy stays true within the organization because each one of us are entrepreneurs. So what can we do within the organization to make sure that the core goes through, percolates till the bottom?
Sure. I don't think our meeting rooms and have only directors. Our culture is very different. We actually go right down to the person who's working on the project, involve that person. That person needs to know what the overall objective is. We hear from them what challenges they're facing. So it's very inclusive. I don't think it's just the top level management that's sitting in meetings and there's a huge disconnect between. So involve your teams, make them a part of the whole project and development. You'll see it moving much faster. And it brings in a lot of speed, lot of agility, and it's a lot of motivation for them.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Rachita, you can take over now.
The best way to predict the future is to create it. This quote by Peter Drucker perfectly reflects the spirit of this inspiring session. We are grateful to both our speakers for sharing their time, experience, and wisdom with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to our wonderful audience for being such an engaged and attentive group. AV team, kindly put up the logo wall. Before we break for lunch, I'd like all of you to know that we have some of the most interesting speakers after lunch, like Mr. Aman Gupta, Mr. Harjeet Khanduja, and Ms. Suhani Shah. So please reassemble here after lunch at 2:20 p.m. There are several activities arranged for you outside. Kindly visit the IMA stalls for the same. Sir.
Would like to thank our sponsors. Title sponsor iBricks PropTech, principal sponsor Aryan Capitals, partner sponsor Yes Technologies, State Bank of India, Shriram Life Insurance, co-sponsor Shriram Polymers, Indra Securities, Maurya Saria, Punjab Jewels, IDFC, First Bank, Sonic Backham Extension, Sonic Pharma, Symbiotic Pharma, the NM Group, NRK Group. Sponsors Amrit Papers, Bhaskar Industries, John Deere India, Sunil Agarwal and Associates, CNH Construction Equipments India, Prestige University, Piramal Pharma Solutions, Vishal Fab India, Acropolis Group of Institutions, EcoBuild Engineering and Contract Private Limited, Rajratan Global Buyers, Polyraj Pipe LLP, Subcon Instruments Private Limited, SRF Limited, Dreams Group, Methodic System Private Limited. Associate sponsors, Agarwal Business Community, Barlacor Additive India Private Limited, Bonter Furniture Solutions, Indore Institute of Management and Research, Swastik Coal Corporation Private Limited, Swastika Investmart Limited, Emerald Developers, Balaji and Vinod Agarwal Foundation, Omex Limited, Impetus Technologies, Medicaps University, IPS Academy, Malwa Group of Institutions, Life Insurance Corporations, Oswal Infosystem Private Limited, Kimirika Hunters International, IMUST Operation Private Limited, Capo Industries, and Namaste to Infra Developers and Private Limited. Thank you all the sponsors for joining us and supporting this wonderful 33rd International Management Conclave. Thank you so much. I would like to request Alok Jain, Executive Council Member, to please come forward over stage and take the further proceedings. Thank you. I would like to request all the dignitaries to please join us for the lunch. We'll be here by 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much.
Insurance, Bridgestone India Private Limited, Lotus Electronics, Jaipuria Institute of Management, Sri Vaishno Institute of Management, Fusion Global Solutions, Capital Construction Private Limited, Indian Solar Solutions, and Urja Facility Management Services. Moving forward, would like to thank our valued partners also. So we have Z Black, Empower Solutions, Infobeans Technologies, Mangla Pumps, Patel Motors Group, Deccan Sales and Service, Zenith Drugs Limited, MSD 91, Apollo Hospital, our health partner, R3 Set, Sham Group, our logistic partner, Apollo Creations Private Limited, G9 Graphics, our printing partner, iEngage, our social media partner. Then we have Chorus, Creative Era Events, Mirai, Avi Agri, VM Advertisement, G7 Events, Dimension Furnitures, Pushkar Studios, In Bistros, Agarwal Sweets, Delicious, Apsara Tea, Havitra, FTS Yuva, 94.3 My FM, Yellow Diamond, Sanskriti The Creative Force, Video Waves, Audio Visual, Darling Pumps, and Load Me. Along with that, we have LMA partners also, Chandigarh Management Association, Faridabad Management Association, 50 Golden Jubilee, Lucknow Management Association, and Bhopal Management Association. Would like to thank all of them for their big support, and I would request you all for a round of applause for all the sponsors and participants. Thank you so much. Moving forward, I would request to invite Ms. Pranita Mehta, Founders Bindi Doram, to take the further proceedings.
Hello everyone. This year we celebrate Swadeshi, Swabhavik and Swanirmit. But what truly builds a self-made nation? Is it only technology, capital and infrastructure? Or is it the people? Our next speaker has spent over a decade shaping the human engine behind one of India's largest digital revolutions at Reliance Jio. Not just managing human resources, but building culture at scale. And somewhere between boardrooms and bandwidth, he writes poetry. Before we hear him live, let's take a glimpse into his journey. Mr. Harjeet Khanduja, Senior Vice President, Human Resources at Reliance Jio. I request the team to please roll the AV.
If business had a cartoonist with a corporate brain, it would look a lot like today's speaker, fondly called the R.K. Lakshman of business. Please welcome Mr. Harjeet Khanduja, international author, speaker, poet, visionary and HR leader who refuses to fit into one title. An SAP HCM consultant, Six Sigma Green Belt and Predictive Index Assessor, he holds 4 published patents and has written 9 Amazon best-selling books. An award-winning TEDx speaker, guest faculty at IIM Ahmedabad and a key member of leading bodies like CII, NASSCOM and the Federation of World Academics, his influence spans boardrooms and bookshelves alike. Get ready for ideas with a twist and welcome Mr. Harjeet Khanduja.
And now, may I invite CA Mr. Manish Dafria to kindly escort to the stage the man who proves that culture is India's greatest capital, Mr. Harjeet Khanduja. To honor a leader who builds people as passionately as platforms, I request Mr. Ajay Dasundi, EC member IMA and Director Zenith Drugs to present a bouquet of flowers, and I request Mr. Naresh Goyal from ABC Group to present a memento to our guest. I request CA Mr. Manish Dafria to take over the proceedings.
गुड आफ्टरनून लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। मैं ख्याल है किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में पोस्ट लंच सेशन जो है वो सबके लिए बड़ा चैलेंजिंग होता है, ऑर्गेनाइजर्स के लिए, स्पीकर के लिए और ऑडियंस के लिए भी। इंदौरी खाने के बाद के जो आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स होते हैं उनसे अपने आप को बचाए रखना और बचाए रखकर कार्यक्रम से अपने आप को जोड़ना अपने आप में चैलेंज होता है। और इसलिए हमने सोचा कि ये सेशन किसी ऐसे हाथ में सौंपा जाए जो इस काम में माहिर हो, जो अपनी छोटी छोटी सिंपल सी बातों से, चुटकियों से, फुलझड़ियों से कॉरपोरेट कॉमन मैन के रूप में हम सबको इस कार्यक्रम से जोड़ के रखे। तो बिना ज़्यादा वक्त लिए हुए मैं मंच सौंपता हूँ श्री हरजीत खंडूजा जी को। ह्यूमर, ह्यूमैनिटी एंड HR, द स्वाभाविक वे ऑफ इंडियन वर्किंग, दिस इज व्हाट इज द थीम। खंडूजा जी।
Please give me a huge round of applause. Look, I do this beforehand because afterwards there is no guarantee. Last year I came here. Jagwant called me. That was a story. Some people are laughing because they know the story. So this year they decided to call me again. एंड मैं यहाँ बाहर पहुंचा तो एक साइकिल वाले ने आके जोर से यहां पे टक्कर मारी एंड हु वाज देयर? जगवंत वाज देयर। आज जगवंत का हैप्पी बर्थडे भी है, तो यू कैन विश हिम अ वेरी हैप्पी बर्थडे। जगवंत साइकिल वाले को कुछ भी नहीं बोला, आके मेरे को बोलता है इट्स योर लकी डे। आई थॉट ही डिड नॉट अंडरस्टूड, सो आई टोल्ड हिम, जगवंत उसने मेरे को टक्कर मारा, यू आर टेलिंग मी इट इज माई लकी डे। ही टोल्ड मी, पाजी इट इज एक्चुअली योर लकी डे, ये ट्रक चलाता है। एक्चुअली IMA वालों ने थोड़ा सा मेरे को इस बार बहुत डिफिकल्ट टॉपिक दिया। मेरे को एटलीस्ट 5-6 दिन लगे ये सोचने में कि ये टॉपिक पे बनेगा क्या। द टॉपिक इज ह्यूमर, ह्यूमैनिटी एंड HR। एंड आई वाज थिंकिंग एक्चुअली लाइफ यही 3 चीजों के आसपास चलती है। एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई हैव यूज्ड दिस पोस्टर। इसमें ह्यूमर भी है, सर्किट हंस रहा है, इसमें ह्यूमैनिटी भी है, बिकॉज एक मेंटली चैलेंज्ड आदमी को बेड देने की बात चल रही है। उसको बोला जा रहा है कि यू आर नॉट अ सब्जेक्ट, यू आर अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, यू आर आनंद भाई। एंड इसमें डॉक्टर अस्थाना भी हैं, हु इज HR। नहीं, मैंने अपनी फोटो लगाई है। सो आई विल टेक यू थ्रू दिस, बट बिफोर दैट देर इज अ स्टैट्यूटरी वार्निंग। दिस presentation has movie references. In case you are not a movie goer, you will have problem in understanding this presentation. Although no parental guidance is required, and all the images which are used here are for educational purposes and copyright is with the owner. So we are done with this. Let me tell you, I am not going to talk about big things. I am going to talk about small things, very, very small things. And if at the end of the session, you are able to take at least one thing with you, then whatever time we are spending together is well spent. Tell me, what do you see here? What do you see here? Horses. Huh? Eyes. Horses. How many horses you are able to see? How many horses are there? 5? 4? Okay. The point is not that how many horses are there. What I want to convey is future is always in front of our eyes. It is whether we are able to see the future or not. हम लोग सुबह से AI की बातें कर रहे हैं कि AI से क्या होगा. डिस्कशंस में भी यही चल रहा था, AI से क्या होगा. What I am trying to tell you, कुछ नहीं होगा. जो दिख रहा है वही है. एंड डोंट एंटिसिपेट टू मच. जो दिख रहा है वही होगा. अरे बत्ती मत बुझाओ यार, सो जाएंगे लोग. Thing is, life is all about how we see things. Let me give you an example so that you understand the chronology which has been given to me. Look, this is a problem. You know what the problem is? What is the problem here? हाँ? हाँ, वो घूंघट को देख के एंटिसिपेशन आता है कि अंदर क्या है. But that is not the problem. Actually, every problem starts with a humor. Remember this from Chak De? Shah Rukh Khan goes and says, I need budget for the team. And the comment was, ये क्या कर लेंगी? That is the humor. And after humor, what changes? One thing changes. Humanity comes. And I'm not talking movies. I was about to put Mahavir Phogat ka photo with her daughters who changed that perception that somebody had to make a movie for that. Humanity is मारी छोरियां छोरों से कम हैं के. That is the sensitivity which comes. And then comes policy. If you would have seen Republic Day parade since 2024, every year women of our country represent our country. That is policy. There comes HR. Anything, हर एक चीज मजाक से शुरू होती है. यकीन नहीं आ रहा? एक और एग्जाम्पल देता हूं. What was the problem here? ये 83 का विजुअल है. What is the problem here? अंडर परफॉर्मेंस नहीं प्रॉब्लम है, उसकी सगाई टूट गई है. ये आदमी की सगाई टूट गई थी बिकॉज इसके घर वालों ने बोला, तुम कौन सा डॉक्टर इंजीनियर हो, क्रिकेटर हो तुमसे कैसे अपनी लड़की की शादी कर दें, क्या कमाते हो. ये मजाक था. मजाक नहीं था, ये प्रॉब्लम थी. ये मजाक था. मेरा बेटा इंजीनियर बनेगा. एंड हमने अपनी पूरी जनरेशन को इंजीनियर या डॉक्टर बनाया, सीए भी बने थोड़े लोग। उसके बाद आई ह्यूमैनिटी। 3 इडियट्स में किसी को बोलना पड़ा कि जा बेटा जो बनना चाहता है बन जा। एक्चुअली ह्यूमैनिटी ये नहीं थी कि इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकते या डॉक्टर नहीं बन सकते। ह्यूमैनिटी इज बच्चे को जो बनना है। आज सुबह ही वो खड़े होकर यहाँ पे बात कर रहे थे ना कि मेरा आईआईटी में नहीं हुआ। आईआईटी में नहीं हुआ तो इसमें कोई बुरा मानने की बात नहीं है, चलता है, उसके बिना भी जिंदगी है। वो ह्यूमैनिटी चाहिए। पहले डांसर्स को देखना कि अरे मेरा बेटा डांसर बनेगा, ओ मेरा बेटा उबर ड्राइवर बनेगा। मतलब नाउ दीज प्रोफेशंस आर एक्सेप्टेबल कि हाँ इसके अंदर कोई खराब बात नहीं है, कुछ भी बन सकता है। मैं एक बार फिर वापस जाता हूं उसमें। ये जो सेंसिटाइजेशन आया था ना कि मेरा बेटा इंजीनियर नहीं फोटोग्राफर बन जाएगा चलेगा, ये इसलिए आया था बिकॉज राजू जंप्ड एंड उसके बाद एक डर पैदा हुआ कि नहीं, बच्चों की लाइफ से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है इंजीनियर बनना। एंड हाउ द शिफ्ट हैज हैपेंड बिकॉज कोटा में सुसाइड्स होने शुरू हुए। एंड देन पीपल रियलाइज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग टू आवर किड्स इज नॉट राइट, वी शुड गिव देम ऑप्शंस। फिर आ गई पॉलिसी, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी, घर बैठो रीलें बनाओ, दैट इज एक्सेप्टेबल, बिकम अ क्रिएटर। बिकॉज अगर एआई आने वाला है और इंटरनेट आने वाला है, देन यू कांट हेट दैट प्रोफेशन कि अच्छा हम व्हाट्सएप खेलेंगे। हम खेलेंगे, लेजिटिमेट कर दिया। दिस इज ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी, वी आर गोइंग टू क्रिएट कंटेंट, पीपल आर गोइंग टू कंज्यूम कंटेंट। You can run away from that fact or you can accept that fact. Still you don't believe me कि ये वाली साइकिल चलती है। कह रहे हाँ, मैं एक और एग्जांपल दिखाता हूं। दिस ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड विद अ ह्यूमर। 70 घंटे, बराबर है? सब लोग इतना चिल्लाए 70 घंटे कैसे काम करा सकते हैं। उसके बाद क्या हुआ, कर्नाटका गवर्नमेंट ने पास कर दिया, बोले हाँ आईटी वर्कर 70 घंटे काम करेंगे। तो पीपल सेड 14 घंटे जाते हैं ऑफिस में, रोज 2 घंटा जाने में लगता है, रोज 2 घंटा आने में लगता है, 4 घंटा वो एक्स्ट्रा हो गया, 10 घंटे तो काम कर ही रहे हैं, हो गया 70 घंटे। देन केम सेंसिटिविटी कि द सिटी यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट that doesn't have infrastructure, and if you don't have infrastructure, what is that you are going to do? Now businessmen want कि करना चाहिए, 70 घंटे काम करना चाहिए, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है देश की इकोनॉमी को आगे ले जाने के लिए। बट एट द सेम टाइम योर यूथ इज ऑल्सो डिसाइडिंग कि 70 घंटे काम करना है कि नहीं करना है। सो व्हाट दे डिड वाज, उन्होंने कहा मैं अपने हिसाब से काम करूंगा, मैं फ्रीलांसर बन जाऊंगा। ये फ्रीलांसर का फोटो था, मैं उबर ड्राइवर का लगाने वाला था, देन आई थॉट इससे आप ज्यादा रिलेट करोगे। एंड मजाक नहीं, मैं एक उबर ड्राइवर से बात कर रहा था। सो आई आस्क्ड हिम, बॉस कहाँ तक पढ़े हो? जनरली एक फीलिंग होती है ना कि उबर चला रहा है तो पढ़ाई नहीं किया होगा। तो मैंने पूछा कहाँ तक पढ़े हो, मेरे को एजुकेटेड सा लग रहा था। तो ही सेड I've done MSc in mathematics. मैंने कहा ओ वाह MSc in mathematics, मुझे लगा परसेंटेज खराब होगा। मैंने कहा कितना परसेंट आया? He said 80%. So he said, why don't you come to my office? We will discuss a job. You know what the guy said? He said, sir, आपका कॉल लेने से पहले मैं 2 घंटा सो रहा था. Will you allow that in your office? We are thinking that we are going to offer the new generation job. New generation is thinking, नहीं चाहिए. मेरी लाइफ में प्रायोरिटी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है, मेरे को फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी चाहिए. मैंने आपको साइकिल तो समझा दी. अभी लेट्स डिस्कस व्हाट इज द करंट प्रॉब्लम. अभी की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है? प्रॉब्लम तो है ना, तभी तो आप कॉन्क्लेव कर रहे हो और एआई डिस्कस कर रहे हो, तो कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम होगा. व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम? समझ नहीं आ रहा. यही प्रॉब्लम है ना, समझ नहीं आ रहा. chaos is the problem. Everyone is saying AI आने वाला है, AI is important. बट करना क्या है? हम तो वहीं खड़े हुए जाम में, कोई क्लियर नहीं कर रहा है. दैट इज व्हाट द प्रॉब्लम इज. एंड यू माइट बी थिंकिंग कि अच्छा क्लियर करना है तो कैसे क्लियर करें. मैं आपको सॉल्यूशन बताता हूं. ये है जाम का रीजन. 3 चीजें ये आगे आगे चल रहे हैं. फर्स्ट इज ट्रेड. फेवरेट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ अ कंट्री, ही डिसाइडेड चलो दुनिया डिसरप्ट करते हैं. दूसरा इज किसी को सपना आया चलो एआई करते हैं. एंड उसके बाद पीपल सेड हाँ एआई भी अच्छा है. थर्ड इज टैलेंट, जेन जी. यही 3 प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. अब जितने सारे स्टूडेंट बैठे हुए हैं जज मत करना मेरे को. लेट मी टेल यू व्हाट द सॉल्यूशन इज, हाउ टू सॉल्व दिस प्रॉब्लम. सुबह से आपने जितना ज्ञान सुना है ये सब उसके ऊपर है, नेक्स्ट लेवल. ये ट्रेड की हालत है अभी. यू जस्ट हैव टू विजुअलाइज मोदी जी शाहरुख खान है. एक हाथ में यूएस है, एक हाथ में यूरोप है. दोनों का ट्रेड डेफिसिट नहीं है, ट्रेड पॉजिटिव है. सो क्या करने की जरूरत है? ट्रेड इज सॉर्टेड. थोड़ा टाइम लगा, ट्रेड इज सॉर्टेड. थोड़ा सा और लगेगा, तो उसमें क्या करने की जरूरत है? बजानी है तो जोर से बजाओ. पेशेंस रखो. एंड सेकंड इज जो आपने सुबह किया, योगा गुरु को बुलाओ, ब्रीदिंग करो, खाओ, एक्सरसाइज करो. जब भूख लगे तभी खाना है, जब प्यास लगे तभी पीना है. वो पानी पीने के लिए बोल रहे थे. नाउ टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं. सो कोविड हुआ था, तो कोविड के टाइम पे देयर वाज अ गाय. मेरे फ्रेंड थे प्रसाद जी. तो ये उनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन है, ही इज नॉट द फ्रेंड, बट प्रसाद जी थे. तो प्रसाद जी की कोविड के टाइम में ऐसा था कि पेंशन आनी बंद हो गई. ही वॉज इन टेंशन कि मेरी पेंशन कैसे आएगी, बिकॉज पेंशनर्स को पेंशन ऑफिस जाना पड़ता है टू डिक्लेयर दैट दे आर अलाइव. So it was a serious problem. So I told Prasad, don't worry. I will talk to these guys. So I talked to the pension guy. Pension guy said, sir, no problem. You do a WhatsApp call. I will see him on the WhatsApp call and I will declare that he is alive. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बड़ा बढ़िया है. मैंने जाके प्रसाद को बताया. I thought Prasad would be happy. Prasad was furious. He said WhatsApp तो 8 साल से है. ये 8 साल से मेरे को क्यों पेंशन ऑफिस के चक्कर लगवा रहा था? And then you will realize technology was never a problem. Human beings decide when to use technology to their benefit. So if you are worried about AI, you are going to decide whether you are going to use AI or not. And if you are thinking कि नहीं यार अभी तो बहुत ज़्यादा चल रहा है AI का, AI का नहीं चल रहा है, हमारी डिजायर्स चल रही हैं. A country which wants to write good English, उसको आपने एक टूल दे दिया, जनरेटिव AI टूल, कि इसके अंदर 2 लाइनें लिखो, ये बढ़िया सा ईमेल लिख देगा. Who will not use it? Don't take that for the capacity. ये हार्ट नहीं बना रहा हूं, कोरियन हार्ट नहीं बना रहा हूं. Don't take that for the capacity of AI. It is our desire. When the driverless car came, 2014-15 driverless car came, somebody asked GM, oh, driverless car has come, your business will vanish. They said, we are not worried about driverless car. We are worried about Uber. Because if people start sharing cabs, demand will go down. Your AI is not deciding the demand, you are deciding the demand. अगर आपका behavior change हो जाएगा, demand change हो जाएगी. So AI is not holding you, you are holding AI. And let it be like that. अभी टैलेंट की बात कर लेते हैं. जेन जी का परसेप्शन यही है, ये लोग काम करना नहीं चाहते, राइट? मैंने बहुत लोगों से सुना, अरे ये लोग तो मतलब अभी तो जनरेशन खराब ही हो गई है. मेरे को जज मत करना, मैं दूसरों की बात कर रहा हूं. ऐसा नहीं है. मेरे साथ सुबह से वैष्णवी लगी हुई है, एक्चुअली कल से, विच इज हु इज अ जेन जी. यहीं कहीं होगी. कहाँ है वैष्णवी? वो खड़ी है वैष्णवी. मैं बैठा हुआ था पीछे, वो खड़ी हुई थी. मैंने कहा बैठ जाओ. नहीं सर, वी हैव अ कोड, वी हैव टू हेल्प स्पीकर्स. मतलब इतना कमिटमेंट तो आई डोंट थिंक जेन एक्स में भी होगा. The way we are labeling Gen Z, that is not right. वो मेरे को दिखा रहा है टाइम्स अप, बट मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन इज नॉट अप. मैं ले लूं 5 मिनट और. सो इफ यू हैव सीन दैट मूवी, ये दोनों जेन एक्स वालों को ये जेन जी ने कितना घुमाया. नहीं देखना है, नहीं, इफ यू डोंट नो देन यू कैन एक्चुअली watch this movie, De Pyar De, only for this. Lot of people come to my presentations for movie recommendations also. What is she doing? What is she doing? सवाल है, खाली इंजॉय नहीं करना है. हाँ, वाटरिंग द प्लांट्स, हम लोग ना यही गलत करते हैं. शी इज नॉट वाटरिंग द प्लांट. कैन यू वाटर अ प्लांट? We are watering the soil. Once you water the soil, plant takes energy from the soil. HR की बात कर रहे हैं ना, इसीलिए कंपनी में कल्चर बनाना इंपॉर्टेंट है एंड कल्चर को वाटर करना इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज टैलेंट टेक्स एनर्जी फ्रॉम द कल्चर. वैष्णवी इसलिए अच्छा नहीं कर रही है क्योंकि वैष्णवी के अंदर सुपर्ब टैलेंट है. ऑफ कोर्स सारे इंडियंस टैलेंटेड होते हैं. वो इसलिए अच्छा कर रही है क्योंकि जानी त्रिवेदी मैडम ने एक फ्रेमवर्क बनाया है दैट दिस इज हाउ गेस्ट्स आर टू बी रिसीव्ड, दिस इज हाउ वर्क हैज टू बी डन. दैट डिफाइंस द कल्चर. You have created a culture at IMA कि हम कैसे सेशंस कंडक्ट करेंगे. अरे जोर से बजाओ, आपके लिए ताली बज रही है. Moment you decide culture, that how you want to operate, none of these three things matter. वो तीनों साइकिल वालों का चालान काट दो, आपका ट्रैफिक ठीक हो जाएगा. सो टाइम टर्बुलेंट है, टर्बुलेंट रहेगा. सी इट एज रिवर राफ्टिंग. जिधर की वेव आ रही है उधर चलते जाओ एंड एवरीथिंग विल बी गुड. अच्छे दिन आएंगे, अभी भी आएंगे. अभी क्विकली आप लोग अपना मोबाइल फोन निकालो और ये QR कोड स्कैन करो. It will take you to my Instagram. What you have to do is, you have to follow me. And there is a scheme going on. If you follow me, I will follow you back. But ये अगले 2 घंटे के लिए वैलिड है. And I have a few books with me which I want to give away. So मैं 1-2 सवाल पूछूंगा, अगर आपने जवाब दिया तो I will give you the book, as simple as that. I am a poet. What is my name as a poet? What is my name as a poet? नहीं, दैट इज माई नेम एज अ राइटर. बहुत सारे नाम रखे हुए मैंने. आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ. वेरी नाइस. AI क्यों नहीं यूज किया सर्च करने के लिए? दैट इज द पॉइंट आई एम मेकिंग. AI to be used as a tool. कुछ भी सवाल पूछा जाए आप AI पे सर्च कर सकते हो, कोई खराब बात नहीं है. That is what AI is for. It is the Microsoft Office of. Nice meeting you, sir. आ जाइए स्टेज पे आ जाइए. दूसरा सवाल. What is the title of my new book? What is the title of my new book? Great. किसने बोला? आइए सर. ये मतलब कितना जल्दी सर्च कर लिया. आप पहले से खोज के बैठे थे क्या? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. This is all about that. Start using AI to your advantage. Now एक और चीज है. Any 5 people who will come first on the stage will get the book. सर लेट नहीं हो गए? चलिए ठीक है, आप आ गए हैं तो look, initiative is the most important thing, and that is the actionable thing which I am giving you. If you take initiative, things will happen the way you want, and I am going to give away the books. These are the 3 books. If you are interested in HR, you can look at them. लीजिए सर. Thank you very much. और वो लास्ट वाला मैंने रिक्वेस्ट सिर्फ इसलिए कंसिडर किया बिकॉज शर्म नहीं होनी चाहिए, करेज होनी चाहिए. सो दैट्स इट फ्रॉम माय साइड. थैंक यू इंदौर, थैंक यू सो मच. ग्रेटफुल टू IMA इंदौर फॉर कॉलिंग मी अगेन.
What an amazing post-lunch session, sir. We just witnessed Swabhavik leadership, authentic, human and grounded with humor. CA Mr. Manish Dafia, may I request you to have your reflections, please.
सर बहुत ज़्यादा समय हमारे पास में नहीं बचा है, पर फिल्म की बात हो गई, HR हो गया, ह्यूमर हो गया, सर शायरी नहीं हुई. सो कुछ एक आध 2 लाइनें इंदौर के लिए सर. या आपकी कविता की बुक में से कुछ?
नहीं, मैं राहत इंदौरी साहब का ही सुना देता हूँ.
बहुत बढ़िया सर.
लहरों से डर के नौका पार नहीं होती, लहरों से डर के नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती.
क्या बात है. सो मन तो करता है सब बहुत कुछ सुनते रहें आपसे, पर समय की मर्यादा है, वो घड़ी ऑलरेडी स्टॉप हो गई है. तो मैं ख्याल में यहाँ पे कार्यक्रम का समापन करना चाहूँगा, पर पता नहीं क्यों मुझे आपकी जब बात में सुन रहा था, सो हमारे उज्जैन के ओम साहब ने एक 4 लाइन की बहुत बेहतरीन सी कहानी लिखी है, वो मुझे याद आ गई. तो मैंने कहा बस वो बात करके मैं समाप्त करूँ. तो सर कहानी बस इतनी सी है कि हथौड़े ने चाबी से पूछा कि लोहा तो तेरे पास कम है, ताकत तो तेरे पास कम है, पर तू फिर भी ताले को इतनी आसानी से कैसे खोल लेती है. मुझे बहुत कोशिश करना पड़ती है उस ताले को खोलने के लिए. हथौड़े ने चाबी से पूछा. चाबी ने जवाब दिया हथौड़े को कि माना ताकत तेरे पास ज़्यादा है, लोहा तेरे पास ज़्यादा है, पर मैं ताले के अंतर्मन तक जाती हूँ और उससे निवेदन करती हूँ कि तू खुल जाए, और वो ताला खुल जाया करता है. सो मैं ख्याल है आज आपकी बातों ने हम सबके अंतर्मन को छुआ है, और कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सारे ताले जो है वो आज अंदर के खुले हैं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
मेरे अंतर मन से भी आवाज आ रही है. एक और शेर सुनाऊंगा, आपको अच्छा लगेगा. लड़की लड़की रो रो के लड़के से कह रही है, लड़की रो रो के लड़के से कह रही है, हाथ छोड़ कमीने मेरी नाक बह रही है.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us closer to understanding your insights. A little announcement before we move ahead. For those who are submitting their passports, can get a final stamp at the IMA counter outside after Mr. Aman Gupta's session. I now invite CA Alok Jain, Conclave Committee member, for prize distribution of students' competitions. Thank you, everyone. This is Pranita Mehta, signing off, founder Bindigasm Apparels Private Limited.
Thank you. IMA is instrumental in bridging the gap between industry and academia. And through its 25 students chapter, IMA is engaging the young talents to create tomorrow's leader. इस बार हम लोगों ने बहुत सारी कॉम्पिटिशन्स जो है वो ऑर्गेनाइज करी थी, और हमारे जो मेंबर्स इस प्रोसेस में इंस्ट्रूमेंटल रहे हैं, मैं चाहूँगा कि वो मेंबर्स यहाँ पर स्टेज पर आएँ और हमारी इन बिजनेस कॉम्पिटिशन्स की जो अवार्ड्स हैं उन्हें दें. आई इनवाइट मिस्टर गोविंद अग्रवाल, Mr. Nitin Gupta, Mr. Prakal Matta, and Mr. Vishesh Kasliwal on the stage, please, to give the prizes to our winners. So, the first competition which was held was speech competition. All these competitions were for the student,
Such a pleasure to listen to you.
college students,
Lot of fun.
and the winner for the speech competition is Miss Urvashi Patel from IPS Academy, Saver. May I request Urvashi to please come on the stage? The next competition was business plan competition, and the two winner teams for these are Team Connecto and Team Biosense AI. Can we have a round of applause for these team members, please? The third competition was for product market fit competition, and the winner for the same is Mr. Vipin Gupta, representing the team Finterview. Mr. Vipin Gupta, please. I request Urvashi Patel from IPS Academy to please come on the stage to receive the award for speech competition. Ms. Urvashi Patel. The fourth competition was Building for Bharat competition, and the winner for this is Ms. Priyanka Ajit. I invite the team Connecto to receive the prize for business plan competition. Team Connecto. We thank all the students and all the colleges who participated in this initiative. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congrats.
Thank you. With this, may I now invite Mr. Saban Shah, Vice President, Indore Management Association, on the stage, please. Mr. Saban Shah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to check Sotoni ka log. And from a great session which we had earlier, I was very confident, but I still wanted to check. So can we once again have a show of your energy? Good afternoon. That's better. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. When we walked into this venue today, we saw brilliance, we saw grandeur, we saw towering trusses, we saw precision lighting, we saw seamless LED canvas stretching across this magnificent stage. We saw flawless branding, perfect alignment, structured elegance. But what we did not see were the sleepless nights, the countless rehearsals, the cables laid one by one, the last-minute adjustments made quietly without applause. This grandeur did not appear overnight. It was imagined by creative minds. It was structured by planners. It was assembled by technicians. It was perfected by teams who believe that excellence is not optional, it's a standard. At IMA, we often speak about leadership, vision, and legacy. This afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge another form of leadership, the leadership of execution. To our event partners, our creative designers, LED engineers, our technical crew, our logistic teams. You did not just build screens, you created a canvas of ideas. You did not just build a stage, you built an experience. You did not just manage lights, you illuminated aspirations. This conclave feels grand because of your discipline. It feels seamless because of your coordination. It feels world-class because of your commitment. In management, we say systems create scale, but people have created magic. On behalf of IMA, we extend our deepest gratitude for your professionalism, for your precision, for treating this platform not as a project, but as a responsibility. Every time when the applause echoes in this hall, know that it belongs to you as well. Because great institutions may carry the vision, but great partners like you bring that vision to life. Thank you for standing behind us so that we could stand tall. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for all our partners? And as many of the speakers have already mentioned, and we have stories from past so many years about some great volunteers, student volunteers. We have about 25 student chapters across colleges in Indore, and we have more than 150 student volunteers managing this show. So I think we should all give a standing ovation to these student partners. Can I request everybody to, get up and give a standing ovation to all our student volunteers? Can we have a bigger round for our students? This is the team which has made this magnificent event possible. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'll now acknowledge our major partners who made this grand event possible. One by one, I'll call them up on stage. We have lack of time, so I'll request all the partners to be very quick. First, I would start, I'm sure everybody is in love with the LED screen. Yes or no? Every year, you know, we try to do something bigger and better. And this year, again, you know, we have put up a magnificent screen, which has been made possible by one agency from Mumbai called Video Waves Mumbai. They're doing this for us for the past 15 years flawlessly. Every time they do a better job. Let's give a big hand to Praveen Bhai and Sachin Bhai from Video Waves. Please on stage, Sachin Bhai, Praveen Bhai, please come on stage. Can we have the mementos, please? And I'll request our President, Mr. Naveen Khandelwal, Ms. Chani Trivedi, Mr. Ashwin Palsigar, to please come on stage and do the honors. Juneja Sahab, please come on stage. Can we have the music, please? Come on, guys. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, please guys, we have to encourage them here. They are the ones who are putting the show for you guys. Come on. Next, I'll call upon Nikhil and Siddharth from G7 Events, who are our event partners. Nikhil and Siddharth. The best thing about these two guys is, even at 12 in the night, we ask them to make amendments and do changes, you know. And their first answer is, sir, kaise possible hoga? And then I say, Nikhil, tum ho, Siddharth ho, to possible hoga. So guys, give them a big hand, please. I'll call EC members, Mr. Saurabh Kemka, Mr. Deepak, Mr. Ansh, please come on stage to do the honors. Deepak Patel ji, please. Now next I will call upon Ramesh ji from Srishti Chennai. He has come all the way from Chennai. He is our animation and graphics partner. Ramesh ji, please on the stage. Can we have Ramesh ji? All the visuals you are seeing, all the graphics you are seeing on the screen is by Ramesh ji from Srishti Chennai. Next, I'll call upon the iEngage team, Avni Jain and her team for the creatives and social media partners. They are our creative and social media partner. VMA advertisement Ayushan team for the video creation. Ayushan team, quickly please come on stage. I'll now request the IMS Secretariat team to please come on stage and do the honors. Jagwant Singh, Seema, Ayushi. Come on, Raibar, Yash. Come on, guys, quickly. Jagwant, where are you? I would like to call upon the IPS Academy team who have done the live transmission of this program on the YouTube. They have done all the equipment, the crane you see there is all from the IPS team. So IPS team responsible for the YouTube. Are they here in the hall? IPS team? No. Okay. Now next we'll call upon Mr. Pushkar Soni and the Pushkar Pix Art Studio team for the photography. They are our photography partners. The video vortex. Okay. The IPS team is here. Come. The Video Vortex production, they were our video partners, Anurag and Sanjil Chauhan. Anurag and Sanjil, please come on stage. Next, I'll call upon Creative Era, Abhinav Maheshwari ji, for he was our display partner. Abhinav Maheshwari ji, is he there? Okay. Next is G9 Graphics, Mr. Sachin Jain, who was our printing partner. All the printing, all the advertisements in printing you see, all the collaterals. Mr. Sachin Jain, G9 Graphics. Did you guys enjoy the doodle? Did you enjoy the doodles? How many people enjoyed the doodles? Super. So there's a very young, talented girl who was doing this from Sketch Notes, Ananya Gupta and her team. Can we give a big round of applause to Ananya? She was the one doing it live, sitting there. And last but not the least, Mr. Vishal Pamnani from Sham Group, who are our logistic partners. Vishal ji, please. Two more partners who have helped us in this conclave, I would like to acknowledge their names. Firstly, Apollo Hospitals, they were our health partners. I hope most of you must have seen their stall and taken some services from them. And Dimensions Furniture, all the chairs on you see on the stage have been sponsored by them. So thank you Dimensions Furnitures and Apollo Hospitals for being our partners, valued partners. So with this, I am signing off. Thank you very much. You have been a great audience. Thank you so much. Thank you. See, sometimes, they call ki hamari team hai, ye hai, hamari team nahi hai, kya wo kya. I like to call our team as a gang. So it's definitely a gang. We have so much of fun doing work, Logon ko lagta hai, like the day before the conclave, a lot of us went home at 6 in the morning, and at 8 o'clock we were back at the venue. So we have so much of fun. Logon ko lagta hai, aisa kitna, kaise kaam kar sakte hain aap itna. And I say ki because it's a gang, that's how we enjoy. And just wanted to give you a glimpse of this, how the gang works. So can we have the video, AV team?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are not ready for this.
Amazing audience, thank you. Thank you.
For our next speaker, we have our Gen Z's favorite shark. But instead of circling the market, he built his own ocean. And in that ocean, you probably have a piece of boat sitting in your pocket right now. While global giants dominated the market, he said, relax guys, hum bhi bana lenge. Shark on the show, legend in the market, he's none other than Mr. Aman Gupta. EV team, please roll the video.
Ever wondered how a brand becomes a vibe? Meet the man who made sound look stylish.
Leadership frameworks and boardroom conversations. Today, we have with us Miss Suhani Shah, the extraordinary mentalist and a magician. Whether you've seen her captivating performances online, on TV, or at a live event, she is bound to leave you spellbound. With her ability to delve into your thoughts, she'll have you on the edge of your seat. Just a small caution, she can read minds. So whatever you think next, be very careful. But before we call her on the stage, Suhani wants you all to do something for her. Over to you, Suhani.
Thank you. Very good evening to all of you. Namaste. Namaste. देखो मैं स्टेज पर आऊं उसके पहले मैं चाहती हूँ आप लोग मेरे लिए कुछ करें. तैयार है आप लोग? थोड़ा जोश बताओ यार. तैयार है आप लोग? देखो स्टेज के आगे हमने एक बॉक्स रखा है. बॉक्स के साथ कुछ पेपर स्लिप्स और पेन्स है. मैं चाहती हूँ आप में से कुछ लोग आगे आएंगे, एक पेपर स्लिप लेंगे. उसके बाद उस पेपर स्लिप पे आप जो चाहे आप वो लिख सकते हैं. कोई खाने में आपकी कोई पसंद हो, कोई फेवरेट एक्टर, एक्ट्रेस, कॉमेडियन, डांसर, सिंगर, कोई पर्सनल चीज भी लिख सकते हैं, जैसे आपके बचपन के कोई दोस्त यार का नाम. अपना एटीएम पिन भी लिख सकते हो दोस्तों. आपको जो चाहिए आप लिख सकते हो. उसके बाद पेपर को फोल्ड करके बॉक्स के अंदर डाल देंगे. आई रिपीट, स्टेज के पास एक बॉक्स और कुछ पेपर स्लिप्स है. मैं चाहती हूँ आप में से कुछ लोग आगे आए, एक पेपर स्लिप लेंगे, उसके ऊपर जो चाहे आप वो लिख सकते हैं, ड्राइंग कर सकते हैं, चित्र बना सकते हैं. उसके बाद पेपर को फोल्ड करके बॉक्स के अंदर डाल देंगे. देयर आर ओनली 20 स्लिप्स. खाली 20 स्लिप्स है, तो जल्दी से ये करेंगे. द मोमेंट दिस इज ओवर, आई विल सी यू ऑन स्टेज. थैंक यू.
Thank you everybody. Can we please have your slips back really quickly? Request everybody to please put in their slips into the box. We only have 20 slips. आप लिख सकते हैं, आप ड्रॉ कर सकते हैं, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, मगर जल्दी से आपकी स्लिप्स वापस डालिए. सुहानी is waiting to meet you all. Count of 5 now. Can we please have the slips and close the activity? I would request कि 20 slips हो जाए तो please can you pick the box now? Thank you everybody for your responses. I would request now to please present Suhani's AV. Please keep the box there itself. Sir, please keep the box there itself. And I would request to please clear the space now and leave the box there itself. Sir, please box वहीं वापस रख दीजिए. Thank you. Yes. Can we have the AV, please?
कैसे किया ये?
How the heck did you do that?
Wait, I see that.
She's right. Wow.
That's crazy. Look at this one.
Damn cool, man.
Put your hands together for Suhani Shah.
थाम के बैठो आए सुहानी सुहानी जादू की छड़ी घुमाए सुहानी सुहानी दिल की बात ये पढ़ ले भाई सुहानी सुहानी मैजिक मिस्ट्री और कहानी सुहानी सुहानी रहना थोड़ा खबरदार ये जादू करती गजब यार पूछो तो मैं जानू कि ये साइंस है या चमत्कार साइंस है या चमत्कार साइंस है या चमत्कार पूछो तो मैं जानू कि ये साइंस है या
Good evening, everybody. नमस्ते. पीछे वाले लोग रह गए. नमस्ते. बढ़िया. मेरा नाम सुहानी शाह है. मुझे खड़ा कौन है? यहाँ जाओ या पीछे बड़े स्टेज पे? कहाँ? This is okay. किसी को नहीं पता. बढ़िया. मेरा नाम है सुहानी शाह. कुछ लोग मुझे मैजिशियन बुलाते हैं, कुछ मेंटलिस्ट बुलाते हैं, कुछ थेरेपिस्ट बुलाते हैं, माइंड रीडर बुलाते हैं, साइकिक बुलाते हैं, आर्टिस्ट बुलाते. आपको जो चाहिए आप बुलाओ, ठीक है? In a good way, sir. But my basic job is to hack into people's minds, or at least give an illusion of doing so. Yeah, ठीक है? देखो सर, आप फर्स्ट रो में बैठे हो और मैं एक मेंटलिस्ट हूँ. वो बहुत ब्रेव होता है, एक ब्रेवरी का काम है फर्स्ट रो में बैठना. You be very careful of what you are going to think throughout the performance. ठीक है सर? Now, box का. Thank you for doing that. मैंने देखा आप में से कुछ लोग आए, आपने चिट्ठी पे कुछ लिखा. You wrote something on a piece of paper, you folded it, you placed it inside the box. That happened, right? Okay, I'll just set the context right before I begin the act. Guys, ये बहुत ही interactive performance है. कुछ ऐसा visual नहीं है कि यहाँ पर कुछ हो रहा है और आपको बैठ के बस देखना है. This is very engaging, very interactive. मैं audience में आने वाली हूँ, मैं आप लोगों से लोगों को stage पे बुलाने वाली हूँ. मतलब it's a mentalism performance. It cannot happen without people. So the entire show is 50% me, 50% you. तो आज का मेरा ये शो कैसा जाता है depends on. हाँ भाई, मैं तो बहुत सही हूँ. ठीक है? So let's begin. Here's what's gonna happen now. मैं अभी मैं नीचे आऊंगी वो बॉक्स की तरफ.